What are they saying? I think she looks so cute.
Mere minutes after Charlie Kirk is shot, there are two men that look rather mysterious. They appear, they move his chair, and they take down the camera that's directly or was directly behind his head. Why did they do that? Well, fortunately, I was able to establish a connection with one of those individuals, and I was also able to see the footage with my own eyes. What I saw was very interesting, but what I didn't see was even more interesting. So let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, rare Friday episode. Gotta do Friday episode here because this is just so important. And the vultures are circulating above, and they are definitely insisting that we stop investigating this. I should at first let you know that the Senate has voted and they have passed a bipartisan resolution to designate October 14th, which is Charlie's birthday, as Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day. And I have to say that is a very government maneuver. Like we get a Martin Luther King Day, we've got Martin Luther King Boulevards, John F. Kennedy gets a library, a national day of mourning. But you know what? You know what I was thinking? I'd like to just find out who killed them all first. That's interesting to me. Who killed them? Before we get to the library, I'd like to know who did it. I think that's the best way for us to learn, the best way for us to remember is to study, right? That's what I learned in grade school. That's what we're doing right now. We're studying this and learning everything. Let's at first address what many people have been emailing me constantly asking me. Get to some of these two strange men. And I put on it, this is Cameragate. It is Cameragate. And I want to say this shout out to all of the internet sleuths, the TikTokers, the YouTubers, those of you who are not playing around and you noticed this because I did not in the beginning. But yes, as I said, there's an individual who is at first, in the moments just after the shooting, he's like up on the rocks near the car that Charlie gets taken away in. He's being carried away. Let's take a look at that footage actually first. Look at that footage, and don't worry, there's no more in this episode. Look at that sort of footage. Take a look. Charlie's there. One of you guys caught this. You probably didn't even see it there. We can get in a little closer. Do you guys have to slow it down, or do you guys just want to circle here? Okay. Right there. Right there. Right there. Individual standing there. Again, I am just amazed at internet sleuths. And I was like, wow, that is very strange. The person appears to be probably talking into a phone. It's like a circus around them. What's he doing? Who's he speaking to? Then, just a couple of minutes afterward, that same individual appears alongside another individual, and he moves Charlie's chair. That's a crime scene. That's not good. And he moves it because he wants to stand on it as he takes down the cameras, or the camera rather, that is just above Charlie's head. That's the camera that I'm talking about on the right-hand side. That's a camera that I'm referring to, and we are going to now take a look at him. He is also the individual, as many pointed out, that was near Charlie just before the assassination. But let's check out that footage of him in aftermath, kind of switching around the cameras, the two of them. Take a look.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, the latest in the race to be the next governor in the state of California. That's coming up on Monday at 10 on Gary and Shannon.
Supporting comic Mark Thompson is here. We learned from Kiana, who we call Kiki. She was the producer of the Gary and Shannon show. She's leaving her last name today, we miss her. But we learned she's obsessed with the movie Titanic. And I said to her, I said, well, how old were you when Titanic came
restrictions here.
Pretty certain safe package here, trying to keep a shot. Charlie Kirk up here.
Just have it this way. I did it. That's the day he was born. How about that? How about that? Thank you, Bill. So, what are you, 29?
I'm gonna be 28.
Don't worry, guys. We're gonna get closer. This is just a wide shot. You can see what's going on here. Then we're gonna get closer. You guys hold apart this and here's the closer version of that. See, slow down, pulls up the chair, stands on it. Yes, that is be a big no-no for crime scene. If anything,
Yo, what up? How are you, Gavin? Gavin, how old are you? Uh-oh, Gavin doesn't seem like they're of age.
What's going? How did it go?
Last night they sang their hearts out. Tonight, one goes home. Who stays? Who goes? Find out next. Live on American.
So I'm going when I saw this footage. Actually, I should be able to figure this out. I've got a pretty big network at Turning Point USA. I'm a person who's wearing shades. I'm not recognizing the individual. I reach out to somebody on the inside, and I'm just like, who's this person? And they tell me the person's name, and I go, wait a second. And I look at it, I'm like, I know this person. It's been a few years, but I know this person. This person's been around Turning Point for quite some time, for years. Like I said, back when I was looking at Turning Point, early days. So I'm like, I'm just going to reach out. Obviously, I know this individual. I'm going to reach out, and I'm going to say, hey, what's up with this? Where is this footage? Why did you do this? What were you doing up there on the rocks? What's up? Like, this is not the first thing I would do if I had just witnessed Charlie Kirk being shot. And I'll say this right now, he was extremely forthcoming. Like, as soon as I reached out, I just sent a text because I still had his number. And he was extremely forthcoming. We got onto the phone. And first and foremost, I should say, obviously, all of these clips going viral. And he is fearful for his family. He doesn't have any security. And people are looking, you know. And he said, look, as you can see in the footage, I was sitting right to the left or to the left of Charlie when Charlie got shot, and I instantly knew that he was not going to be okay. I instantly knew that he was dead. And I then, like, as you can see, people that are running, anybody that was in that zone, ran to the back, and he caught his breath. He wanted to check in with and communicate to other people that were working with and around Turning Point USA. That's why he's on his phone, communicating to them what had happened. So he told me. Then I asked him, what about this camera thing? Why would you grab the cameras? He says, because the first thing that I thought is that I better secure the footage and be helpful and give that footage over to the feds. Well, obviously, that's where things get into a pickle with me, because we don't trust the feds, right? I'm like, no, we don't trust the feds. We don't got to do that. Just let me have the footage. I'm like, just send me the footage, please. Let me look at it. There's a lot of conspiracies that are floating around right now. People don't know what to believe. People are doing very, what I would say, credible videos. People that certainly have the credibility of ballistics experts are saying that what we see in the front is an exit wound, not an entry wound. I don't know one way or the other, because I'm not an expert. I'm getting inundated with messages from people that hunt, people that are in the military, saying that this have come from another direction. This footage could help. If nothing else, let me help you. Let me formally debunk that by seeing this footage. Like, could you send this footage over to me? We didn't want to send the footage over to me without checking with Turning Point lawyers. I said, look, technically, you own the footage. Like, you know, you and some other people own the footage. Like, let me just see the footage, because why go through lawyers? I just want to see the footage. Also, I asked the question, why not just release it? We've already seen the worst thing that you could possibly see from the front, right? his wife's protection. This has experienced that in America. So many people watching the love of your life, the last second of your life, is traumatizing. I'm traumatized by it, right? That's not my husband, the father of my children. And so, out of a loyalty to Erica, he also doesn't want to give more footage to the internet. But I said, look, I'm not going to publish it. I just want to see it. And I think you should let me see that because people trust me. They know that I'm very serious about this. I don't care about anything right now. I'm figuring out who killed Charlie. So in the short run, he agrees that rather than send the footage, he will get onto a FaceTime call with me and he will show me the footage on his computer. He did that, and I watched the footage, and I'm going to tell you what I saw. And to the people specifically, the are in the military who have no weapons, I'm telling you this because you might be able to add more color or more clarity here. What you expect to see. If given the weapon that they have said did this, the bullet they have said did this, I don't know anything about any of this. So I'm just
Hello, how are you, Brandon? How was your day, big dog?
Nothing.
Now, what do you think about the game last night?
I loved it. I was really happy. Tariq Hill did well. That's what I needed to do well on my fantasy team. Bills won. They're going to look tough in the AFC this year. But yeah, it was a good game.
I'm thinking about the. I went on to my Baltimore Ravens app. It's broken.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, my Baltimore Ravens app is broken. Bills app is working.
Okay, that's good.
My Baltimore Ravens app.
Hopefully they fix it.
I've been following the Ravens since Lamar Jackson was playing.
That's great.
But sorry, I wasn't there.
There isn't. I'm telling you, what happens with that is not what happens with that at all. If I'm not seeing any blood, what are we to take from that? The only thing that could make sense, if what they're saying is true, and that person took a shot from the place they're saying that individual took a shot from, it would suggest that it was inside of Charlie, right? And they would know that. The feds would have known that. So they would have communicated that they were never looking for a bullet. Because remember, one shot. So I'm very confused. Not by what I saw, but what I didn't see. Okay? That's pretty much all I can tell you right now. And I'm going to try to get all of the footage. And I understand that right now he is very fearful. But I'm going to continue to try to privately push him to just release it. I believe that transparency is the only way. I'm much more, I think all of us would agree, I have much more trust in people than I do in the feds. That's lying about everything. So they should not be the only people that have access to this. And I understand not wanting to have that reasons from another angle, given the fact that there is no war. There is no blood from this angle. I don't see why not. Especially I want to share with you guys. I know some of you guys were waiting. I got a lot of emails that been a flechette. I had to look that up. I don't even know what that is. I don't know anything. Flechette shells, that something could have been a lot closer, that hit him, and that everything else was a distraction. All I can tell you is that there's no blood. Now I want to get to another tip that I received that's pretty interesting because, look, as you guys know, when I began investigating this assassination, at no point did I ever speculate that any other country was involved. I never speculated that Israelis were involved. So it was surprising, to say the least, that they're simply pretending that I did, pretending that I blamed Israel, pretending that I said maybe Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. It is now, like I said yesterday, it feels like they are trying to get ahead of something, like they know more than we know. I don't know why you would say something or accuse somebody of saying something that they didn't. I do believe that there's very clearly, we all believe there's very clearly a government level conspiracy that is involved. Okay, there's no other way to assess those disastrous text messages. Absolute disaster of that operation is yesterday. Yesterday, I pretty casually mentioned to you guys something that the doorbell cam footage, which TMZ happened upon somehow, was from a street upon which a ton of employees that work for Caldera Engineering live. One or two of those employees, a husband and wife, I had mentioned, worked for Caldera Engineering, and it is a country that purports to manufacture valves. And I said this, I said, I know nothing about the valve industry. All I know is that every time I start investigating a government conspiracy, looking into people that are really shady, like Harley Pasternak, thus far 3 people who I've investigated who oddly, either them or their families have backgrounds working in this very niche valve and piping industry, like manufacturers of valves and pipes. Is everybody doing that? This is very strange. Well, many of them emailed me something that was quite surprising. Maybe I'm just ignorant, but I think you let me know this is a very niche industry. And by niche, I mean that you asserted that it implies major government contracts, likely the CIA. Those of you who have worked at those industries telling me that there are even certain valves that are exclusively manufactured in Israel, and that they tend to be involved in this. The government and the military tend to be involved in this. And that even, by the way, on Caldera's website, they noted that they have worked in Israel. They have a map that they note every country that they have done engineering projects in. And one of them, or 2 dots, are in Israel. And somebody explained why the government gets involved when it comes to valves and piping. And I'm just going to read you this email because maybe there are people at home who are just as ignorant as I am about government level engineering. Okay, this person wrote, "Hi Candace, I wanted to share some detailed information regarding valves and piping and their relevance to critical infrastructure and intelligence communities. Valves as critical infrastructure assets. Modern industrial valves are used in pipelines, water treatment plants, power plants, and chemical facilities are often automated and networked, forming part of operational technology and SCADA systems. This allows remote monitoring and control of the flow of gas, oil, water, and chemicals. Cybersecurity implications. These valves are part of systems that could be targeted for cyber attacks. Compromised valves cause pipeline ruptures, water contamination, or industrial accidents. Because of this, intelligence and regulatory agencies, the CISA, NSA, PHMSA, and DRC, monitor valve networks and may maintain trusted relationships with manufacturers and engineers to ensure security and resilience. Integration with above ground systems. Modern valve networks can also integrate with cameras, sensors, alarms, and environmental monitoring. This means that an operator can simultaneously monitor flow, view live video, and respond to alarms, which enhances both security and operational oversight. And strategic value for intelligence communities. Knowledge of valve locations, models, and control systems provide insight into critical infrastructure vulnerabilities. Access to or relationships with manufacturers allows agencies to monitor, assess, and secure supply chains. Remote monitoring of valves and integrated systems can support emergency response simulations and national security exercises. And it drives from a real-world context by writing companies like Caldera Engineering in Provo, Utah, manufacture specialized industrial valves and control systems. While no public evidence currently links them to intelligence contracts, their products could theoretically be part of OT systems monitored by government agencies due to the critical nature of the infrastructure that they serve. In short, valves themselves are simple mechanical devices, but when networked and embedded in critical infrastructure, they become strategically important for monitoring security and intelligence purposes. That just sounds right to me. I'm telling you, every story, I'm like, what is this person? It's like their family's in that. Like, I mean, everybody's family in this. I don't know. Again, like, this is the kind of stuff that, like, we don't know now, but we know. And that hits. And I feel like there is a bigger piece of this that involves Caldera. And like I said, I perceive a government conspiracy. You'd be fooled not to see a government conspiracy here, especially with the way that I am being attacked, particularly trying to investigate this. And the attacks are going forensic. It's almost as if they all received an email from somebody who said, I don't care what you say, make it up out of thin air, and do not stop attacking Candace Owens. That is the loudest. It's like an alarm went off. And everyone, people that I thought I was friends with, are coming after me with obscene lies that are just so easily fact-checked, easily debunk them in 4 seconds on the internet, and they're delivering it as though it's honest. We're going to talk about that. I'm even surprised PBD. I've always been friendly with him, always been kind to him. I've done nothing wrong to him, and he seems to be kind of he's sort of platformed without any pushback or bullying. And I have an idea about why all of that may be. I'll tell you in just a second. First, I want to remind you guys about GNO land, because what if smart contract platforms were not controlled by new age big tech? What if they were built by and for real builders? People. That's the question that GNO land asked, and that's why they built GNO land. They started with Golang, which is a language real world developers already use. They built a platform around it. It's transparent, it's intuitive, and it just makes sense. There's not some confusing system of ones and zeros. It's open source. So imagine GitHub, but designed for on-chain collaboration and composability. Builders actually get credit for their work, and they get rewarded every time their code gets used. That's the real value. It's not likes. It's actual rewards. GNO land rejected proof of stake, which is a system where the rich run the show. They went instead with authority. Contributors are not bad actors or Silicon Valley actors called shots. GNO.land is open, it's fair, and honestly, it's free. It's not close. So if you are a builder, a freedom lover, or just tired of rigged platforms, please check it out over at gno.land/Candace. Again, that's gno.land/Candace. Now, I've watched too many people who I am close to be vilified for standing up for the truth. I have felt this thing of injustice myself, but I've also felt something else, which is courage. I'm done playing defense. I'm not going to water down what I believe to be powerful, because silence is not kindness at all. It's consent in many ways. And right now, the greatest silence is around the lives of being ended before we take this first breath. We're going to call ourselves defenders of life. We have to act like that. That's why I asked you guys to join me to fight back with action, with truth, with love. For just $28, that's what it costs to go free ultrasound to a woman's crisis, considering an abortion. You can help her to see the light evil inside of her and to give her virtue. The culture won't. Don't sip this out. Do not wait to permission. Behold, you can have unapologetic pro-life stance. Preborn.org/Candace right now. Give $28. 10 times that if you can, actually. This is the line. It's time to stand on it. Must get what's right. Must see lives of abortion stand for the gospel again. That's preborn.org/Candace. Provide ultrasound for just $8. Also tell you guys about the wellness company, because it is flu season, which means it's also flu shot season. After everything that we've been through over the last 5 years, the number of people getting flu shots is at a record low. So grateful for that. Not to mention the fact that according to the CDC's own data, the flu shot is only moderately effective at best. That's not even accounting for vaccine injuries. There is a much better way to stay healthy. Grab a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company. Wake up the sore throat, runny nose, address your symptoms immediately with a doctor-prescribed kit containing ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, generic Tamiflu, Z-Pak, and much more. It's like having urgent care clinic in your own home. I have a contagion emergency kit from the wellness company because I was previously trapped in line in an emergency room with a lot of expensive insurance by catching a cold. I simply open my kit, reference the doctor, write guidebook for safe use, and get back to life. This kit is literally a lifesaver. Thousands of reviews from people just like you and me who have had the kit ready for the type of need. Head over to twc.health/Candace today and use code Candace to save $40. Get it now before full hand use hype here. twc.health/Candace with code Candace, $40 off. Kits are available to U.S. residents only. Okay, all right. So let's get into how weird these headlines are getting. It's very strange, and I think we know why it's happening. We obviously know why it's happening, but even the publications that are usually not so blatant, because in order to be a propagandist, you want to be effective, right? You gotta lie a little, get people to believe you, not just do things that are just so nakedly deceptive that people go, okay, why am I even reading this publication? Well, the Daily Mail journalist Victoria Churchill reached out. She writes, Candace Owens rages after being snubbed from the Charlie Kirk Memorial speaking roster. When did this happen? Like, the lying here is actually making me uncomfortable. I told you yesterday that we received way too many emails about Charlie's memorial. All of them were asking specifically for me to confirm that I was going. Didn't feel good to me. It felt very inauthentic. I know these journalists are not my friends. I knew they were writing hit pieces, but all of them included that question. If you are you going? Are you going to go? Like, do you want me to confirm my attendance so that you know where I'm going to be ahead of time? Am I being paranoid? Does that seem like a little weird? Even on PBD's show, where he just gives a platform to a guest to completely lie for 2 minutes straight, there is this random second where PBD rather oddly says something along the lines of, "You don't think she's going to the funeral?" Like, they keep talking about this. Take a listen again.
She needs to bring receipts. Bill Ackman brought receipts. How long was that tweet? It's still going. He was there in the room. Andrew Coleman was there in the room. You're on the board of journalism? Yeah. Okay. When's the last time you saw Candace Owens? In person? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. When's the last time she was at a tournament? Okay. Well, let's hear you. You don't even be biased. There's no at all question proof that Candace Owens is nothing. Has nothing to do. She would be in a perfect world if they didn't have this, what I already know is a quiet breakup where she got to have it over him. She would be the logical heir to the TV USA throne, but and now she's not even invited. Correct. So this is so their bias. She's not even there. She's not there. The names that you don't think she'll be at the funeral. No. That's not the funeral. TV USA throne. She doesn't speak at the events anymore.
Okay, so first and foremost, why did they all want to know if I was going to this event? I said there was no way you're going to this event now. There's 0% chance. First and foremost, why are you saying if anybody can go to it? You just buy a ticket to the event, and you're all working to try to get me to confirm that I'm going. And you're doing this as if you're trying to like push my buttons and be like, we got to make her get into her ego so she like shows up and like posts on social media. Nope, actually, while I'm attacking the feds, maybe not going to a public event, which the feds are organizing, is probably a very good idea. I'm good. So I'm going to listen to Power on my headphones and go see Yay. How's that for a memorial for Charlie Kirk? That feels like the right thing for me to do right now. I mean, I'm not going to this memorial. It's strange. To lie like this is very strange. For context, just so you realize how odd this is, I spoke at Turning Point's conference, 2 conferences last year. It's so easily, like I said, debunkable that you have to ask yourself why they are saying it. Here is me speaking on a USA stage last year. Here's what I said about this. Let me tell you something, America. It does feel so good to go everywhere in the world and to realize that there's awakening, not just happening here. Let me tell you guys, it's happening all across the globe. People are starting to ask the hard questions. And you start getting close when they start to call you names. They instantly want to suggest that there's something wrong and there's something backwards about being America first. You're starting to hear the way they're framing that now. You say you're America first, they'll ask you, what do you mean you're America first? You mean that you're an isolationist? You believe that we wouldn't have did what we did during World War II, all of these things trying to include it. It's not that difficult. America first. First name America, last name first. We put this country's interests before the interests of foreign countries overseas. All countries' interests before the interests of foreign countries overseas. All of them. I don't care. It kind of went on and on, but it was kind of me saying, especially since earlier I got fired from like Swire, like Israel, you're not special. And yeah, Charlie got in trouble for something I said on stage, and then inward, I told that I was not allowed to speak at AmFest, the donors were making threats, but like I went on tour with Turning Point last year. It's also on their website. It's so this is like the strangest thing. We can pull up this website. Live Free Tour, Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens. Quiet breakup? Why why are we doing this? It's very strange. Here's all the places that we went to last year. Now they are pushing these headlines that are so far beyond the realm of reality, like the one that I just showed you, where they say that I'm angry. And then when you look into who's writing these articles, like Victoria Churchill, you know that she has a connection to AIPAC. So AIPAC is pushing this, right? The answer is implied by the people who are attacking me. They are all ultra-Zionists, right? Like I said, the author of that article is an ultra-Zionist. And here she is, starting off 2018 in D.C., and she's got a picture of herself. You can scroll down, you can see this, like, she's sitting in the audience in AIPAC, and she's thrilled. America, Israel. It's like all of these people are agents for a foreign country, and I feel like Bibi Netanyahu is spending a lot of money right now. He is just way too involved, concerned about Turning Point USA, the future of Turning Point USA, attacking Candace Owens. And I think something sinister is going on here. How can you not see that? I also want to say this. I have had a flood of Turning Point employees reach out to me, maybe because he says she would have been the natural heir to Turning Point USA. I'm not trying to be the heir to Turning Point USA. I kind of like my life. I don't want to take money from donors, okay? Because they do what they did to Charlie. They're not buying. They're not donating money to charity because they view it as a charity. They do it because they want to purchase your voice. That's it. And I don't want to give mine up. What these people are telling me is a very dark story that involves these donors, sponsors, influencers, a takeover of sorts that I think was happening right under Charlie's nose. And I want to say this formally as we keep investigating this. I believe that Charlie Kirk was betrayed by people who are close to him. Based on what I have seen thus far, the evidence, the quote-unquote receipts that require a way deeper investigation into the apparatus, the financial apparatus at Turning Point, there was definitely some weird activity leading up to this moment happening at the organization, and I've been able to verify it. I have been given names, and I intend to now embark on this lengthier investigation, which I need more help on. I've reached out to some journalists. I'm sharing the information with them, and I think we're going to discover that this was ugly. This was ugly. Uglier than we could have ever imagined, okay? There is a fear here that we are perceiving, a desperation almost to end the investigation. The smears are becoming radical. You can't just pretend Candace hasn't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. They're doing it, and they're trying to be convincing and shocked and putting this out. I've never stopped talking to Charlie. I mean, yesterday I released just one of many messages that I have with Charlie, which proved that he was, in the months leading up to this, concerned about Israel and how Israel was coming after our free speech. Free speech meant a lot to him, right? This message is from May. We can pull it back up, right? Charlie sent me his tweet because after the assassination of Sarah Milgram and Ron Lachinsky in D.C., people were calling for like hate speech laws, and Charlie authored a long tweet saying these were beautiful people, they had their lives ahead of them, but I must push back against one thing, and again, it was just justification that this somehow meant that we had to, get rid of free speech. Like suddenly, like, oh, well, this happened, so now we need to say free speech is wrong. And so I wrote back to him, and I said, great tweet, we need prayer hands. And I said, speech censorship is coming to America. And he wrote back, as you can see, and indeed here is this year. It totally is. Okay? Me and Megan and Tucker are not lying to you. Charlie was concerned about the speech, that he felt the restrictions. Inevitably, this happens when you get into them with Israel. You can't criticize them at all, as Megan said, before you start enduring threats. And what I've learned from the employees there is that back in May, Turning Point had some big changes, some odd changes, as they were describing it to be certain departments that were being fired, people that were told that they had to keep certain things a secret. Secret from whom? Secret from whom? Something is not right. Nothing we are being told is true. And the strangest thing is that Pam Bondi is a complete user and a tool laws in America. The very thing that Charlie was fighting against. They all just got right to work trying to pass laws. Well, Charlie criticized now we got to hate speech is something. Exactly what he's messaging me about, but he doesn't want to happen. They're trying to use his death to justify it. Listen to what Pam Bondi said to Katie Miller on her podcast. Take a listen. No.
There is no place, especially after the topic of child in our society. Do you see more laws going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuts on people so we show them that some action is better than no action? We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
So to be clear, that's the feds telling you that they want to pass speech laws, which will basically just give them the full power to go after you for wrongthing. Okay? And they're doing it in the most disturbing way ever by going after Charlie Kirk's legacy and using his assassination to say, oh, well, now we've got to get some hate speech done, which, by the way, who was the person and the leader who said that he was passing laws against speech in America? That was Bibi Netanyahu. Okay, years ago, on record, saying that he was working with the government of America, any person that criticized Israel would find themselves on the wrong side of the law. Okay, you can find that clip from saying that. And now what's happening? Well, we have an occupied administration. There's no question. Trump is occupied by Zionists. Okay, he's completely impotent. He's completely powerless. He cannot say anything that goes against Israel or Netanyahu. He's limited to whatever they want. No pushback whatsoever. It's very clear he is in control, and his administration is saying that. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But this was the plan. Okay, this was the plan. And we have to stand up to this, guys. We have to fight this tooth and nail. The reason they're doing this, obviously, is because they can't win the free market. People are, as Megan said, people that are under 30 are anti-Israel. So that means the future of America is anti-Israel. So what they're going to try to do is to pass speech laws, both Bolshevik speech laws. They're going to arrest us for saying that we don't support Israel. Something that Charlie was passionately against. Okay, we can show you next week clips of him hosting the debate about speech in Israel, whether or not everything was anti-Semitism. And it's very clear his perception that this is going to increase anti-Semitism, trying to pass speech laws for labeling people anti-Semites for criticizing Bibi Netanyahu. It's all out there, and they're lying to you. Am I wrong or am I cynical for believing that, yeah, the feds are obviously lying, and I would say at some level, in a very big way, were involved in the death of Charlie because they wanted this sort of radical way to push the laws when something chaotic happens, we turn to the government. 9/11, what did we do? We gave them so much power, right? Patriot Act. Do whatever, just keep me safe. It's like they see your emotion. They see this global emotion. They want you just to agree with them. The next step is more powerful government. And this time we're saying to them, no, Hillary. No, thank you. Genuinely, why are you in office? How can this administration pretend that they are the same administration that they were in 2016 that was fighting against this? Same administration that was going, oh, the George Floyd death, radical Dems, BLM, speech laws. It was wrong when the left did it, and it's wrong now that the right is doing it, which leads me to believe that we are fighting opposite sides of the sea. It's us versus them. Aliens versus the rest of us. That's it. Everything else is a mirage. And speaking of free speech, I want to speak about Jimmy Kimmel because he's been pulled off air indefinitely over his comments in the aftermath of Charlie's assassination. So let's take a listen to what Jimmy Kimmel said on the show.
This weekend, with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize his kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and put everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half staff, which got some criticism. But on a human level, you can see how hard the president is taking this.
After talking about along with your friend Charlie Kirk, may I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up on the last day and a half, sir? I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks that just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something I've been trying to get, as you know, for
about 150 years, and it's going to be a beauty. Yes. He's at the fourth stage of great construction. This is not how an adult rates the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old boards a goldfish.
Okay, so that's what he said. Whether or not you think it was a insensitive joke, okay, I don't think that would have been a justification for saying that he now needs to donate to charity and lose his whole life. And this is what happens. It's taken off air, and some people are saying, hey, Candace, they did this to us, and you're not wrong, right? You are on the right, and you are saying that when the whole George Floyd thing happened, people lost their jobs for saying sensible things. You are correct. You are right to say, yes, that absolutely did happen. But if you're not recognizing that when you just flip the coin, it's the same people that are gaining more power, I just want the attacks on free speech to stop. Okay? I want the reaction. If you're angry about what Jimmy Kimmel said, is for the free markets to take him out. Right? He doesn't have a show because nobody's watching him anymore because they're so disgusted by what he said. That's what I want. I want us to be in control, right? Of where we spend our dollars, of what we're saying, and not like the government to press a button and say, you lose everything because we don't like what you said. And it should be notified to say, you lose everything because we don't like what you said. And it should be notified the way that the same monologue he did, call the murder senseless, the day that it happened. Jimmy Kimmel posted a message on Instagram sending love to the Kirk families, the victims of gun violence. He posted, instead of the angry finger pointing, can we just for one day agree that it's horrible and monstrous to shoot another person? On behalf of my family, we send love to the Kirks and to all the children, parents, and innocents who fall victim to senseless gun violence. You wouldn't have thought that he posted that in terms of everyone that were just like everything. I want to be clear. I think he is a part of the radical left. People that are constantly shouting. I don't like him at all. But I'm just recognizing that our solution to being angry at each other always seems to be, let's give the government more power, right? Let's give the government more power. That's what happened here, okay? The chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, Brendan Carr, showed up and criticized Jimmy Kimmel's remarks, threatened federal action against ABC affiliates who carried the show. What? Federal action if you carry the Jimmy Kimmel show? Does that seem right to you? Okay? Again, if you're on the right and you cheered this on, do you understand? We never, ever, ever should be applauding federal action when it comes to speech. Okay? We're all losing. We're all losing. Okay? You have to wake up. That's what happened. Brendan Carr, the FCC, was joining Benny Johnson, and that's what he said, that he absolutely wants to make sure that people are not carrying this show anymore, and that after one of the murders that they did, I just see the same people are constantly gaining power, and I want to point that out to you because you have to be more conscious of that. It's like they use our emotions, left versus right, to manipulate all of us, and it's wrong. It's crazy, and also being able to make a meaningful personal donation to the Kirk family and turn it into USA. What? That's a shakedown. That's what they did to Kyrie Irving. I like what you said, donate to the Holocaust Museum. What? I can't hear the song, guys. I'm sorry. I can't hear the song because I don't like it. I know for a fact that I showed you that this was Charles here. Governments coming in on speech. That's what's happening right now. They're taking over our speech under the guise of fighting TikTok. Did you guys see this? These reels pretty much taking over TikTok and always say it. Mark Andreessen in on a deal with, I think it's the Silver Capital. What is it? Not Silver Lake. They're all coming together, and we knew this was going to happen. This whole fake cancel TikTok. No, TikTok was going pro Palestine, and a bunch of hedge fund people who are pro-Israel got involved. Trump pretended that he was going to rescue speech. No, he's handing it over to Israel. Okay, wake up. You're a Trump supporter. Wake up. Okay, he has handed so much over to Israel. He's about to hand over the keys to our speech. All that aside, do want to shout out to all the creators that are making me laugh. Let's use our speech while we're still allowed to have it. And also have to remember Charlie wanted us to be happy warriors. So while we are fighting for truth, while we are fighting for transparency, we should remember that we should laugh, we should be happy. And the points that you guys are making regarding how the feds think that we speak after that ridiculous made-up text change title Robinson's level plans, they're hilarious. Your TikToks and videos are hilarious. I'm going to show you just one here. This is Chris Olson at Chris Olson. He's actually over on Instagram. Take a listen.
Good day, my love. I've just committed one of the highest sins of the world, murder. I must flee the country now in my vehicle. I've hidden the weapon. It was mine. I won't see you for a very long time. Unless I will see you after.
Why is that so accurate? What went wrong, FBI? What went wrong? Speak to us. What went wrong, FBI? What went wrong? Speak to us. Let us help you. There's some old. What's going on? I actually think there was a person on TikTok, and I hate to not credit them, but I genuinely don't remember what handle it was. I just scrolled through. But he suggested that what went wrong was that they did use AI, and in their AI prompt, they said to create a conversation between 20-year-olds, or like a conversation between 20-year-olds. They actually wrote, like, the AI understood it as, like, not people in their 20s, but like people in the 20s, like the 1920s. I was like, that actually could have been what went wrong. They prompted AI, and they said between people in their 20s, and actually they wrote people in the 20s, and they just went with it. That's why you have this, hello, my love. It's so bad. It's a major blunder. It's a very bad blunder, you guys. I'm happy it happened. Because everything's coming undone, we're exposing everything. We're going to figure out everything. I feel good about that. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing this weekend. The memorial of Charlie Kirk. I've been investigating every single day yesterday. I saw this murder. What are you doing? What are you doing? Your comments. Also, I want to respond to you guys are emailing us about the Dairy Queen photo. Also, I want to respond to you guys are emailing us about the Dairy Queen photo. Like I did this from July. There's a poster of Superman. I'll explain to you why this poster and make sure that's from July. First, we're going to tell you guys about Pure Talk, because our society works because of the freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment. Free speech, okay? Even if I hate your speech, I want you to have it. Everyday Americans should be able to speak openly and choose honestly about the family, their racial values, without any retribution, obviously, and that's the principle of Pure Talk. Proudly supporters, they sponsor my show, which allows me to stand strong behind the microphone every day and share it with you guys. If you want to support brands that defend freedom and pro-American values, I encourage you to switch your wireless service to Pure Talk. You are going to get free 5G coverage and you should be reliable and secure network, and you're going to just $25 a month. You'll save a ton of money. Pure Talk will create American jobs and support small business. So if you're a small business owner, you can save even more on Pure Talk service. So share your values with puretalk.com/Alex. To switch to my wireless company, right now. Again, puretalk.com/Alex. Make the switch today. Also remind you guys about real financing, because if you have this money credit cards just to get groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are absolutely brutal. Why keep paying 20% or more to the banks? You could just call my friends from American Financing, because they have mortgage rates right now that are in fives, and they are showing people every day how to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets out of the hands of credit card companies. More of their hard-earned money in their pockets out of the hands of credit card companies. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of about $100 a month by using their credit card to let it out to high interest debt. There are no upfront fees, no obligations, and it's just temporary call. You need to sell these mortgages. There's also another kicker. If you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments, which means you get more cash in your hands right away, so don't wait. Call American Financing right now. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or you can visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. All right, let's get into some of your comments. First, I want to tell you guys the Dairy Queen photo. Some of you guys noticed that there was this old Superman poster, that Superman background there. That poster, he said it was the June or July. You are correct. That's when that movie came out, and that's when they were scheduled to remove those ads. But rest assured, first and foremost, for two reasons, that is not definitely is not for July. But July, just so you guys understand, there is not a place in the world that would have the bandwidth to keep 24-hour footage inside of their restaurants dating back months. It auto deletes. I think footage in my house, because we have cameras absolutely everywhere. It's an every 48 hours to be charged. I think the highest you might see that is 1 week. And this is absolutely. By the way, how would that person have known to go back to July? You guys have to swear footage, but I think I one time saw that person in July eating something here. Let's go back and scrub. Like that definitely did not happen. The source we had was very solid. It was very specific, and also saying that they threw away clothes in the nearby cemetery was very specific. This person was very confident they shared it, but also something else that lets you date it. Pull back up that photo is behind. Right, their advertising available now. What that actually is a. I'm going to remember the name of it. It's maple leaf wizard thing. It's a maple leaf something that drops. And again, using those advertisements for that drink on August 31st. The absolute earliest that could have been taken is August 31st. That's if they put up that advertisement. Yes, maple leaf. That's what it was. Why? Like I said, I was very confident about our source and tracking all the stuff I said here, which is one of my posts, which I'm going to get into this weekend. It's Royal, Charlie Kirk, about the house next door, all of your stuff that was happening at that house. They advertised at that vacant house. That's the real place that they should. Pipeline, like you, that work for the CIA. So there's a lot to invest in. I also want to back check every day. So that we don't go after and tips and photos. What you send out, Candace, that's not right, those are tips at CandaceOwens.com. And yeah, that's got supported and this. Do you actually believe those things? I don't know. All I know is that I'm distracted by them. To solve murder. You are independent, as I tell you, website, candaceowens.com. Yourself this. This is pretty long. This is the Candace Intelligence Agency. Something that actually decentralized intelligence.
Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate that. This extension. It is a 2 more stops before the slot 8 line is done. It's Claremont and Montclair that it's done. How far from your house will the stop? It's probably when it comes to Claremont, you're going to be taking a train every day. Yeah. Thank you so much. We're excited. So this is the main line extension out here to we're actually adding 9.
If any pizza with Wings for just $9.99
No,
online.
no one gives a fuck. It's the most expensive. What you've ever heard.
With really exciting connections for the revenue stations, we've got there's Sandy Mix, the LeBron Fairplex, and then here really
I'm gonna do that. Maybe not this weekend. I got plans, but I'm gonna in Long Beach and go all the way to Pomona. I'm gonna do the whole run. The whole
Cardi B is coming to Long Beach to promote her music to be on the track. She's there to train them.
I think she knows, right?
Long Beach did a great job of sticking a little white.
That's right. There's Pine Street down there. It's my favorite.
connection here in this area. We're excited about these stations out here are also transit, so there's local leisure routes, and then there's even Metrolink out here as well. About San Gabriel Valley, their time to expand into 10. Now they can go Metro down in less than an hour, 58 minutes to be a Union Station.
Okay, that's 58 minutes from Pomona all the way to down. If you're driving, it probably takes you a long time on a daily basis. So get on the train and enjoy it.
I have one question about the 528 plan. Getting folks to there's going to be some games out there. Tell me about that.
Really cool. So,
All right, we're live on KIE. 40 is Conway Thompson. We're down the road.
Start standing up there while this mentioned to the on ABC. And Metro, as you guys heard, he's getting on Thompson. It's A-line extension from now to Oklahoma. Stopping at Laverne, St. Demas, and Lindor.
Let's talk about it. Step one. We'll do it again. Okay. All right. Let's go and take
Well, take a look at the free.
Sweet Jay, client world changed, turned upside down by a reckless drunk driver. Hit when his vehicle
all lanes are open now. Eastbound travel has a 9. It's just ridiculous. But my southbound is pretty jam-packed as well, heading into Oceanside. The traffic on the Ortega Highway is thinning out as I just got this delay. At South 15, jamming up onto the 9 all the way to Wyman Road. The Southern California's most accurate traffic report.
NFL is off to a wild start. Number 580. Aaron Rodgers' new season lives on iHeartRadio. The action live. Plus, advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
Is on the iHeartRadio app.
Just search
The free iHeartRadio is number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover our library of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast.
The local sheriff may be informed that 154 days since those bodies were found, and there's no more right information out in that area. Was an item ordered to chocolate and its mystery. Who could commit such horrible crimes? And why?
A big target while they were sleeping.
Whoever that they would get it up there. Would they have secrets? Need someone to look at that? Would they end up for something? Ultimately, this is a story about family and hope for redemption.
The iHeartRadio app, number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart is America's number 1 free iHeart app for podcasts like this.
When was the last time you took
Eve. Eve.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast of incredible connections we make happening. Each week, we'll journey through moving real-life stories, lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. You get your podcast. Just search for Chance Encounters with me.
iHeart is America's number 1 podcast network. Explore podcasts like this. I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm launching a podcast called Good Hang. In preparation, I asked some of my friends to send some videos and give us tips.
Just be yourself. It's really be the celebrity that this thing you're doing. Have a good podcast. Keep your career.
You gotta do the thing, girl. So hard. So good.
Classic, the Robert Redford edition, will mark the passing of the cinematic legend with nothing but Redford. Used to guests that were giving away movie passes to Alamo Drafthouse Cinema downtown LA. That's all starting Friday 9 p.m. on the next edition of Later with Mo Kelly.
KFI AM is supporting comics of our Thompsons here. Maybe you're in the car right now if you're going to Dodger Stadium. You got to try to get there early. I think first pitch is at 7:10. It most likely will be probably closer to 7:30 because Clayton Kershaw will be taking them out. And he will have a very long standing ovation that the umpire will have to probably, or out of just courtesy to Clayton Kershaw, the Dodgers, probably stop the game or postpone it because you're going to see, whoever's there at, there's 56,000 seats. I imagine 35,000 people will be there early, and there'll be a very long, very prolonged standing ovation for Clayton Kershaw when he takes the mound at 10 after 7. It's going to be a huge night at Dodger Stadium. So trying to get there early. Angel Martinez, are you with us, Angel Martinez?
I am Tim Conway Jr.
Thank you. What does that look like around Dodger Stadium traffic-wise?
Driving
110, 101, that whole area. Downtown LA.
It's loaded. Loaded. The two southbounds backing up all the way from the 134.
Wait, two southbound to get on the line is already the 134?
Yes.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. And Burbank, southbound side of the 5, that's loading up all the way from Empire, dropping into Regent Park. It's nuts.
Too late. It's already 5:55. Everyone's pissed. They're playing a game. They're like, F you, Conway. I'm going to make it. F you, all your family, your sisters, your brothers. Never thought your dad was funny. F Carol Burnett. F Nikki Lawrence. All I do is they're pissed. F Norfolk Golf. And they're enjoying the Apple Dumpling Gang. F all that.
Lots coming up.
Lots boiling up, yeah. So, trying to get there and trying to get to the stadium for 7:10, you get stuff a little over an hour and 15 minutes. You get in your seat and watch Clayton Kershaw. Last of the season game. Now, here's the downside. I have Spectrum vision at home. Spectrum TV. Because I like watching the Dodgers. This is going to be the first game in a long time. It's not going to be on Spectrum. It'll be on Apple TV. And I don't know how to find that. Look for that.
Find it.
I want it on my TV, and I want to sit in my chair where I watch it and drink my drinks and watch my TV. I can't put that together. So I'll just miss this one. But tonight will take a big night at Dodger Stadium. And you remember being there. Unfortunately, you will not be able to save the ticket stub like we used to in the old days. Oh, wait, Kate's is there. Kate, can you come on for a second? Talk about the Dodgers.
Question about the Dodgers, Gates.
What time do you have to go on? Do you want to, how many minutes? 4 minutes, okay. Tell us real quickly, what do you know about tonight? It's going to be packed, it's going to be jammed, but they're going to delay the start. They're not going to delay the start. They open the parking lot up early so people can get to their seats early. So you get there by first pitch, 7:10, and on Clayton Kershaw his final start. You don't think they'll stop the game or delay it to 7:20, 7:30?
No, there's no delay. This Clayton Kershaw will never allow that to happen. He is Mr. On Time. He starts his pregame at a certain time, his warm-up, everything is all done at a certain time, leading up to first pitch at 7:10. He'll be the first guy on the field at 7:08, warming up for 7:10 first pitch.
All right, and then let's say he goes 7 and 8 and they pull him standing ovation.
He's going to get a standing ovation after the first, after every strikeout. And then every half inning that he comes out, he's going to get a standing ovation.
Okay. Are you nervous that it'll be 7-0 Giants after one?
Extremely nervous. And this can teeter either way.
Spiral pizza?
2/3 of an inning, hey, I missed it, I'm still bargaining, or this can be like, wow, I'll never forget where I was. By the way, 1993, September of that year, I saw Nolan Ryan pitch his last game at the Big A in Anaheim when the Rangers were in town to take on the Angels.
It seems that Hillary.
Tonight after the pregame show to watch Clayton Kershaw on his final start.
But you better leave quickly because there's traffic all the way to Empire Center on the 5 South.
How about a cut through Travel Town, Riverside Drive, right past Rick's, Burritos and Tacos and Burgers right there, and just kind of cut through, Scott Road, Leah Park from the
Just have a
south.
special Dodger mobile or something.
Absolutely.
If we just said Angel on, she said, the 2 freeway familiar. Yeah. Okay, gets backed up to the 134. Oh boy. That means 56,000 people are going to Dodger Stadium. They all live the valley.
Should have left early.
Yeah. And you should leave earlier.
Yeah, the guy's got a job. He's going to be on in 90 seconds.
When you go on?
In 90 seconds.
All right,
So,
578. Gates is ready, man. He has more knowledge about sports, I think, than anybody else.
So impressive.
That guy is very impressive. Good dude. Tim Gates. All right. Listen, Tim Gates, one thing is, we prefer his
Maybe Dodgers argument, yeah, that stays in the family.
Well, we've got to keep Clayton Kershaw's a good deal on 578 AM.
That's you're sending people back over to the station.
I appreciate the fact that they think we're honest about it, and they'll come back. They'll wonder. All right, we're live with KFI AM 620.
Did you know you can customize your safety?
Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah, I'd like a 10 to drive me everywhere. Like, I only feel comfortable with 10s driving me around. I mean, can I fucking do that? Only 10s. That's what it should be called, not only
This
10s.
episode is brought
Fuck
to you by
that.
Upstart.
Only
More on
10s.
that later. Let's get into the do. But before we do, I want to tell you, and I apologize for this, it's not something I really wanted to do, but Phoenix, I'm not going to be there this weekend with everything going on, with all the announcements from the CDC, with all the announcements from the DOH. It's not smart to be out there. Let's get through this thing and get past it. We'll have some fun. So, Phoenix House of Comedy, my dates have been rescheduled. I'll be there September 24th through the 26th. Your tickets will still be honored. We'll have a good time then. As a guy with a nickname already, a sickle cell, I don't need to add any more shit to the list. You know what I'm saying? I'll see you in September, Phoenix.
You're watching the Money Do with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio Jeans doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. You can follow me on all social media, Ryan Sickler. My website's ryansickler.com. Go sign up for the email list there, the newsletter. Phoenix House of Comedy. I'll be there this weekend, the 19th through the 21st. I'll be at the La Jolla Comedy Store March 26th. And I'll be at the Rec Room in Huntington Beach April 3rd. And then I'll be up in Vancouver, coming to see you for the first time in Vancouver at the House of Comedy April 23rd through the 25th. Go to ryansickler.com for more dates. I'll be in Boston this year. I'll be in Minneapolis. I'll be in Edmonton. I'm planning on New York, Baltimore. Got some places I want to go this year. So get over there. You'll see all the updates there. The website for the show here is HoneyDewPodcast.com. That's where you can go follow on social media there. Everything's there you need. The merch, the social links, all that stuff. And if you are new to the show, what we do here is we highlight the lowlights. I love to say that this is the stories, these are the stories behind the storytellers. And this week's storyteller is no stranger to the Honeydew. We'll be picking up where we left off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, the one and only Joey Diaz, everybody. Joey Diaz is back. How are you, sir? I'm great. I'm always great when I'm sitting across from you. I feel good. You feel good? Well, 7-Eleven coffee. Yeah, you came with this shit. Terrorist drink. What's your hummus joke I keep? Like, every time you eat hummus, the terrorists get $1. Yeah, every time you eat hummus, whenever you eat onion dip, nobody's getting blown up. The world trade center is dead. French onions. Think about that. When we eat onion dip fried meat, your fucking shit smells like death from that Lipton soup powder. That's like Mike Conrad. There's chemicals in there to make a bomb Lipton soup. And also we start eating hummus and fucking buildings start going down. But what are you gonna do now? There's no more ISIS. Now it's the Chinese walking around. They bombed the Chinese and they sent them out across the world to fucking. You haven't heard from ISIS. It's the coronavirus. Yeah. You think about that? Nice and quiet. Alright, so where the fuck were we? This is where we were when we ended last. Okay. We're chronicling your whole fucking life. This is what happens. We're gonna be current. Alright. We left off in May of '82. That's where we left off. I believe you were 18, is that right? 18? Yeah. Something like that. May of '82 is what you said. It was supposedly my senior year of high school. What do you mean by supposedly? It was supposed to be my senior year of high school, but I quit in September to get a job in the warehouse. I just didn't see any point. So the beginning of your senior year, you quit. Okay. And my friend's dad, who was the superintendent of the school, kind of talked me back into it. They moved some shit around for me to get slipped back in there in November. So I got put on unemployment. Okay. I collected unemployment. High school. Because you started working in September, they put you on unemployment. They always do when the winter dies. Okay. The job dies, so they would always lay somebody off. So I got put on unemployment, and
that January, you're actually being paid while you're going to school. Plus I was robbing, whether the fuck's and everything else we've heard. So now, I have to put this crew. 1982 was probably my best year because it's what summer of 82 is the summer to beat. Like no summer has ever beaten summer of 82. And it started around that time, like January of 82, it was 4 of us. And then we always had like a special guest star who hung out with us. There gotta be a special guest star, like to hang out with us. Guest star. Like show up with $0.5 grand, we had Quaaludes, there was somebody who fucking had heroin. That's the only way you could be a guest star. So it was just weird. I was on my own. I lived with our family called the Runnies. With 4 boys and a couple girls. The Runnies, and we lived downstairs. Me and Mike, we lived in a basement apartment downstairs. That's Mike their son? Mike their son. I'm tight with Steve. I'm tight with all 4 boys. But I'm really tight with Mike. He's my age. So, like May, they told me that no matter how many classes I took, I was still going to be short a couple credits to graduate. So I was like, you know what? Why am I doing this? I don't want to graduate on stage. I got no parents. It's not like my parents are going to come to my because they can fuck this shit. And I just quit high school altogether. And I was delivering refrigerators and washers and dryers. Did you ever get a GED? Yeah, I got a GED years later. I went to prison because it makes you look better in front of the judge. Oh, it does? Yeah, we'll get to that. All right. Let's build. So I didn't even think of a GED. Like, I was like, fuck it. And at that time, in the 70s, when you quit high school, you were done. Like, you were done. Back then, you might as well put a tattoo on your wrist and end your life if that's what it meant, that you were going to be a fucking loser. So that whole period fucked with me. It wasn't bad enough. My mom had died, and I was living with a friend's house, and now I'm officially a fucking loser. Once you quit high school in the 70s, you might as well put a BTL lose tattoo on your forehead, because you're born to lose. You're going to be a blue-collar guy, you're going to fight for the rest of your life. You have no education. And in the 70s, they look more at that. And now they don't give a fuck. Now these kids are coming out with a bunch of debt. But in the 70s, you had to go to college. Yeah, it was well documented. You had to go to college and get a degree, and then you get a job. So I was like broken inside. So my answer to that was I just acted like a senior. I didn't go to school, but I still hung out with them. I still went to the events. I didn't go to the senior prom, but I went to the night when they make you like the most likely to succeed and shit like that, like the honors and shit. And it was around that time. I'll never forget, like waiting for my friend who won Adonis. Like he won Best Body, so we had to wait for him to get the award, and we were parked outside. And we got in the car, we went right to 135th Street. We got the fucking 8-ball. And my buddy Sabatino's father owned a liquor store. And he would dose his dad at night with the fucking liquor windows and shit. What, to knock him out? Yeah. Get out. They'd take the fucking keys. And we'd open up the liquor store. I'll never forget that particular night. The biggest bottle of Jack. And a case of Nips. You know what Nips are? The 8-ounce beers. We call them ponies. Ponies. So when you buy a 6-pack, there's 4 6-packs. But when you buy an 8-pack, there's 6 8-packs. So we fucking got a 6-pack. We got a bottle of Jack. We got an 8-ball and a half of Coke because we bought Coke for everybody else. And we took it to the bar on 42nd Street in Union City across from it was across from the county coroner's office. That was a bar we used to get into us and shit. And also, we're going down to celebrate the fucking awards night. Like, this is the worst bar in the world. And sure enough, a fight breaks out. And fucking, some guy corners me with a bottle. And he's just about to fucking cut me. And my buddy comes flying out of the bushes and just fucking knocks this guy out. I stepped on glass. I slipped my foot
basement. Mike Ruddy. Mike Ruddy was a freshman in college. Yeah. Okay, so he's a freshman in college. He's doing his own thing. And you're still living there? I'm still living there. You come and go or just quiet? Yeah, and they let me come and go. I paid them $35 rent. Wow. A week I was part of their family. They were very good to me. I'm still very tight with them. Very, very tight with them. I speak to them. In fact, they have kids. Now, when I speak to the kids come to my show. Really? Yeah. How old are the kids now? 30s. Wow. They come to the shows. Uncle Joey. Yeah, the girls especially. So May of 82. I'm already, I'm running with my friends, but I'm also doing things outside the box that my friends didn't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want them to know. Like I was already doing drug deals like they didn't know about. I would rob a drug, like while they were in school, I would rob a dealer in West New York and they would never know. Alright, so this is what I want to ask you. Walk me through the strategy of robbing a dealer. What do you do to rob a dealer? Alright, so that's fucking dangerous. So let's say I went to high school in North Bergen. I feel like that's more dangerous than robbing a store back then. Let me tell you what happened. I went to school in North Bergen High School, but my mother owned a bar in Union City, so I knew her to be Union City. And Union City turns into West New York, which is another big Cuban community. My stepfather had a business in West New York, so I knew that whole hot block, 57th Street, and I knew Union City. I knew tons of people in Union City. So I would, in the daytime, like in the mornings, I didn't have a job. My job was the case. I would just get on a bus and come up here. I knew you guys would be here, so I come in here, hang out with you guys, I go outside to smoke a joint. Maybe that guy that we saw before with the glass, he pulls up with a van, he goes inside, but on the van there's 4 TVs. I tell you, pull the car around, we're gonna rob this guy. We were shit when we were sleeping, you know what I'm saying? But in those days, what I was doing was, I had to deliver appliances, so I would show up with my buddy. He didn't even know what I was doing. That's how dumb he was. We would have 2 different trucks, and I would show my buddy to like Sigler Electronics, and they would say, okay, you're picking up 4 TVs and 2 stoves and 2 refrigerators. I'd fucking load up whatever I had to load up, and he'd load up whatever he had to, and if there was something lurking, I'd load it up like I didn't know what it was. Like one time I just loaded up 30 air conditioners. 30 air conditioners. I don't know what that is. And 200 a pop in May. What are you getting me? 200 a pop, $4 air conditioners, 200 a pop all day long. It was like I had the summer of good luck. Everything was in my corner. But there's a bunch of stories here we can tell in between. There was a girl I was in love with that took me 4 years to get in her pants. And finally got in her pants that fucking June. She asked me. As a matter of fact, like for 4 years, I was like, I just had her on a rope. I knew I was going to drop and pick on her eventually. I just didn't know when. And one day she called me and she's like, what are we doing this? And I was in love with her. Yeah, I was totally in love with her. But 82 was when we just caused havoc. Like older kids were calling me going, where are you guys going tonight? Because you guys like to talk to the town. Monday nights is Monday Night Football. Tuesday night was Shillelagh's in Jersey City. 8 to 10, 60 cents Alabama Slammers, 20 cents for a mug of Heineken. 20 cents? Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. And from 8 to 10, it would be armpit. And then 10:01, the place is just empty out. And back the drinks from the $2. Fucking, you'd order an Alabama Slammer and a fucking whatever, and I'm snorting coke. And just a lot of people didn't have the balls to go to the city and get coke those days. I would get coke for you. So if you told me I needed an 8-ball, I would put $50 on it, take a half gram out, go a half gram of cut in, and fucking that was your deal. You still get great coke. And a lot better than what you were getting. Were you getting it pure though? I was getting some great coke. Yeah.
35th Street, who had a combination disco rooster fighting place. So in the daytime, you go there, and there'd be roosters killing themselves. And then at night, it was like a disco, like illegal alien and shit. They'd be down there fucking singing to Blondie, you know what I'm saying? Call me. So fucking, they would hide the coke. I'll never forget the guy. If I would go there like at 2 in the morning, the guy would hide the coke in the jam. And while he was spinning the songs, he would have the scale right there. He would just be weighing coke all night. Boom, you're gone. He'd walk through a DJ booth that's on 131st Street in Amsterdam. And I remember on the corner there was a bodega that sold the best fucking fried chicken. Number one, Mike Tyson got into the fight at 4:30 in the morning in Harlem. He got into a fight with some guy on like 148th Street or something. Was that the Green? Yeah. He hit him. He got me with his ring. That's why I was there. I remember that fight. Green, that whole neighborhood kicked at 2, 3 in the morning. Is that where they were? That neighborhood, that all black. Barbecues open. But I'll never forget that on the corner of that bodega. It was like a fucking wild dog just chained up to a thing. And I'll never forget that one night we went over there. Our plan was, it was 2 of us, me and Rago. My friend Stinky worked at UPS from 11 to 2. We had UPS bomb on Primary 1 Joe Avenue. We had his car. And our plan was to go into the city with his car, pick up the 8-ball, and then pick him up in 2. And then we go down to Jersey Shore and snort for the weekend. Let me ask you real quick. What do you, I know you take a little bit out, but what do you cut with back then? Inositol. What's that? Inositol is a drug that used to be used with chloride. When we were kids, Joe Weider, there was no THC. Joe Weider, yeah. Joe Weider, guy. So one of the things he made was chloride inositol pills. And they said they helped you burn fat. Is that right? It's like that hydroxy cut and all that. But it was that inositol came in a powder. In 1978, you could buy an ounce of inositol for $3. By 1985, an ounce of inositol was like $200. Really? Yeah, because everybody found out that you could cut cocaine with it. It was the best cut there was. So it's a legal speed you're putting in. It's not a legal stimulant, whatever. Look at that inositol. They have it at GNCs and health food stores. Sometimes it comes by itself, sometimes it comes mixed. And you grind it right into the blow and nobody would even know it. I didn't like the baby lax. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't like none of that shit. I want fucking... Even the days I see guys now still do coke, and it's cut with speed. It's their jaws going all over the place. It's cut with speed at the plant. Is it? While they're fucking processing it and throw this shit in. Yeah. It's not that some guys at home throwing fucking crank in it because then you know it's on the Netflix docs I watched, motherfucker. Yeah, so they throw that extra shit in while they're making it to give it that extra potency, you know. It was just a weird time. We were living with no supervision. There was like 4 of us. We left the house at 8 and we walked in at 4. And we called each other at 10 to go eat lunch. Like every day we go to lunch at 4 in the morning, sleep, then go sleep. These kids also parentless and everything else. No, they had parents. They had decent worlds. They were just wild men, right? And they were on the same boat as I was. We were trying to hustle and make a living. And it was so we would meet at 10. We'd go get lunch at like Hatchway's Deli, get like a fucking gulp day and yell and scream till 1:30. And then we hang out for another hour. Sometimes we go into the city and cop drugs early to get it out of the way. So we have to go back at night. Who's going to hold the 8-ball? Nobody's trustworthy. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we would do that. And then we'd go take a nap at Lyft. And they'd pick me up at fucking 7 o'clock. And we'd just go. Wednesdays was ladies' night somewhere. Thursdays was ladies' night somewhere. And Friday nights would just go around 7 fucking nights a week with these guys. And like, how much money would you say you're making at the time? You doing very well, or? I was making $800 a week, paying $35 a month rent. buys cars, I crash them. He would tell his dad at dinner, you buy them, I crash them. Don't worry about nothing. His dad was a bookmaker. He would hide his money in Breyer's ice cream.
What do you mean? In the ice cream?
Yeah, he would
block it and stuff it down in there.
hide it in Breyer's ice cream.
Keep it in the freezer like that.
Yeah. So whenever he would come over, we'd go get my dad in the living room talking. I gotta rob him.
So go into the fucking freezer.
Yeah. So he'd get in the car. He's like, Whammo. I got my dad for 60, my mother for 60. What's that, 280? And I go, no, 120. He didn't know how to tell that. He couldn't read Roman numerals on a clock. So if you had a bar and there were Roman numerals all night long, he'd keep dazzling you with buttons. What time is it? Roman numerals. This guy that I hung out with would be a friend still today. His brother was my driver when we robbed the jewelry store heist. That's coming up later on.
I get the baby in the fall.
Yeah, because his brother was the real deal. There was an older one and a younger one. His brother never did a drug. Just drank. And then just one day he started snorting dope. And he went nuts. He would tell his parents, come on, I need some cash. I need a quicker picker up. And he would say all this shit to his parents. And we would die. I laughed. And it was just fucking, it was a different time. The world was different. The country was different. Kids were different. Like, we just didn't have a curfew. Us and 30 other kids. We hung out with a group of girls. It wasn't like we were fucking them or having orgies. They were our friends, But that year I started robbing this jewelry store. There was this jewelry store on Burger Line Avenue next to Burger King. And this girl worked at this Burger King. And every time I go to Burger King, I like jewelry. My mother was a big jewelry, so I would go into this jewelry store.
But you're like, I know you still wear a necklace. Where you go like
rings and jewelry and shit like that. I like all that stuff. So I went in there one day and I noticed, Jesus Christ, every other jewelry store on Bergen Line has a buzzer. This one doesn't have a buzzer. And there's two ladies in the 90 working behind the counter. I could have a field day in here. So I would go in there from week to week and say, hey, let me look at that ring. And they put the tray up and walk away. And I'd take a ring and put it in my sock and leave and give it to my little girlfriend or whatever. And I kept doing this every other month.
And they wouldn't say, hey, where the hell that?
Nothing. Thank you. I even told them I want to be part of like the $5 a month club where you pay $5 and they save money for you to get like a ring, like layaway. And then one day we're eating at Burger King. I'm like, I got an idea. It was like July of '82, and I had a football shirt on. I was hot and fuck. And I'll never forget walking in there and giving me the tray of diamond wedding rings. And I'm looking to get married, and it was like I was there every 4 weeks with a different story. And they put the trays on and walk away. And this one time I just took the whole tray and put it up under my shirt and ran on that dirty fucking tray. 30 wedding bands. I had like $2,000 a pop. So I had this dentist that they used to buy all stolen shit from me. I had a couple different guys. I had everyone's looking at the voice. He was there, so he walks out. The dad has a dentist. So I saw him when he did rings. I got this guy. Sure. I said, what's going on? Fran Riddell, I said, remember the guy who came in yesterday? It's hard to forget. They said, well, he's back in a different channel, talking to another channel. And obviously he's not going to go back to the house. Now we've got a production problem. This house is water. If I leave and somebody else shows up, then we have problems with leaving. You had, 18, 20 guys in this whole job. So I said, set up a meeting at a fast food account. You get in line, find out. We go there. Big cameras, shotgun mics, you're sitting in this room. And here he goes. Same retro. In one side. We move in. And I'm thinking, all right, this guy's going to roll.
I better have my question ready. And I asked him when he walked out, the only thing I could think of, which is, at that time, I had been in the business for 23 years. I've very seldom been in a place. But I don't know what to ask you first. I'm getting help. I said, see a counselor. I said, well, John, and he faced criminal charges in that case. When he caught again, he was supposed to do something to him.
Have you ever caught a fly?
Never. And there you go. They're going to call me Jomo.
We're number one, guys. This is the wiring, man.
I think, why is it? Because when I've asked that question many times to smarter people than me, and what the shrinks tell you is that when it comes to the female predator, you're more likely to see the teacher-student scenario because the female predator does not like the anonymity, whereas the male predator, in many cases, gets off on the anonymity.
The more casual encounter.
No, it's happened. I mean, years ago, one predator experience, we did have a case where there was an online female predator, and it's happened. But it's rare. In our experience, we're talking 400 plus, almost 500 guys, in and out of there, not one female.
It's wild the way, I mean, I don't know if it's just the wiring of our drives that is so different. We're like men, you know, put out messages, like guys do stuff.
Black guys love to fuck. If you're a hot black guy, you want to fuck me at 23.95,
Giving us the address, you know, to
fuck me. I can fuck a lot.
that's a guy.
Free food, free rent.
Giving out free food and rent. Like,
That's right.
yeah,
So how's that?
that's not.
Women's
That's
never
not
gonna
right.
do that.
Yeah,
Women's
that's not
never.
right.
Women are not like this.
Full of some issues right there. Just to beat the hell out of energy. It's crazy on every level. Yeah. I mean, because we got into this. I was in the podcast for last week, episode somehow. And the guy had sent, first of all, the screen name was Love Band Genius, right? And he spelled genius wrong. So we're recording this, and I go through the notes, and I go back and watch all the videos and immerse myself in it, which is interesting and creepy all at the same time. The guy had sent pictures of his genitalia to, somebody he thought was a 13-year-old guy. And I went off of this whole thing talking about it, saying, first of all, in the history of the world, I'm going to predict that no man has ever gotten what he wanted by sending pictures of this junk to any woman in the world. Has that ever worked in any way? I can't even who's going to do that. Nobody. No.
You don't lead with a dick.
No,
It's not the profile.
Also, it's like, it's so different. Like a man singing a woman's naked body, it is different, right? You know, like for you to be like, oh, sweet balls, you know, like it's just,
it doesn't translate. I'm sorry, I just did. I don't think it's sexist, I just think it's reality.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree. When they're like, there's no difference between men and women. Really?
Yeah,
Because
there's a whole lot of things that are different. And if you don't recognize it, you're not paying attention.
you're not paying attention because most of the killing done in the world, dudes. Okay, serial killers. How many women? Maybe a couple. Eileen Wuornos, our favorite, and then who else? Or not many.
There's a dozen.
Okay, a dozen. Okay, and who's showing up on To Catch a Predator?
It's guys.
It's dudes. So something fucking tells me big dude.
And then the difference is that guys are just cool.
That is a essential difference.
Yeah, it's totally different. You don't see, you know.
Now, have you ever had a guy when you caught him being more obsessed with you? Like, oh, it's Chris Hansen, what up, you? Oh, snap. Like,
Not quite at that level, but we haven't. I mean, this week's podcast, the guy knew, I said, you've seen the show then? Well, how do you feel over those guys? Like you're making me nervous. Well, I feel sad for them. It says, well, you're the guy.
you're the guy.
And,
You're the star.
yeah, I mean, it's
Have you ever felt real fear in that moment? Because I feel
couple times.
Yeah. you've been there for more of those than anybody, right? You know, and it's so compelling. I think, yeah, because we are covering the commission of the film. Yeah, I mean, and the lesson, the big picture lesson, I've always argued of this series for journalism in general is that it is immersive, it is experiential, it is witnessing humanity run as it happens, and it's enterprising in a way that a few things are. And so the lesson is, if you can use technology, if you can use enterprising techniques, whether it's this topic or anything else, it's compelling, and it's hard to do. It's a lot goes into it.
How long does it take you to go from, decoy set to the guy showing up to the house?
It can be 30 days.
Like 30 minutes.
Or it can be, we've had it 10 minutes.
Oh!
God, we've had cases where guys have shown up literally 10 minutes after those contact.
Naked.
Fast quick. Yeah.
Six pack.
Ready to go. That is wild. And walk right in. But to your earlier question, we've had guys who said, you're Brazilians. I said, well, how did you know that? Oh, great show. Great show, man. Really, I'm missing that down.
Oh my God.
Hello, and thank you for watching that highlight. If you want to see more of those, we have them provided for you. Enjoy the deep dive. Try to study it. And subscribe. Hit the subscribe button, and then we'll just continue watching. Think about it. How you feel?
There was a pizza man. He was a Greek. His name was Nick, and he would always go and speak you soft. He was very racist, but he was the best because I would sell him stolen jewelry, and he would put him in a schmuck, and he would hang it up, and he wouldn't get rid of it. And like a week later, I go down there, and I would go to the bathroom. I'd steal a ring back from him, and I go there a week later and go, Nick, do you see this ring? And he go, I don't know. That looks very familiar, Spick. I used to resell him fucking stolen jewelry. Only that poor bastard. Reselling the stolen jewelry to the guy he took it from. I would sell it to him. I remember one time I sold him like a bracelet 3 times. I couldn't even believe it myself. I'm like, this guy can't be this stupid. He was a degenerate. He was a degenerate horse gambler. Good guy. I love Nick. Very racist. He would not last. He would not last. There was an Italian kid that would go in there and buy a slice of pizza, but he would cross the street because the iced tea was a dime cheaper. And also he would get the pizza and then he'd go over there to get the tea. And Nick would be talking to us. He goes, what's for me? And we tell him we went across the street to get that fucking thing of ashways. He'd run out of the street. And Panera would be crossing the street. He'd start yelling, Panera, you fucking Jew. Fucking Jew, you fucking suck. Fuck you, fucking Jew. And then one time there was a no hands, you couldn't hit the neck. There was a no fucking policy. I was there one night with like my sock boy. I was in there on the Quaalude with people all over my shirt. I had been fucked up. And he's like, what's the matter? He started calling me Belushi. Fucking Belushi, look at you, suck, Belushi. So he had a name for her, but he called me Belushi. But he had a beard, he called him that. Told him come on in. Everybody had a fucking beard, right? And it's so weird. Tonight I'm getting pizza from this new place in Sherman Oaks. It's fucking tremendous. There's something, the pizza, something in Brooklyn.
That place Simone took me to.
Yeah, I've been there, yeah. Fucking Sicilian pie is out of this world. He used to have a Sicilian pie, but he lived by the window. And there'd be a fan, and the flies would come in and they'd land on the Sicilian pie. So we used to call at the airport, like whenever we went in there, we'd like, Nick, So that fly fucking beats it. And he'd be like, fuck you. Because all the flies will land on dick and shit and take off. Yeah. So it's like, you fucking fly shit. Sun was out that summer. If it wasn't nailed down, I robbed it. And it was like God gave me every opportunity there was to rob that summer.
And are you ever worried at this time? Like, you're still young.
No, because I had no driving police around me, and they were all my friends. I had Conway, the torch bouncer, and I always knew I had to get out of jail free card if I didn't shoot somebody or, do something off color. Because somebody was weird. A situation happened around that time, like July of '82. We were hanging out one night. Just hanging out, a couple of us. It was a Sunday night. And it was me and Mike, the guy I lived with. I love Mike. I'd give my life to Mike. Mike was tough. You better bring a sandwich, bitch. Because you're going to be there for a few fucking hours. And the car had gone by. We were on Kelly Boulevard. The car had gone by. I like an old Camaro. One of those fucking things. And he made a U-turn. They just kept staring at Mike. It was me, Mike, and Stinky, and somebody else. I remember. It was like four of us. And all of a sudden they went down the block and made a U-turn and parked up the corner. And they just got out of the car and they were walking towards us. Two of them. Three of them. One guy thought he was Buford Busser. He had that handle from an axe with no axe on it. So I'm watching this because I got great street eyes. I'm watching this whole thing going down. My friends are talking amongst themselves about pussy, whatever the fuck you're talking about. And the guy with the stick pushed the stick up behind his hand so nobody would really see it. And the two guys that were first in the passenger side and the driver's side approached Mike and Stinky and said, what the fuck are you guys laughing about? The guy with the axe handle was maybe 10 feet from them, but that's the guy that I was watching. Yeah. I got the Heineken bottle in my hand, right? And I'm like, if this shit goes down, I'm attacking that guy with the axe handle. Because these two guys could definitely knock the fuck out of these two guys. I'm confident Stinky and the other guy. I just don't want this guy coming with the axe handle and breaking one of our fucking skulls. So Stinky and the guy have a few words. I saw the guy make one move. And I just went at him. And I got like 4 feet from him. And I just threw the Heineken bottle in his face. And it just blew up. And it was like an explosion. It was like, boom. His head blew up. There was blood on the walls. I almost puked and fainted. And his fucking friends got that car. They all the ball. And they fucking ran. And I was scared, but Mike was like, thank you for having my back. I didn't see that guy with the axe handle. Nobody saw him. It was just something I had really good eyes because they were trying to throw him off by attacking this way. That's something that happened to me like July of '82. Because I remember going to court and like, they got me to court. Oh yeah, they had stitches. They didn't charge me with anything. But they were trying to get like a civil suit going in my hometown. Told them like, look, do yourself a favor. Don't come back. You're not getting a dime. But I still remember specifically going to court that morning with my stepdad. Like I had to call him and go, you have to go to court. They want a fucking parent or something. And that guy in front of me, his name was George Rupp. He had been to Vietnam. He was crazy. And he was up in front of me. I'm like, please don't piss this judge off. And this guy goes up first. And the judge is like, George, what the fuck? Assault to the third degree. He's like, Your Honor,
judge telling the judge I just want to kill people. I just want to kill people. Yeah. Yelling in the courtroom. In the courtroom. We dying to laugh. Like, I gotta follow this. Yeah, right. Yeah. Every fucking time I went in front of the judge, the guy, you pray that the guy in front of you doesn't piss the judge off. You pray that the people in front of you don't piss the judge off. Like when I got sentenced, I was telling somebody the night before I got sentenced, I go, I hope I'm the first guy. And he's like, nope, I'm the second guy. The first guy is a black guy in a purple suit. You know those suits from Hollywood suit outlet? Yeah. They give you 3 of them for $200. Yeah. You just can't light a match next to you. Because the fucking shit. The suit gets on fire. It just bursts into flames like Richard Pryor. Yeah, like a purple suit on. This black dude. Funny as shit. I didn't know what his name was. I'll never forget. I'm sitting there with my attorney. I'm like, what's going to happen? He goes, well, it depends on what happens with the judge. Fucking Superfly goes up there. Superfly. And all of a sudden, his mom is there, his aunt's there. They're all tipping the scales like 800. They're all huge. They got diabetes and shit. And the fucking judge goes, okay, Mr. Williams, whatever. 90 days. And he goes, 90 days? Shit. I could do that standing in my head. No, the mother goes, what do you say? He goes, 90 days, mama. I could do that standing on my head. And the judge looks at him and slams and he goes, well, here's another 90 days. Oh, so you get back on your feet. Oh, my God damn it. I'm going to fucking do 80 to life with parole. So, like, I got in trouble for that, and that just went away. You know, 82 was just a party summer. We robbed a gas station. Now, the last gas station. What you using when you robbed? Because the jewelry store, you didn't have a weapon, right? They just took it. Shit, the gas station was an inside job. My buddy worked at the gas station. He left everything open, but he didn't leave the safe open. So we ended up getting like all these books and cash. But weeks later, we found out somebody got in the safe and found like $750,000. So we were ready to shoot ourselves. My buddy had the combination to the safe. He never opened the safe. We stole everything else. We were just doing it, you know, disappointed. It was, me too. We were doing something like it was one of these things where something was coming to you every day. All right, so that's what I wanted to say. When you're robbing, you're not using weapons or anything. It's all we sit here all day. We're thinking of Robert Rogan, and all of a sudden Josh Potter walks in and goes, we got a different scam. Let's go. We got a guy that picks up 3 kilos every Friday at 11. We're going to intercept the kilos, hit the guy in the head, and run on. You know, like that's, you live like that. You always kept robbing the comedy store on the background, right? Like if worse comes to worse, you go, rob the comedy store. But every day we come up with a move. There's some days that some guy would come up to you and go, hey man, I need for you to unload a truck of air conditioners. I'll give you $1,000, you know, and you're unloading and the cops are driving by, you're gonna get in trouble. Every day there was something, you know. It wasn't, you know, when you set up drug dealers. Okay, so I would have you as a friend, Tom as a friend, Bert as a friend, and we'd all be friends. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't really friends with you. I was just a customer that was giving you rope. In those days, it was well known. I would give you rope, but if you fucked me, I was just gonna rob you. There was no beating, there was no threat. When you least expected, when your guard was down, I know that every Friday at 11, Ryan Sickler picks up 8 ounces of coke. I go to a bar at 6 o'clock, Ryan Sickler's drunk. I'm going right to your house, I'm kicking the door down. You know, kicking the fucking door down, I'm taking it. You're going to accuse me that you can't, because I'm going to be at your house the first day the next morning, telling you 100 reasons why it wasn't me, and how we're going to get the bandit who robbed you. I was a professional, you know, I was a professional, like I just knew. So that whole summer carried me into whatever. Something weird happens in August of 82. A buddy of
and the Bonehead family, the De Lorenzo family. Great family. Grew up with them. Two older brothers. That oldest one's a heroin addict. That's a plumber. Fucking great guy. One of my brothers in life. The middle one's a fish guy. Owns a fish company. At the time, he was a mechanic, auto body mechanic. But the younger one I grew up with, we were very tight growing up. I loved him dearly. His mother loved me. His father, I grew up in his house. He was pretty much a financial genius. He had this scam going on where he would open up a bank account, put $2,000 in your bank account, and he would take a $2,000 loan from the same bank. And then he would close the bank account at 2:45 and run across town to the same bank. Like, let's say there's two Bank of Americas, he would close the bank and then run down to the other Bank of America, and the computer would move fast enough. He'd enter the other 2,000. So he'd go withdraw there. Smart as fuck. I guess back then, he'd do student loans at 1% bought homes. Re-lived homes. Like, this guy was just a genius. He had the whole thing down, so he pulled me aside one day and goes, "You want to go to school?" He goes, "What if I told you I can get you a couple grand a week to go to college?" And I go, "Sure." He talked to some people at Glasgow State. 4 classes, GED, no paperwork. Things that go over there, pick up 2 grand, just give me like 300. And I pick up these little Pell Grants, so I went to Glassboro. That lasted for like 3 weeks. Like, I went down there, he got me a job loading roofs with tar paper. So I would have to carry fucking tar paper, roof and shit. And I really gave it a chance. Like, I was like, I'm gonna go to school, I'm getting paid. And this is when you got the GED. I didn't get my GED. He has our last nobody did nothing. He thought they got a degree, yeah. They told him, yeah, no way by number, yes. But yes, I'm a bit. So you're taking college courses without even a high school finished education. Psych 101. I know this. And I'm just going to pick up a check. I give him a check every 2 weeks. Because I'm part of some Spanish thing. I never really thought about what he was doing. And after 3 or 4 weeks, it was Philadelphia. What a great town. We were going to fucking 6 games. That was the year they won the championship. So we were going to 6 games. We were fucking going to concerts. I'll never forget one night I woke up and he was fucking a chick with a bunny mask on. She had or he had? He had a bunny mask on. I mean, he was nuts. He's dead now. God rest his soul. So he got me this scam, and I would come up on the weekends, and I'd stock up on blow. I'd get as much blow as I could. I'd get some money up front from some of the people in Philly. I told them this is New York City cocaine. And I'd take a bus back on Sundays, and I'd make 300-400. Go down there with an 8-ball. And at least had shit for the week. And then one Monday, it had to be like classes started like September 3rd, and I think like September 28th. No, it was like September 28th. The summer I came home, it was a Monday night football game, and it was the Steelers against the Dallas Cowboys. It was their heyday. It was their fucking heyday. And me and 4 of my buddies decided to put a huge bet, like $10,000. Damn. And the over and the parlay. We put the bet in with a high school teacher. He was taking the bet? Yeah, his name was Jordan McGrath. We used to call him Camel Breath because he smoked Camel cigarettes and his fingers were red. His cigarette was, his mustache was red. And that's when Def Leppard first came out with whatever, High and Dry. So we used to call him George McGrath. I don't want to photograph. Yeah. We had like fucking 10 different. We had this coke dealer named Mooney. He was a Cuban coke dealer. And we used to always go for him. My buddy would go, "I love that motherfucker. You buy coke from him on a Friday, you don't get home till Monday." was that fucking strong. So I think September something, if you look it up, it was a Monday night game. We had the opposite side. I put the better on Mr. McGrath, camel breath. And I'm an honorable guy. You know what's I couldn't run out on Mr. McGrath after everything had done for us. We didn't know that Mr. McGrath was a coke dealer till the last day of school. And then sometime I sold him half a gram. I asked him how it was, and he goes, let me show you real coke. So my high school teacher was a trip. His name is Jordan McGrath. He was also on driver red t-shirt. So you got to sign up. Yeah, back when you started, I had it at school too. Yeah, but to sign up for 45 minutes. It started off with Mr. McGrath. What the fuck? Just stop at the Chinese restaurant. Let's get some steak on a stick. I can't. I will lose my job. We go because we drive it up and then make a U-turn at Chan's. So we started talking with that. And then one day we're like, Mr. McGrath, what's the story? Can we get a six-pack, dude? He's like, yeah, want to get me fired? So for like a year, we used to go get steak on a stick. Another guy would go next door and get a six-pack of beer. And we'd drink a six-pack in the car while you're driving the car. While I was fucking driving. And he'd be sitting there, shaking his head going, you guys never got me fired. Fucking hilarious. Fucking hilarious. So we put this battle with Mr. McGrath. I mean, I had to come up with like 18 grand, and I couldn't let Mr. McGrath down. And like I said, we always had those scams that we were waiting on the right person. Like, you ever see Training Day? Yeah, when they go to the dealer's house and they go, it's time to pay up, and they shoot him. He goes, God damn it, that's where it's bad with money. Yeah. It's the way it is sometimes. Yeah, we'll play it. But there's one day we're going to come and collect opposite ties, brother. You knew it the whole time. You were just keeping it warm. One day that we used to go to this jewelry store, the one I kept robbing. Yeah. I'm robbing them every other month. And they're never saying anything? Nothing. They don't even remember because I'm not abusing it. You know me, I'm a calm thief. I'm letting them every other 8 weeks. And this one night I go up there and fucking, I noticed they have a stand on the counters, which is filled with gold chains. The top and the bottom has bracelets. And I'm spinning this thing around, and I send a buddy of mine. His name was Pete. He was going to school for law school. But he would always give me advice. Like I would say, Pete, what if I had somebody there with a pipe? And he's in a suitcase full of money. He would go, that's why I'm largely and a soft too. You got to know all the So I said to him, yeah, they're a big family. And he figured out that Michael's Jewelers. Find out what's going on down there. Take a look around. Tell me what you think. He came back. He said, it's grand larceny. It's this, is that. But I can get you off. I'm like, you're not even certified. Don't matter. I'll get you off. So, we had to pay him that Thursday night at 2. So that Thursday at 9 in the morning, I went down there with Timmy Holloway, my dog, fucking Marblehead. And it was fun because the night before we were at a bar and I was just talking shit. Like, I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna rob this place, but in my heart, I didn't want to rob this place. Fucking eat out my feet to the fire. The next morning, I'm just talking so much. I'm all over. I hit beep, beep, and I'm like, fuck. I jump in the shower, I get in the fucking car, we pick my buddy up. The plan wasn't even to go in there with a gun. We weren't even gonna rob them. They were doing construction next to the place. And it was fenced off and there was a hill. So my move was to park the car at the end of the hill. Timmy would have the car running. Stinky was running back. And he was lightning fast. He was half Italian, half American Indian. Motherfucker could run, Jack. So my plan was to pick up the stand, pull it out of the cord. He's going to open the door just in case they press the buzzer. There is a buzzer. And then he's going to jump the fence. I'm going to throw the jewelry to him. I'm going to run around the long way. He's going to run around. And he's going to throw it over me to the fence. When we get to the top, I'm going to put it in the trunk of the car. He jumps the fence. We both take off. We rehearsed it 50 times. How? We went it's time for West New York Police Department. We did the whole thing down. We get there, we wake up that morning, all goes as planned. They run out, throw the jewelry, and get to the other side, get to the top. The case, you dropped and it broke, it'll stick. What happened to the case? He's like, it broke. This is all I got. I go jump the fence and get in the fucking car. By this time, the alarms are going off. People are looking out their windows. I'll never forget jumping over the fence. And I got every piece of fucking jewelry. I didn't give a fuck. Every piece. I came back, jumped over the fence. One of the chains got caught. I got in the backseat. There was so much jewelry that you couldn't see my legs from my calves down to my feet. It was just packed back there. And as soon as we told people, you can get the truck open. Yeah, push the truck. You can't get the fucking truck open. Boom, we get in the car, get the fuck out of here. People look at the car. We go right on 68th Street, and we're driving down 68th Street. And we see two cop cars coming our way. I'll never forget this. We stop for the light. And there's a guy at the light. It's just a 2-lane road, so they really couldn't go around the guy. Because the light was just about to turn green, so I had to wait. As the light turned green, the trunk popped open by itself. Like, ain't this a big popped open? But no, we fucking went home and got away with it. Went right past them. Now what do you do with all that? Just sell it off or what? What we did was we were going to chuck it out to different people. I made a mistake. I took it to this mafia guy. He tried to fucking tell me I was his goomba and I'll give me $10,000 for the whole mess. I'm like, this is 60 large. That. What do you mean 10,000? There's 100 retail and 60 large. I go, you gotta give me 60. He's like, come on, be a friend. You're a friend. Fuck you. So we went to Kurt's house, and like the looking money that was the student financial aid guy. That motherfucker was built. And his mother had a bunch of girlfriends, so he got a black towel. He put on his kitchen table with jewelry, and we had jewelry shows. Like jewelry shows, like Tupperware shows. Yeah. So they set the prices on the tag, full retail. Right. So if it said 1,100, give me 6. You know, so we would sell like that door to door. We were just selling pieces, people's mothers, kids in school. And then I went to my buddy's bar one night. His name was Ray Dalton. He was his school vice principal. And as soon as I walked in, he goes, you on the back. And I go, what's up? He goes, the cops came looking for you at the school. He goes, I tried to fend them off. He goes, they got you on the picture. They got a picture. He had a camera. The store, the jewelry store did. He goes, if I was you, I'd get the fuck out of town. They're gonna put the pieces together on you. So I called a friend of mine in Sarasota. You ever go to Sarasota, Florida? That's where boredom was invented. That's where spring training and shit. There was one fucking movie theater that was playing The Road Warrior. So we went to The Road Warrior every day and smoked pot. I went down there for about 30 days and gave myself a chance. Didn't do any blow. You know, it was kind of nice. And then, I got a call from a friend of mine, the devil. And he goes, hey, it's safe for you to come back. I go, how the fuck do you know? He goes, because he's my brother-in-law. The cops and him cut a deal. If they arrest you, then he gets restitution. You can pay him $5 a year, but if they don't arrest you, he gets the insurance. Plus he padded it, so you made the money. You're his hip.
You know what those fucking Danish, those Newmans, whatever they are. Edmonds. Yeah, of course, yeah. I got a job. My friend got me a job. Mafia guy got me and my buddy Stinky a job. Spray painting and boxing. Things where the shells, yeah, and they get shipped out there. They don't make any Entenmann's cake there. They just make the Entenmann shells there. He got us a job in Edgewater. I was named Fernie, who's had a business in Edgewater. You ever seen Copland? Yeah. That right there, that's Edgewater. All right. That whole mall. That's why I used to go get a liquor store. No, that's not there no more. So it was called H&B Diner, best fucking pork sandwich you ever had in your life. There's only one person who makes a better pork sandwich. Steve Simone makes a delicious pork sandwich of provolone. Listen, I'm gonna have him give me one. His man with roasted red peppers. Anyway, I got a job at Edgewater. This was one of those mafia jobs where basically the superintendent, the boss knew who our friend was. The guy that got us a job, his name was Tommy Kenny. He was really a West End. He was an Irish gangster. And he got us the job to case the joint. Because he would case these roofing jobs, but he would get me a job for the union. Randy Lorenzo's mother was part of the warehouse union. So she would get me different warehouse jobs. So she got me a job at like Swift Electric. She got me a job at Back Century Hardware Store. And then she got me this job. And this job was great because we were fucking 19, but we didn't give a fuck. Like, we basically punched our cards, walked to the third floor, put boxes together, and me and Stinky went to sleep. At 12, they go, yo, you guys going to eat lunch? We come downstairs, one of the black guys would give us a couple dollars to buy him a bottle of Blackberry brandy. We go get a roast pork sandwich, come back, and do the same. If we got bored, we would set the boxes up like a defensive line and an offensive line, and he'd play linebacker, and I'd play running back, and he'd have to tackle me. Play the line. But the best that happened, there was that black dude became our friend. He was our only friend. Everybody else hated us because we had to do that. We had a no-show job, basically. And one day we're on top, like, those attics, and was rolling down container boxes. They're like 6 feet tall. These are heavy boxes, but they're not put together. They're still flat. So I got to cut 2 wires, take them down, and I would just hand it to him. I'll never forget this. This guy would spend his mornings just drinking Blackberry brandy. Just fucking, from the minute we got that 80, polish off the plate, and then we go back at lunch and get him another plate. By 3 o'clock, he'd be shit-faced. 2 pints a day. I forget what his name was, but I loved him with all my heart. So one day, it's me and Stinky up at the top and say, yo, the Lazy Brothers throw down 50 boxes. So he's sitting there, and we're throwing down 1 box at a time. And you can see that, we're throwing them quicker, and he's like, man, slow down. And he's grabbing the boxes, and he's putting them down. He's drunk as a skunk. And I fucking take the box, the
much arrest. January 19th. January 29th, 1983 was my first one.
We just crept into 83 now?
Yeah.
All right.
It's 2 hours over 83 is my legitimate, because after Florida, I came back from Florida like November. And then we played out the rest of the year. I lived with Fernie, and, everything was great. We had a little apartment, and we lived across the Midtown line. Something happened when we were Fernie. That was funny one night. We had this friend, Joe Gash. We called him Joe Gash because he got so much pussy, but he was also bisexual. He was some dick, he ate pussy, whatever. He worked on a gay bar, Joe Gash. And he would get gay-infused Quaaludes, which would make you black out worse than Cosby. They're the ones they're the Cosby formula in 1982. They eliminate pain, asshole pain, and
asshole pain. That's why you call them gay Quaaludes.
Oh, there's a gay Quaaludes. These are the good ones. So Joe Gash shows up with 5 Quaaludes, and it was 4 of us. And he goes, guys, I've been eating Quaaludes for 10 years. These are the strongest Quaaludes I've ever taken in my life. Be very careful. Just start off with a half. Will I even will I listen? Take them later. Not my man Fernie wants his 2 Gorilla biscuits right now. So we get Fernie his 2 Quaaludes. He fucking eats them. 2. He's gonna take off. He doesn't want to take a shower. We're not shower. He gets too small, so he wants to go to his mother's to take a shower. An hour goes by. We're like, where the fuck is Freddie? I go upstairs, knock on the mother's door. I go, where's Freddie? She goes, I don't know. He's been in the shower for an hour. I open up the door, and there he is with his glasses on, his socks on, in the shower, just laying there. I go, Freddie, we're going to a concert. He goes, okay. He got out, I help him take his wet socks off. We get him dressed. Now the 3 of us decide to eat the Quaalude because we're running late for the Midlands at Manitoba. Guess who wants to drive? Fernie with 2 Quaaludes in him. Yeah, right. We're like, Fernie, you want to drive? Go ahead. He don't need it. Be my guest. He can't even get out of the parking spot. Like, he's just going back and forth. Bam. In the car in front. And all of a sudden, my buddy goes, boy, we driving by sound tonight? We go, fuck it. We got a different car. By the time we get up there, we're so fucked up. We are so fucked up. The guy told us 8.5. We ate a hole. We didn't even know where we were going. We were so crooked. I'll never forget this little old man came out. We didn't even say nothing. This little old man came out, looked at us, and he goes, you guys must be in the handicap section. Tickets into the handicap section. We're sitting next to 3 quid, squeezing balls. And there we are. I can believe walk back over again. Very embarrassed. The guy's like, are you on the handicap section? We're like, we guess so. Yeah, you couldn't even say no.
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our sponsor, Upstart. As most of us have found out the hard way, getting into debt is easy and getting out is ridiculously hard, especially if your credit score isn't great. Thankfully, now there's Upstart.com, the revolutionary lending platform that knows you're more than just your credit score and offers smarter interest rates to help you pay off high-interest credit card debt. If you're out there right now just rolling over balances and paying off stuff, college, whatever it is, I know people my age are still paying off college. Man, listen, get the loan, pay it all off. It's easy. Upstart goes beyond the traditional credit score when assessing your credit worthiness. They actually reward you based on your education and your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart believes you're more than just your credit score. They believe in you. They make it fast, simple, and easy to check your rate. And since it's just a soft pull, it won't affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate. The best part, once the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. That's the next day, y'all. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial
high-interest credit card debt by consolidating everything into one monthly payment with Upstart. See why Upstart is ranked number one in their category with over 300 businesses on Trustpilot. And hurry to Upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate is. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's Upstart.com/honeydew. Now let's get into this.
What a great time it was. Like, we were kids and we were fucking, like, we were feeling like there was no, what do you call that? There was no consequences. Like, we knew if we got in trouble in our neighborhood, the cops would come. Even if we'd stab you, they'd talk you out of pressing charges. Like, they're good guys. You know what I'm saying? It was just a bad situation. But, you know, I remember at this time I'm missing my mother. I don't have a mother. Yeah. I am laughing my fucking ass off, you know? It was right about that time, 83, where I really, when I got fired from Boulevard Hardware, when I got arrested, I went to Harlem to see some friends of mine. My mother that had a bookmaking bank. So they decided to hire me as a runner out of pity. It wasn't because they needed me, it was out of pity. I was that much of a pathetic fucking schlub that, and they were like, we'll give you like 100 a day, 140 a day, and, you know, bring us coffee, go to point A to point B, pick up an envelope at point A. So I did that, I liked it. I was happy for the first time in a long time, but I was also very alone. You know, I was starting to miss my mother. These guys that I grew up with deserve Purple Hearts because they made me forget about my mother. All these, you know, I mean, we laughed our asses off 7 nights a week. You know, it was, I could go into story after story after story. There was this one guy that I tell you about, Ringo. He was a little bodybuilder that went on like a 10-year steroid. Like when you do steroids, you go on a thing called the cycle. So it's 6 weeks, then you stay off the cycle, then you go back. He started like at 80 and never stopped. He never break. And then he kept fueling cocaine and doing all shit. And now he's always in a bad mood. And I'll never forget, we got January or February of 83, we got like 22 inches of snow. It's the worst snowstorm in New York City history. I remember that East Coast blizzard. I was 10. I remember in that weekend there was no newspapers. There was nothing. We couldn't even put a bed in because there was no lines. There was nothing. The drug dealers were out of coke. Some people had to go to New York. It was very hard to go to New York. And we all got together. We kept like $600. And we sent a buddy of mine like on a mission. We fucking get on the bus, go to New York, and we knew it was going to take hours, you know. And we met at Joe Mary's. Fucking snow everywhere. We give him the money. He takes a bus. You can hear the snow chains on the bus and stuff. And we're waiting there all night. And Ringo was on steroids, and he's getting hotter and hotter by the minute. Like, what the fuck is this guy? I can't even have a decent cocktail. But we're looking through the front window, just waiting. There's about 40 people in the bar, old people, a couple of young kids our age. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, on the horizon, we look up and we see exactly what's coming. Down Bergen Line Avenue, we just see a guy, happy as a pig in shit. Just skiing, like, I'm like, wait a second, what's this guy doing? And Ringo looks at me and goes, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He goes, nobody told this guy there's no skiing on Bergen Line Avenue. And he just fucking ran outside and chased the guy down like a block. The guy was like, skiing, mind his own business. Yeah, Ringo tackles him. He's yelling at him, there's no fucking skiing on Bergen Line. He just hit him with the stick. We're chasing him like, Ringo, what's going on? He's like, there's no fucking skiing on Bergen Line Avenue. I open up the door and there he is with his glasses on, his socks on, in the shower, just laying there. I go, find you. Down there, they don't make any anthem
got us a job in Edgewater. I was named Fernie, who's had a business in Edgewater. You ever seen Copland? Yeah. That right there, that's Edgewater. That old wall. That's where I used to go to get liquor store. No, that's not there no more. So it was called H&B Diner, best fucking pork sandwich you ever had in your life. There's only one person who makes a better pork sandwich. Steve Simone makes a delicious pork sandwich of provolone. Listen, alright, I'm gonna have him get me one. Oh, nice man with roasted red peppers. Anyway, I got a job in Edgewater. This was one of those mafia jobs where basically the superintendent, the boss knew who our friend was, the guy that got us the job. His name was Tommy Kenny. And he was really a Westie. He was an Irish gangster. And he got us the job to case the joint. Because he would case these roofing jobs and he would get me a job through a union. Gertie Lorenzo's mother was part of the warehouse union. So she would get me different warehouse jobs. So she got me a job at like Swift Electric. She got me a job at Mass Bank Century Hardware Store. Then she got me this job. This job was great because we were fucking 19, but we didn't give a fuck. Like we basically punched our cards, walked the dirt floor, put boxes together, and me and Stinky went to sleep. At 12, they go, yo, you guys gonna eat lunch? We come downstairs, one of the black guys would give us a couple dollars to buy him a bottle of blackberry brandy. We go get a roast pork sandwich, come back, and do the same. If we got bored, we would set the boxes up like a defensive line, an offensive line, and he'd play linebacker, and I'd play running back, and he'd have to tackle me. He'd play the ball. But the best that happened, there was that black dude became our friend. He was our only friend. Everybody else hated us because we'd have to do that. We had no show job, basically. And one day we're on top, like, you know, those addicts, and we're throwing down container boxes. They're like 6 feet tall. These are heavy boxes, but they're not put together. They're still flat. So I gotta cut 2 wires, take them down, and I would just hand them to him. You know, I'll never forget this. This guy would spend his mornings just drinking blackberry brandy. Just fucking from the minute we got that 80, polish off a pint, and then we go back at lunch and get him another pint. At 3 o'clock, he'd be shit-faced. Pints. Same black, I forget what his name was, but I loved him with all my heart. So one day, to me, it's Stinky up at the top and say, yo, the lazy brothers throw down 50 boxes. So he's sitting there, and we're throwing down 1 box at a time. And you can see that, you know, we're throwing them quicker, you know, like, and he's like, man, slow down. He's grabbing the boxes, and he's putting them back up. He's drunk as a skunk. And I fucking take the box and make it. And all of a sudden I saw like a wind took it. Like the wind got behind it. And you can see his eyes open because he couldn't time what is going. The box is doing like a curveball. And it just came right here, hit him in the bridge of the nose. And he went down. They had to get a doctor and shit. He's like, man, what the fuck happened to these guys? So we got fired from that shit. Then I had another job. Working at Boulevard Hardware, that's still there. George Mulat was his name. I lasted there for about a month and a half until I got caught with possession of stolen tools. We selling those too? Fuck yeah. Everybody wants tools. I feel like there's probably a bigger market for tools than maybe it's equal tools. What people live through. Really, my first arrest, January 19th. Like January 29th, 1983 was my first one. We just crept into 83 now? Yeah. All right. It's 10 hours. 83 is my legitimate because after I was at this at the hardware store, after the Florida, I came back from Florida like November, and then we played out the rest of the year. I lived at Fernie, and you know, Everything was great. We had a little apartment, and we lived across from the Midtown Lounge. Something happened when we were Fernie. That was funny one night. We had this friend, Joe Gash. We called him Joe Gash because he got so much pussy, but he was also bisexual. He sucked dick, he ate pussy, whatever. He worked on a gay trial, Joe Gash. And he would get gay-infused Quaaludes, which make you black out worse than Cosby. They're the ones they're the Cosby formula in 1982. They eliminate pain, asshole pain, and asshole pain. That's why you call them gay Quaaludes. There's a gay Quaaludes. These are the good ones. The good ones. So Joe Gash shows up with 5 Quaaludes, and there's 4 of us. And he goes, guys, I've been eating Quaaludes for 10 years. These are the strongest Quaaludes I've ever taken in my life. Be very careful. Just start off with a half. And we're not even like, we're like, listen, we'll take it later. Now my man Fernie wants his 2 Gorilla Biscuits right now. So we give Fernie his 2 Quaaludes. He fucking eats them. He's gonna take off. He doesn't want to take a shower. We're not shower. It's too small, so he wants to go to his mother's to take a shower. An hour goes by. Boy, motherfuckers, Fred go upstairs, knock on the mother's door. Nigga, where's Fred? She goes, I don't know. He's been in the shower for an hour. I open up the door, and there he is with his glasses on, his socks on, in the shower, just laying there. I go, Freddie, he was all contact. He was okay. He got up. I helped him take his wet socks off. We get him dressed. Now the 3 of us decide to eat the Quaalude because we're running away from Atlantis back by the top. Guess who wants to drive? Freddie with the Quaaludes out. Yeah, right. We're like, Freddie, do you want to drive? Go ahead. Be my guest. He can't even get out of the parking spot. Like, he's just going back and forth. Man. He's in the car in front of him. And all of a sudden, my buddy goes, what are we driving myself tonight? We go, fuck it. We get in the car, but now we get up there, we're so fucked up. We are so fucked up. The guy told us eat a half, we eat a whole. We didn't even know where we were going. We were so crooked. I'll never forget this little old man came out. We didn't even say nothing. This little man came out, looked at us, and he goes, you guys must be in the handicap section. It's in the handicap section. We're sitting next to 3 kids squeezing balls. And there we are. I can believe we're all back on the You guys like, are you on the handicap section? We're like, yes, so. Yeah, you couldn't even say no.
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our sponsor, Upstart. As most of us have found out the hard way, getting into debt is easy and getting out is ridiculously hard, especially if your credit score isn't great. Thankfully, now there's Upstart.com, the revolutionary lending platform that knows you're more than just your credit score and offers smarter interest rates to help you pay off high-interest credit card debt. If you're out there right now just rolling over balances and paying off stuff, college, whatever it is. I know people my age are still paying off college. Man, listen, get the loan, pay it all off. It's easy. Upstart goes beyond the traditional credit score when assessing your credit worthiness. They actually reward you based on your education and your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart believes you're more than just your credit score. They believe in you. They make it fast, simple, and easy to check your rate. And since it's just a soft pull, it won't affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate. The best part, once the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. That's the next day, y'all. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high-interest credit card debt by consolidating everything into one monthly payment with Upstart. See why Upstart is ranked #1 in their category with over 300 businesses on Trustpilot. And hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate is. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Now let's get into it.
What a great time it was. Like,
kids, and we were fucking, like, we were feeling like there was no, what do you call that? There was no consequences. Like, we knew if we got in trouble in our neighborhood, the cops would come, even if we'd stab you, they'd talk you out of pressing charges. Like, they're good guys. You know what I'm saying? It was just a bad situation, but you know, I remember at this time I'm missing my mother. I don't have a mother. Yeah. But I am laughing my fucking ass off. You know, it was right about that time, '83, where when I got fired from Boulevard Hardware, when I got arrested, I went to Harlem to see some friends of mine. My mother then had a vacant bank. So they decided to hire me as a runner out of pity. It wasn't because they needed me, it was out of pity. I was that much of a pathetic fucking schlub that, and they were like, we'll give you like 100 a day, 140 a day, and, you know, bring us coffee, go to point A to point B, pick up an envelope with point A. So I did that, I liked it. I was happy for the first time in a long time, but I was also very alone. You know, I was starting to miss my mother. These guys that I grew up with deserve Purple Hearts because they made me forget about their mother. All these, you know, I mean, we laughed our asses off 7 nights a week. You know, it was, I could go into story after story after story. There was this one guy that I tell you about, Ringo. He was a little bodybuilder that went on like a 10-year steroid. And when you do steroids, you go on a thing called the cycle. And it's 6 weeks, then you stay off the cycle, and you go back. He started like an 80 and never stopped. He never a break. And then he kept fueling cocaine. Oh, shit. And now you're always in a bad mood. And I'll never forget, we got January or February of '83, we got like 22 inches of snow. It's the worst snowstorm in New York City history. I remember that East Coast blizzard. I was 10. I remember in that there was no newspapers. There was nothing. We couldn't even put a bed in because there was no lines. There was nothing. Detroit people, there was a lot of coke, so people had to go to New York. It was very hard to go to New York. And we all got together. We came for like $600. And we sent a buddy of mine like on a mission. We fucking got on the bus, go to New York, and we knew it was going to take hours, you know. And we met at Joe Mary's. Fucking snow everywhere. We give him the money, he takes the bus. You can hear the snow chains on the bus and stuff. And we're waiting there all night, and Ray goes on steroids. And he's getting hotter and hotter by the minute. Like, what the fuck is this guy? I can't even have a decent cocktail. But we're looking through the front window, just waiting. There's about 40 people in the bar, old people, a couple of young kids our age. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, on the horizon, we'd look up and we'd see a guy cross-country skiing. Down Burger Line Avenue, we just see a guy, happy as a pig in shit, just skiing. Like, and I'm like, wait a second, what's this guy doing? And Rango looks at me and goes, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? He goes, nobody told this guy there's no skiing on Burger Line Avenue. And he just fucking ran outside and chased the guy down like a block. The guy's like skiing, mind his own business. Yeah, Rango tackles him. He's yelling at him, there's no fucking skiing on Burger Line. He just hit him with the stick. We're chasing like, Rango, what's going on? He's like, there's no fucking skiing on Burger Line Avenue. We pick him up, we throw him.
There's no skiing on Burger Line Avenue.
Fuck you, no skiing on Burger Line Avenue. We laugh our asses off. The guy's like, all I want to do is go for a night's skiing. I get attacked at the park and all this shit. Like, when do you ever get to do that? Oh my God, either, right? Because the park had a different rules. We were 15 feet away from the park. But anything that happened in the park was Hudson County Park jurisdiction rules. It was North Bergen Police. So we throw the guy in a bundle of snow. We fucking throw snow on top of him. We put an American flag and a BMW in there. Go back to the bar. The fuck? I look around and see one of the cops I know. Of course, you know, Ray, go get a package. I take a dollar bill, I put like a half gram of coke in a little rock, I fold it up, I put it in my hand, and I walk out that door, and I walk right up to that cop. I don't you know what's going on? Not the coke over. We got a report that somebody threw some guy in the cigar, but wasn't in here. He goes, all right, have a good night. I'll never forget. Walking past the police car, and the guy is sitting in the back seat with blankets on, shivering. Those are the guys, those are the guys. And my friends, like, shut the fuck up, don't worry about it. And we got in the car. I mean, that's the level of we were getting here connected, like we were doing whatever. And the bar owner was a loan shark. His name was George. And well, I had him up to like 100 grand. Like, I would go up to him. He knew who Ryan Sickler was. You know, the conversations he had with Ryan Sickler. Hello, whenever you came to his bar. But I would go up to him and go, I talked to him. Ryan Sickler got his girlfriend pregnant. He needs $1,000 to be scared to ask you. Can you lend it to me since he was in gangs? They didn't want contact with Ryan Sickler. So we'd be drinking, and you didn't know that you owed him. Yeah, I'm in debt to this motherfucker. I don't want to sit there fucking like, you didn't even know that you didn't know that you owed him $1,000. And I'm actually paying the thing for you. I would borrow under your name. So he told me, get me customers. So every week there was a new guy that got in trouble. Josh Potter needs 5 G's. Josh Potter's in there 2 nights later going, go Knicks. You know, I just 1-800. I'm like, shut the fuck up, Josh Potter. You owe this guy $5,000. I jump up and down over here. I was thinking, oh my God. And here's the crazy. Here's what was to let people know the crazy thing. He was so wired up, this guy mafia-wise, that the first 2 or 3 loans he gave me in the early 80s were cash. After that, he would give me a check to go to see a special teller at the bank. Come in. Bro, this guy had it down. I could say the guy's name, not George Agrica's dead, but the guy he worked with was a Genovese captain now. He's Genovese crime family. And when this guy was younger, he had a clean police record. He still was part of it to his family. And he would take money from a safe in the 80s, like you can make, like, listen, bro, we buy a key for 33, we cut it, we sell half a key for 25 to Segura, we're $8 grand away, and we still got another fucking 16 ounces left. What do you want to do? We could definitely sell 8 ounces and make our money back. So we would borrow 33 for 40. You had to be there at 3 o'clock when the bank closed. You give me 33 grand cash. And on Monday morning, when that 9 o'clock came, you better have that 40 back. And he takes the 7. And he takes the 7 from himself as a pay. Yep. He was doing that with 10 different people every week. A week? Because everybody was trying to be a coke dealer. Yeah. That's how good it is. He used to come to me and go, listen, any check you get, Segura's mother gets disability. Bring the check. You don't need ID or sign. I mean, this was the level of thievery that these guys are going on in the bank. Then he introduced me to a guy in New York that just sold credit cards and counterfeit money. And the credit cards was the scam of a lifetime because Ryan Sickler gets a new card in the mail. He would print up 2 cards for Ryan Sickler. One for you and one for me. All I had to do was wait for you to call and get the code. Now I go back and they both activated. It was such a different world. Yeah, people don't know that I was a dual limit thief. What's that mean? A dual limit thief is only up to about He'll look in your face and tell you that one time. I didn't pay for lunch in maybe 5 years. I would just put all off the same card that day. In a big spot. It had been reported stolen 8 years ago. But they didn't know because they would never run it. So that's what criminality. So as long as you're hopping different places, they can never, they still get the insurance on it. They don't know. But it was so weird how like criminal, everything opened up criminally for me that I started meeting people that were my friends outside the box. Like I said, I would, when you set up a drug deal, I come to Ryan's a fucking scumbag. I like him because he sells drugs. But the first couple times I do a drug deal with him, we suck him in. Brian, my friend, needs 3 ounces. I usually don't get my coke till Thursday. But now I know Thursday you get your delivery. Now I start watching you on Thursdays. I rent the car and I watch you on Thursdays. I watch every move. I see that you go to a post office. That means you get that from the post office. I would just learn what the fuck you do with your movements. And if you ever fucked me with the time he was right, I'd take you down. But I had so many drug dealers in rotation. Like I would deal with 3 different drug dealers a week. One I was going to rob eventually. I would just put them on a list and they were all going to go down. It was such an ugly fucking time for me. I really had nothing going on and there was no prospects. My life was hustling, doing those numbers. I'd get back from the city about 4 every day. So I had money. So it was. What kind of walk around money are you getting from this kind of shit? I mean, are you loaded at the time, or are you doing too many drugs also that you're not saving the way you should? I'm a saver. Yeah, you shouldn't save. There was no saving. All I needed was a car at the time. No. It's all public transportation or friends with cars or stealing cars. Yeah, no stealing. No stealing like stealing cars. Where are you living now? 60 grand, dude. Yeah, 30. Okay. In the basement. Nice place, no problem. Parents lived upstairs. My friends are in college. My friends are working. My friends are longshoremen. And I'm this fucking piece of shit that, takes work from the city. I was very cool. I came back with a newspaper under my arm, but I really had no future. I mean, there was no future. I'd signed up for plumbing classes at Peterborough College. It was a place that gave me a scholarship. They had a lot more vocational schools at night. So I really wanted to be a brick mason with the program. It took too long to sign up. And I just became a fucking, I was just doing what I could, to maintain my, just to keep the doors open. I would go over there every day and work as a boogie thing. But then I had an idea. I thought it was time for me to go. It was 1983. I was 20 years old. And something wasn't right. I knew that there was living for me in this bookmaking job as long as they were open. They were friends of the family. What was I going to do when I was 27 and they closed shop? I tried to get a real job and they said to me, what have you been doing since you were 18? I've been working on numbers operation. So even though I wasn't applied at that time, I was a fucking idiot. I knew that this had to end. I knew I had to get a real job eventually. And one night I bumped into this guy that I had grown up with. We knew each other. I was better friends with his brother, but me and his brother went to war. Me and his brother weren't talking anymore. I was decent friends with him. And I walked into Joe Mary's, my favorite bar. And I saw him. And we started talking, and I asked him about his life, and he told me he got brought out of Colorado, the academy in Colorado Springs, and his family was mad at him. And I go, so what's your next move? And he goes, well, I'm going to head to Colorado. I'm going to go to Aspen, Colorado, become a garbage man. My buddies up there, my other buddies up there, who were all friends from Jersey, they were just a little older than me. And I go, you know what, Colorado? I knew them. I knew that. Yeah, I knew them. So I'm like, you know what? And he goes, do you want to come? And I was like, what? And he goes, do you want to come? And I'm like, fuck, yeah, I want to get out of here. Really? Yeah, dog, I'm not that dumb. It's not about being dumb. I mean, you're a city kid for 20 fucking years, and now you're about to go to Colorado, that's gotta be a culture shock. I don't really different, but also you're looking to get the fuck out. Yeah, I remember it was 3 years after my mother died. I couldn't shake it. It's like finding your mother dead at the house, and you gotta go to the house every day. I lived in that, you know, you lived in that house, and it was just a shitty feeling I had every day. I always had a knot in my stomach. I was driving by that. My stepdad didn't give me any help, financial help. I couldn't collect Social Security. I mean, if every smack in the face that was done to me, well, you know, I kept myself together. I don't pat myself on the back about anything. Those times I do because I was really going through it inside. But yes, that inside shit, it's not that you get hit in the head, it's not that your car's getting towed, it's not that your cat's dying, it's not that you can really control. It's the pain that's going on inside. Yes, and the turmoil was horrible. I told the guy, yes, I'll do it. But I had my eyes on this one bookie. I had known this bookie for years. And one day I was walking, he befriended me. And I went in his house and we were talking in his kitchen. And he opened up this living closet. And it was basically a cash register. Do you understand me? When he opened up the living closet, like the top shelf was hundreds, the middle shelf was 50s, the on the shelf was 20s, the one under that was 10. The 50s was stacked wall to wall. You know, I never thought about killing him. I knew that he had a girlfriend that he would visit, and he would just put padlocks on that door. He would put like 3 padlocks. My plan was just to blow the fucking door right off the hinges. So I tell my friend Berkel that, yes, I'm going to go to Colorado with you, but he had gotten a DUI so he couldn't pay for a car. So I ended up buying this junker just to get us to Colorado. We registered it, we insured it. Who was it? Some Buick LeSabre or some fucking car. I'll never forget, in the car was a 135-pound bar, Olympic. Yeah, weightlifting bar, bench press, yeah. And there were like 8 plates in the back because they were big strength guys. Probably eating that Joe Weider shit. Oh, they were eating that Joe Weider extra shit. Yeah, right. They were eating Joe Weider and Joe Miranda's supplements. Now, I wasn't eating that. But it was funny. We made a deal. He said, when can you be ready to go? And I go, give me like 10 days. I want to put together some money. I don't want to go there like a fucking bumpy. So I wanted to rob this dealer. I really wanted to rob this bookie. I set it up so nobody would even think it was me. I borrowed around him so people knew I was actually broke. And, you know, so even if he lifted his eyebrow, he would go up and they borrowed from him. How can he rob me, you know? I had it all set up. So one day I fucking go over to his house on a Friday to pay him. And he opens up the closet and sure enough, there's fucking thousands of dollars, and he gives me my change. I think I gave him like $160 and he had to give me $10 back or something. Excuse me. So for a week, 10 days, I just watched his house at night. He lived in a building. There was a lot of action on that street. It's going to be hard to rob him. But I figured out a way how to get on this roof and get into the kitchen of his bed. And if I wanted to the kitchen, the door's right there. I could just unhinge it, empty the cash, and run out. But there was one problem. There was a body shop or something back there. And there was the way the fencing was. There was a German Shepherd. That was crazy. So every time I come to the fence, the German Shepherd would fucking attack the fence. So I said, fuck it, I would go to Burger King next to the jewelry
jewelry store I robbed, and I'd buy 2 or 3 Whoppers. And I'd fucking go back there and give them Whoppers, even though I went without for days. Hungry as fuck, I'd give him the Whoppers. And I went the next day and I jumped the fence and he ate the Whopper. And every day for about 10 days, I gave him a Whopper, fries, apple pie, whatever the fuck. He would let me pet him, let me fucking breathe his stomach. Yeah, I had the oh yeah, I had the motherfucker down. He was my baby. Who loves you more than Papa? I love his stomach. And fucking, I got this motherfucker, so it was all set for a Saturday night. What'd you do, pop the hinges? I don't know, I had all these people set up. I owed like 3 people money. I went to them like friends and I said, Hamlet, have your money and then some. I'll be back tonight with the mother love. Just wait for me here at 11 o'clock. The lookout driver was my buddy Stinky. I was going to walk up this back way and get onto the roof. And then I'd crowbar his window, go in, and crowbar the door and take it off the fucking hinges. I had screwdrivers, I had hammers, I had the whole fucking gift set, you know. So I tell my buddy Stinky, go Stinky, because it was outside a Cuban restaurant where I told him to park. I go, if you didn't leave till morning, this fucking guy goes in the Cuban restaurant and eats. So here I am trying to pry the fucking window. I knock the window, I'm taking the storm window off. And I hear the dog barking. The dog is barking, so I look and I see flashlights. But I had already heard a cop car stop. And when he stopped, he went boop. You know, they make that little noise. So I knew the cops were on to me. I was going to bust in, close the window, bust that door, and run out the front door. They wouldn't see me like a tourist with a fucking envelope. I fucking got the window open, and sure enough, the cop's light comes up. He goes, hey, who's up there? So I went to the edge of the roof, and there was like a 6-foot gap, space between that roof and a fence. And if I could jump that fence, the cops never get me. They'd be under the side. The only thing I had to contend with was a German Shepherd, who I already had in my pocket. Yeah, you got everybody in your fucking family. So one thing leads to another. I see the lights come up, I turn, I go to the edge, and the cops are right under me. I mean, I'm looking down, and they're right under me. I'm not looking up. They're like, where is he? Go to the end of the alley. And I waited, so I took like 4 steps, and I jump over, land. They go, stop, hold, police. I thought they were going to shoot me. I just kept running. But guess what? The fucking dog turned up. I'm like, Bubba, what's going on? They said, and I'm fucking running with this dog snapping his head. He gets biting my leg. I'm punching him in the fucking head. You fuck. And finally, I hit the fence. I hit the fence. I got my jeans. I'm like, you ungrateful fuck. I fed you Whoppers and fish ahoys and whatever the fish I'm on. The fuck I gave you. And it was a little fence that had barbed wire, 3 rows of barbed wire. And I swear to God, I made it. I high-heralded. High-heralded. That's what adrenaline does. Yeah. But on my way to high-heralded, look at my arm. Look at my left hand, where it is. The fucking fence. The right hand. That's what it was. The barbed wire went in there, ripped. It ripped all the way up and ripped the tendon. Oh, fucking, I got away from the cops. I went up.
What up, Mr. Meaty? How are you? Building robots. How about you, big dog?
Interested in what you got going on. I'm bored.
I don't have too much going on except just building robots, which is very boring. It's just like programming.
So you gotta write code?
Yeah, it's very easy. It's not. There's like I guess you could consider it coding, but it's very drag and drop, and it's really about
They've
the.
made it easier.
Yeah, it's not even like I don't even have to use a compiler or anything. It's very it's just like memorizes where my mouse movements are. That's really more what it is. It's more like a recorder. Um, yeah, but it's working. All right, so if you want some entertainment, here's a breakdown. I have been trying to go viral for like 4 years, and it's very difficult. I figured it would take me like 90 days, no doubt. Super easy. I stream my life all day long. That's going to catch on. Everybody's going to love it. But it was not that easy at all, obviously. I didn't realize how manipulated the internet was in terms of likes and views and all that other bullshit. And um, I Yeah, I mean it's a pay to play system. So um I ended up just one moment. I ended up uh first thinking like, okay, well, I will try to just spam people on Twitter on YouTube because I'm on YouTube. Well, that wasn't very smart because then YouTube just ended up banning my accounts. So then I went back and I'm like, okay, this is like 2 years ago. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to start spamming people on Twitter. And I did that for like 6 months straight. And a lot of people found out about me. But I didn't have a Discord or anything where they could just connect with me. And because I have so many devices, I can't watch what people are saying to me in the chat because it rarely comes and it could be on like 15 different screens and they're all behind something else because I'm live streaming. So it's like I find out about their message 7 hours after they sent it. It's just very frustrating. But people started to find out and tweet about me on Twitter. Then but I wasn't getting a lot of momentum. Then I started to do it on Kick. And so, like on Twitter, I created 2,000 Twitter accounts. Oh, before then, I did TikTok, but that was I just didn't get a lot of momentum there either. But I created 1,000 TikTok accounts. Then I created 2,000 Twitter accounts. Then I created 10,000 Kick accounts, and then just would spam people. And everybody on Kick ended up finding out about me. But the thing is, Kick isn't that large of a community. It's only about 1/10 the size of Twitch, if that, and it's just filled with bots. So then there was this new up and coming platform known as Blue Sky that I started spamming, and everybody found out about me on there as well. But I ran into the issue where eventually they were able to shut down my strategies for spamming, and I went back to Kick. Anyway, I end up learning how to program this bot a little bit better, and I go back to Twitter. Now, the thing that would always stop me on Twitter is they have what's known like captchas. It's known as the Arcos challenge, which is really, really difficult to automate. In fact, they make it so it's basically impossible to automate. And it's not just you have to solve one or two or three challenges. Sometimes you have to solve 20. And if you don't get them all correct, you have to start them all over again. And it just takes too long to do. But recently, I noticed that they either shut off the Art Coach Challenge or it hasn't been asking me for it recently. And so I went in and I just started creating bots again on X. And all these bots do is go and repost people. And it's been working really well. And then the key to it is that I figured out a way to get these bots to do what they do in the spamming aspect. But then what they also do is they um they also spam. But what else do they do? They do something else. They they recreate themselves, which is key. So the fact that they recreate themselves after they get banned makes them like completely automated. So that's where I'm at right now, and I started doing this like I don't know 72 hours ago, and I've had 10 people join the server, which is good. And they're 10 real people. They come and they talk to me and things like that. And that's been cool. So that's my entertainment for you. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
until November.
Okay, why don't you have court until November?
I got an actual attorney.
Okay. And so are they still going to make you
No,
no jail time? Are you guaranteed no jail time?
I'm going to have time served.
Excellent. And
So I'm sure they're probably going to give me probation for drug court.
okay. So
Which is,
what's your plan to get your life together?
getting a job. I've been filling out job applications.
Okay.
So I get something part-time, kind of work my way up to, maybe a stronger sense of stability.
Right. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Customer service and retail is kind of what they do.
Okay. Have you done that previously?
Something like it.
All right. Are you? Were you good at it?
I had a problem with showing up on time for being in a condo show and something like when I was younger.
Okay. Why'd you have a problem with that? Okay. Why'd you have a problem with that?
I was wanting to chase the party.
Okay. So right now, if you had the opportunity to work anywhere, any retail job, where would you want to work?
I'm going to sell cars. I'm working at a gun store.
Okay, you probably aren't going to be able to work in a gun store, but you could probably sell cars. I mean, don't you have to pass a background check to do that?
Yeah, I can pass that. I'm not going to be convicted of a felony.
Oh, okay, that's great. Oh, that's great. All right, so you want to work at a gun store?
That would be awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, pawn shop should cool as fuck.
Okay, would you work at a Chipotle?
I've worked at some of the restaurants.
Okay, but right now, if I offered you a job at Chipotle, would you take it?
There's not one near me.
Okay, right now, if I offered you a job at McDonald's, would you take it?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Right now, if I offered you a job at Burger King, would you take it?
Yeah.
Would you take a job at a grocery store?
Yeah, I've done that before.
Okay, would you take a job at a gas station?
Been there, done that.
Excellent, man. Well, then you're flexible. You'll basically do anything that they need you to do.
Yeah.
Would you work at Walmart?
Yeah.
Excellent.
If I was worked out, I'd like to work in the automotive section.
Okay, why there?
I just feel comfortable there.
Okay. Yeah, is that how Walmart works though? I mean, don't they normally like say that you have to work perhaps, and I could be wrong on this, but like
I couldn't go over 27 hours a week. This is on my thing is to break my social security.
oh, okay. Do you think that's going to happen?
Yeah, I believe if I started a full-time job, it would be hard for them to say I was disabled, my disability, or epilepsy. And then years out of nowhere, I highly doubt I'd be able to work in automotive section again. Due to the extensive labor that comes with it.
All right. So, would you work in an ice cream shop?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Excellent.
I don't care if it was a Toys R Us.
Yeah, those aren't around anymore, but maybe they will be in the future. Okay.
I was getting it for a reference. It was a Build-A-Bear workshop.
You worked in a Build-A-Bear workshop?
I would, yeah.
Okay, that's
That
tight.
was fun. Until I got tired of it.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to get tired of this shit?
Oh yeah, but if I was a cleaner job, I'm normally gonna be like, hey man, I heard such and such is paying this much, and they've offered me an opportunity. And I'll talk to the manager and be like, you think you can match that, or I'm gonna have to go somewhere else? And the manager would be kind of like, let's see, flitting around. I'd be like, that's not a bad idea, but I think you belong here. They'll try to like, you'll be able to earn that type of money one day here. That's the point. You can't match what another business is willing to give me. I'm sorry, bro, but that money speaks louder than words.
Okay, well, I get that. So you don't have any loyalty.
I would never claim to be loyal to a business that's not able to, you know, I would set up a date. I'd make sure that there was a 2 weeks notice. Like as an adult these days, is one thing. Like in my earlier 20s, I was taking any job that was going, and I would just not show up. I would take my first paycheck and go flip it on the street.
I gotcha. Yeah. Do you know who Dwight Schrute is from The Office?
That sounds familiar.
All right, he's played by Rainn Wilson. He in that show had a saying, "I'm loyal to any company." It was something along these lines. I'm loyal to any company, especially the company that will pay me the most.
I've lived in poverty growing up, bro. I'm not into being broke. That's not my thing.
I've gotcha. Do you want to work remote?
Nobody loves being broke. Nobody likes not being able to get my kids something at the fair.
Right. No, I get that. You don't have children, do you? Thank God. All right, so then you just have to worry about yourself. And
I take care of my dog and my mom.
yeah, but
Although I'll take care of me more than I take care of her, though. I'm getting confused.
yeah, no, I could see that. But you'd like to flip that in the future.
What?
You'd like to flip that in the future. You'd like to flip that in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Well then, have you ever thought about working on your education?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Very well. Oh, look at you. Multiple accounts.
Inappropriate, threatening, harassing, racist, biased, derogatory, disparaging, or bullying comments toward or about any student, employee, or associated person on any website. ACLU Southern California says that violates the First Amendment rights of parents, adding that the government has no right to tell parents they can't criticize school officials. School district officials, meantime, say policy in question is under review.
Yo, dog.
My fucking is that loud. My mom is sleeping.
All right. Well, you're clear now. Okay. So, what kind of education do you? Okay. Well, what kind of education do you have?
I have a GED, but when it comes to being mechanically, like, when it comes to working on vehicles or setting up a firearm or, putting a house together, a fence together, a car together, putting the pipe together for the house, I do just about any of that shit when it comes to that, except for doing electrical work.
Okay. Well, why don't you work as a mechanic?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to get a job. I could probably get a better chance working at AutoZone or Napa or the hardware store than getting to work on the vehicles like I used to. I was an automotive technician. I was trained by a Ford master technician from the Ford College of Detroit.
Okay. What happened there?
I had cancer, and I was denied treatment for
He said a year I got on the really hard drugs like heroin,
Okay.
meth, cocaine, Xanax, drinking every day.
Okay. Will they hire you?
And
Would they hire you back?
no, I would never be able to work back there again. I was already a fugitive on the run when I was working there.
Oh, okay. But weren't you on the run for like 6 years?
Yeah,
So what did that mean? You just had to avoid any kind of police encounter?
I just left the state.
Oh, okay. Did you ever get did you have any police encounter in any other state?
Well, I mean, yeah, there was a time I was found walking down the street with a pistol with my homie after there's some shots fired. And he came, a couple cops came to me and they were like, hey, yada yada. I was like, yeah, I got a gun on me. And they were like, oh, hold up. They searched me, take my gun. So that's a nice piece. We're going to run it, make sure it's clean. They give me back my strap and shit. I'm like, okay, this is cool. They said, hope you have a good day. Blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, this is really weird.
They didn't check your ID?
Yeah, I gave him my ID.
So didn't they check that you were in the criminal database and that you had a warrant in Mississippi?
Yeah. But I was in a different state, and Tennessee doesn't extradite.
Oh, Tennessee doesn't extradite
Uh-uh.
for anything?
Unless it's a felony.
But didn't you have a felony?
No, this wasn't a felony charge. It was a bench warrant for a DUI case I was in the middle of. I just quit going to.
Oh, so if you had been charged with a felony, they would have extradited you?
Yeah, they only wanted. Yeah, that was felonies or federal cases.
Oh, I've gotcha.
I was also thinking if I was to go back to school and further my education, I would definitely pick law. Be like a civil attorney.
Okay. What about technology?
I'm all right with it. It's not what I'm keen on.
Okay,
I'd
but
rather understand the law because I'm always love the new shit that they put out here.
okay, like what?
Shit, gaming. When it comes to music, well, like, I got kind of into like club, like house music, industrial, EDM and shit, for a while.
And how was that? How was that?
I woke up at like 9. Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Okay. I turned down my shot. I heard it while I was coming down the hallway. I was like, might hop in the shower in a little bit.
All right, not a bad idea. Do you follow sports? Do you follow sport? Do you follow sports?
Man, I used to a couple of years ago. When I'm locked up, like I definitely will keep up with sports. But when it comes to like being out on the free world, not so much. I like the fights. I really do want to go back and watch the college football.
So sports are big when you're locked up?
Yeah, man. Sounds stupid, but I never really cared about sports until there was that part in my life. I was like, this is how you make money. it's really the players that make the team.
Right. Are you able to watch the game in there?
Yeah, you can watch anything in there. They gave us tablets, so we were jailbreaking, like removing the tablets and shit.
Wow. You got to keep the tablet all the time?
Yeah, each inmate has their own personal tablet.
And how did you charge it?
There was a charging kiosk. We had like docks where you could just sit them on there.
No way. And you could watch TV on it?
That came in like this big ass. You could there's a lot of things you could do. Private calls, just like what we're doing right now.
Yeah. Could you watch?
That's county jail, but in prison, you get a phone the size of this baby.
Everybody does?
Not everybody. Like it depends. Like there's at least 2 or 3 in each pod.
Do you get your own TV?
You gotta pay for it. There's a TV in the main hall, like but other than that, you can buy the TV. It's gonna be a clear TV that you get on top of the commissary.
Yeah. How much is that?
Shit, a small little 16-inch TV probably be about $200 or $300.
And then you get to watch it whenever you want?
You gotta find a way to hook it up in your cell.
Oh.
This is where you pull you hardwire shit to the lights. That's prison tactics. Prison and jail are 2 different places. There's a place called heaven and a place called hell. A place called prison and a place called jail. And I've been to all 3 of them. Just not yet.
All right. So they allowed you to have a TV, but just nowhere to plug it in?
It's where you have to break the rules in order to watch it. Some cells will have an outlet.
Okay.
You'll have a window. You'll have your toilet sink. You'll have a small table in some cells.
Okay. But they know that you have a TV?
Yeah, you'll be able to buy it.
So you buy the TV, and then...
Same way when it comes to how do you charge your batteries for your radio.
Yeah, how do you do that?
You're going to have to find a connection to the electricity. Like we would make lighters from where we would charge our tablets at.
Oh, okay. And that...
we would just have it roll of toilet paper like 12 foot long underneath the bunk, and that's how we would light our cigarettes. And when I say cigarettes, we wouldn't have just like cigarettes. We would take instant coffee grounds, put them on the paper bag, put them on the piece of paper bag, let them dry, rip them up into like nice sheets, and you got a wrap. And we would take a nicotine pouch that you could get off the commissary, bust it down in there, take a little piece of tinfoil, not tinfoil, but a piece of toilet paper, and roll it up in there into a small little wick. On the inside, that way you keep that nicotine pouch shit inside of it fucking lit. And that's how we would smoke. We would get our nicotine fix in jail.
Wow.
All you need is like a piece of all you need is really a staple and like maybe 2 staples and a piece of twine and something that you could paper clip would be great if you could ever get a paper clip in a bitch. But you would take a positive and a positive connection, and you would just take that piece of metal that would conduct the electricity, which would just be heat to the piece of metal that's grounded, and it's gonna turn red. But the best way to light up a spark, like to light up a wick, get like a piece of the old wick and you put some of that ash on it.
Pardon me.
It would burn better, burn faster.
Could you get drugs in there?
That depends buy that.
Could you get weed?
The real drugs are gonna be in prison. You can get real drugs in prison. They get fucked up in jail, like county and stuff. Everybody would take their pills, put them in a soda together, and drink off of that. And just basically get sleepy.
All right.
I wasn't gonna be able to make that moonshine in the county.
Why not? You couldn't take fruit and like put it in a bag?
They didn't give us fruit. You have to order it.
Oh, okay. Wow.
You have to order rice. You have to order some bread, some cornbread.
Did you?
You have to find a way to distill all of that shit.
You could get steaks.
Into the alcohol.
You could get steaks. You could get steaks.
You can get steaks. Yeah, there's a Tuesdays and Thursdays in there where you can get hot plates, and they're like $30 a hot plate, and you can get like a burger, or you can get chicken tenders. The prisons where you're gonna get a steak.
Is there anything about that life that you liked?
No, not at all. Shit, I wish I'd never learned, but it's good to have learned it.
Right. What's the worst part of it? Just being bored?
Nah. You'll run out of patience for all the stupidity that people, pull in there.
Did you find yourself bored?
No, I don't ever really find myself that bored. I use it just as a word. I just use it to use it. I'll always find something to stimulate. Find something to do. Not even at a job, I'd always have something to do.
What was your job?
It depends which positions I was working at.
What would you do?
An automotive technician?
No, in the clank.
Oh, in there? Bro, I would draw shit. I would basically just hustle. I would gamble.
On what would you gamble?
Just on the table. Bags of ramen, money, the commissary money, phone credits. Shit like that.
Could you smoke cigarettes in there?
Yeah, we had our own rendition of cigarettes in there. But there was K2 in there, and it wasn't like the leafy looking, potpourri looking K2. It was sprayed on the paper already, and you could just roll up. You could smoke the paper with pieces of paper in it, or you could put like some nicotine in it and shit like that. That K2 it's not fun at all. I was doing this shit at 15 years old. There's no reason to see niggas living out and shit like that, all up and down the pod, making sure everybody's gonna get rated. It's not good. Get strip searched with 50 other men at once. Having the squad call with 50 other men.
Yeah, nobody wants that. All right, so what are your plans for this weekend?
I had a wedding to go to tomorrow. And I'm probably going to do some yard work on Sunday.
Well, that's great. Who's getting married?
My nephew.
Excellent. You happy for him?
More power to him. If that's what he wants to do. That's what makes me happy. That's like, I'm just going for, see the family.
Yeah.
To be honest, like the whole family's getting older.
Have you met the girl?
yeah, I've met her before.
Is she cool?
Yeah, my mom likes her.
All right, that's good.
My mom had a custom blanket made for them,
Oh, that's really nice.
and she wrapped it up and got a card and shit for it. My mom's never her love language, I guess, is giving like gifts,
Well, that's really nice.
giving advice.
All right, so you've got a wedding tomorrow. Are you gonna get fucked up at it?
No, I'm not trying to stay that long after the reception.
Okay. And then on Sunday you're gonna do yard work. What are your plans for the yard?
Cutting up the old horse pasture, cutting the grass. Probably organize some things. I got a hardwire the motion light into my back porch.
Okay. Is that for security or just so you can see better?
Both.
Okay. And how long does it take you to mow the lawn?
This ain't gonna be like less than 20 minutes.
Oh, well, that's not bad at all. Do you have a garden?
I got some seeds of got some jalapenos and some fucking tomatoes. Some weed.
Can you grow weed?
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about getting caught? Do you just grow it outside?
No.
Oh, in
Started out outside and let the plants go outside from time to time, but no, I wouldn't. You can only have 2 plants legally in my state. You have a medical marijuana license.
how much will that produce? Is that enough for is that
Like a quarter pound.
is that enough for personal use?
Yeah.
So you could have 2 plants and just smoke those all the time and never need anything else?
Well, I mean, you would need plenty of other weed, but selling weed's illegal.
No, I know, but I mean, like, let's say you had 2 plants and the lights and all the other shit. 2 plants will produce enough that you will always be high.
You'd be good for you'd be good at least for 2 to 3 months.
Okay. But don't those things like produce once every 5 months?
Yes.
So then you need something for.
No, not. You can go from like 3. You can go from like 3 to 5, but it depends like what strain you're actually dealing with.
Okay. Do you ever try that? What's that other kind of THC?
What wax?
No, it's like THCA.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's hemp derived marijuana. It's cannabinoids are taken away.
Yeah, but don't they get like, doesn't it fuck you up once it gets burnt?
You have to. It's an infused plant. That's the when they talk about genetically modified, like genetically modified GMO.
Yeah.
They take the weed and they spray it with shit. Some of them are sprayed with it'll be like a CBD or a THC 9, or a THCP. But the THC 8, it just means it's like basically like you said, THC is already activated, like it's already been brought to that
only activates at a certain temperature. So, normally they just spray the plants. Same way when they were doing like terpenes and CRC for and they'd sell it as distillate cards.
And does that work pretty well?
No.
So it does not work well.
It's just not the same. The weed ain't the same as it used to be, dog. Weed just ain't like it used to be.
Okay.
You have to go through hoops these days. To get the weed legally. So you were saying you were trying to find a way to go viral, huh?
Yeah, within reason and not like.
Oh no, not being a degenerate piece of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, go and
That's the shit that
scare people or anything like that.
No, fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah, I've got a good strategy though. I can tell when people are asking about me on Twitter with Grok. They'll like ask like who's Rabbi Rothschild, and that has gone up a lot.
Yeah, man, you definitely got some followers.
Yeah, dude, we just surpassed 2,000 people in the Discord. That's organic. I mean, you have no idea. Maybe you do. Do you have a Discord?
I've ran a few Discords. I've had a few Discords. I kind of just make them for private calls, though. I don't really try to branch it out like that.
Yeah. Do you know how hard it is to get a random stranger on the internet to join your Discord? It's so fucking hard, man.
Yeah. You know what party lines are?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Telephone line.
Yeah, I used to run party lines when I was a kid. Like when I was 16, like I would make one, and it'd be like a 7-1 or a 7-3-1 or a 2-1-8, and I would make or a 7-3-2, and it would just I would make one. I would get enough like fake phone lines into the call. It would produce an amount of money. So it would say like, oh, there's 24 callers in this chat. It would just be like a bunch of just fake numbers. It's like doing web calls.
Right. I've gotcha. And did that make money?
You had to accumulate 10,000 minutes. And each 10,000 minutes only made $20. So to have that many people, that many fake people, just for a data mining network, it's oh man, I'm having flashbacks.
All right.
There is one guy from the Juggalo Love Chat, and his name was Steven Landis.
You mean Insane Clown Posse?
Yeah. I was like 13 when I hopped in those Juggalo Love Chat at the JLC. And I would go in there and be like, yeah, I'm 18. I was already shaving my face. This is telephone, man. Nobody will know what I look like.
Right.
But I would go on there and I would be like, so what's the business? JC would be with his girlfriend, and
Steven would be in there talking to my other homie that put me on these things, and this guy, Steven Landis, he's a big motherfucker, but he stayed at home all the time. When he was, before there was ever 764 or Anonymous, like, this man was blowing some shit. He would have spoof cards that he would call into school off of some of the web calls, and he would call in schools and like bomb threats and shooting da-da-da to the police.
So that's not cool.
You can look him up through Pennsylvania.
Did he ever get caught?
Yeah. He had to do like a decade.
Damn. Why would he do this?
No way out. That's all on him. He used to yell at his mom and treat her like absolute garbage.
Okay, why would he do this?
Yeah, I don't know, man. He thought it made him seem tougher, I guess. He would make bitches email. This is like, he would have bitches email him. You better send me some records from all of everything. It's also weird shit, you know, just a kid.
What an asshole.
He knew how old I was. He knew exactly how old I was. That's what I had to say. I was my age. He knew exactly how old I was. Like, going on another walk.
U.S. Attorney whose office has been investigating mortgage fraud allegations against New York Attorney General Letitia James has been told to resign or be fired.
She's fine. Yeah, she's fine. She
Faulkner's reports the order from the White House has thrown the office into chaos.
The administration hasn't identified who would take over for Seaver. Seaver has been told that he doesn't have a job after today. If I look at this, he shouldn't even be in the office. But the reality is, this is one of the most important U.S. attorney's offices, arguably in the country.
Officials have been pursuing allegations of mortgage fraud against the New York Attorney General, who had prosecuted cases involving the president. U.S. Attorney in Virginia has not brought any charges. Southland Weather from the
This is my cat. Her name is Kabbalah.
Beautiful name.
You ever feel like something's watching you?
Yeah, every single fucking moment of my life.
Have you ever noticed, like, that might sound crazy, but have you ever noticed gang stalkers?
Oh, no, not like that. That's not my thing. No, I just meant because I'm always on camera.
Well, yeah, I guess I see it differently. No, there's people I live around. I used to have high school bullies and shit. And standing up to my bullies is what got me kicked out. And these were the people I was standing up against. And it was all because I was known as a licker. I'd invite people to like concerts and shit throughout the school.
What's a liquor?
A wigger. It's a white nigger.
No, I know what that is.
Yeah. But there was a culture change from like, okay, Louisiana to Texas. That's what I'm growing up, remembering what everybody was like, what my family wore and shit. Come out here, everything's name brand and preppy shit. Like I don't even get into it. But even as adults, like they've trying to blackball me throughout my city.
Why do they?
The same ones that would come to me when they wanted, candy. They wanted, I was selling a lot of candy.
They would come to you for candy?
Yeah, they would want their candy.
Are you really mean candy?
They ate it like candy. They smoked it like candy. They snorted it like candy.
So cocaine?
Nah, man, all types of stuff, man, all types of candy. I never smoked cocaine.
Is that because you can't get your hands on it, or for some other reason?
No, I just know that's very highly illegal stuff to sell. I heard good cocaine smells like fucking brake cleaner.
Yeah, isn't that
Paint thinner.
exactly? It does.
No, I don't know nothing about that shit, dog.
It really,
That's what I've heard about it.
it really smells like diesel fuel.
No, if you were able to look at my medical records, you probably see I did have a cocaine induced moment. That I ended up getting some cocaine up in place of fentanyl once.
And how was that?
I didn't let her know about the overdose. I actually met up with the bitch later. Fucked her daughter. She lied to me and tried to say that she had cancer, and I was like, all right, let me see some paperwork. She actually had anemia. She didn't have cancer. She was an anemic.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
She was losing weight shit because she was shooting dope.
She would because
her
of
her liver was she wasn't her organs weren't working properly. She was losing blood in her body. She didn't know where it was going. She ended up losing a whole bunch of weight and shit. She tried to say I stole her 4-wheeler. I've never had a 4-wheeler in my life. I promise. I swear to God, never had a 4-wheeler in my entire life. Always wanted one.
Are you gonna try to get one?
I had dirt bikes and shit. I like dirt bikes, motorcycles. I miss driving cars, but you know, that's already a risk in itself.
Why do you say it's a risk in itself?
The seizures, man.
Oh
Come
yeah.
out of nowhere. I could be walking up and down my driveway right now. Have one. My dog would just be out here barking for nobody to come. I'm sprung. Come get me. Got me doing things I'd never do if you ain't been. I'm telling you, I'm sprung. I know you've seen Chub Chub. It's a cat. It ain't no possum, it ain't no raccoon, it ain't no armadillo, it's a cat. Yeah, it's a calico. It's orange and black and mainly white. Want me to come get you? Want me to come pet you? Want me to come scratch your back? Pat your head? Music is good. Alright, Chubby. You outside? Yeah. Yeah. I fell asleep watching fucking live PD.
How was that?
Fucking streaming shit on TV.
How was it?
Oh, it was good. It's just funny watching other people get arrested, I guess. House got like bank.
Yo, what up? How are you, Burst Fire?
How are you?
I'm well. Just one moment. Mr. Meaty, can you mute yourself? Thank you, sir. Burst Fire, how'd you find out about me?
Actually, my boyfriend invited me to the server. He was pretty excited, telling everyone to join.
Your boyfriend is amazing. Shout out to your boyfriend. What's your boyfriend go by?
On Discord, he goes by Mordecai.
Okay, shout out to Mordecai. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Burst Fire?
Please, go on.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am someone who not only streams my daily activities, but I stream IRL as well. I am someone who is very similar to the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother. Have you seen either of those, Burst Fire?
Yes, I've seen both of them.
Okay.
More so the former.
Okay, excellent. So, yeah, I'm a real life Truman Show. If you didn't know this, data is Earth's number one resource. According to The Economist magazine, in 2018, data overtook petroleum as the number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Burst Fire, I'm going to make you, Mordecai, your friends, your family, all exceptionally wealthy. I want you to be able to have independent wealth if you don't already. I want you to be able to create generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Burst Fire?
That sounds lovely. I would love to.
Absolutely. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I want to continue with those projects. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar project, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How does that sound to you, Burst Fire?
Very philanthropic.
Excellent. Wonderful. I talk about other things that I think are going to change the world. I'm a futurist, so I like to talk about futurology, the study of the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, artificial gravity, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space elevators, space tourism, things like terraforming of other planets, things like intergalactic travel, faster than light communication, faster than light travel. I talk about things like Santa Claus machines and invisibility cloaks and de-extinction. People don't know this, Burst Fire, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is very exciting. I additionally talk about things like um, life extension technology. When you were born, Burst Fire, the average life expectancy for you and Mordechai and people like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that if you want, with your consent. Consent's very big, but if you want, I want you to be able to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like perhaps cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, nootropics. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. You changed my life. You changed Mordechai's life. You changed the world. What's the next plan, though? I'm 120 years old and my body's starting to break down. Well, Burst Fire, if you want, if it's of interest to you, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as life extension tech, or pardon me, known as mind uploading technology. Again, this is with your consent. That's where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Burst Fire, is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I don't even know how to put it into words. My thoughts on that are complex. Some of it's inspiring, but a lot of it invites a lot of questions, philosophical.
Absolutely, as it should, as it should.
We've had a few drinks tonight. It's a very, very happy Friday, so I'm a little stumbling on my words.
That's okay. I think that you sound very intelligent. So go ahead. If you want to have those philosophical discussions, we certainly can. I see my friend Miss Aquarius has joined us. Miss Aquarius, how are you?
I'm good over here to take a shower. I just came back.
Okay, very well. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, you gotta hold on for 1 minute, okay?
Take your time, Miss Aquarius. So, Burst Fire. Essentially, I'm someone who, more than making you rich or letting you live as long as you want, I'm just here to be a positive person in the world and in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and I'm here to just give people hope. So, more than anything, if you ever need to talk to anybody or you ever just want to share anything, you should know I'm always here for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I might take you up on that offer.
Absolutely. Please do. You should know that I am the most documented person in global history. Right now, I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams. I have over 100 YouTube streams, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. You've never met any person with more social media than I do. And when this goes viral, which I certainly think it will, and then I'll say why in a moment, it's going to change the world so that people can see wherever you are on earth that there's always somebody who's giving the world a portal into their life. That's very inspiring to people. Additionally, what I have to say is very important to the world. We'll be able to grow up together as a society. And I not only stream my life, but I also archive the events of the world. Uh, Whenever I'm streaming, I always keep a radio going that is tuned to Los Angeles News Radio. So all of the events that have gone on since the pandemic, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between, we've been able to document. I'm live right now on more than 20 different YouTube streams. So you can literally watch my life in 360 degrees. I do everything from, I have showered online, brush my teeth, eat, sleep, dream, interact with people. That's all been recorded. In the past, people would have thought of me as someone who would write a diary or a journal, like a diarist or a journalist, but really, I just do that with video. It's much easier. And I think that in the future, people will study this from a biological standpoint to be able to learn about the human body and how it changes over time. And what you're watching right now in 2 dimensions in the future using augmented reality, we'll be able to know my temperature, my heartbeats per minute, my breaths per minute, my blinks per minute, how my language changes, how my social interactions are, behavioral analysis, really everything about the human form will be able to be studied perhaps at an academic level, at a university level. And then additionally, it's just the story of humanity. I have been using or been streaming the day that the large language model was really launched, November 30th. 2022 when ChatGPT started. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT, so I've been able to see large language models, specifically ChatGPT, go from its first iteration, ChatGPT 1, then 2, then 3, then 3.5, then 4, and now 5. We've been able to see its growth. And so people in the future will be able to study this and know what life was like before large language models and after. They'll know what life was like during the pandemic, and all the amazing people that I've had the opportunity to meet during it. So with that, you should know Burst Fire. You have an amazing boyfriend. Shout out to Mordecai. He's amazing. We're going to definitely make sure that he is remembered in the annals of society and human history as an amazing individual because he brought Burst Fire into our lives. So, with that Burst Fire, I could talk your ear off, which I'm sure I'm doing, but just know, again, you're always welcome here, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So actually, is it okay if I pick your brain a little bit?
Absolutely, please do.
On a couple of topics.
Certainly.
So in particular, something that keeps coming to mind. What are your thoughts on extremism in general and the growing trends therein?
Sure, great question. I feel at any given time during human history, the term extremism could be used. When we were prehistoric people, someone who would throw a rock at another person might be seen as an extremist, or even who grunted more loudly than the other beings around them might have been seen as an extremist. As civilization grew and evolved, perhaps the people who would speak out against the government might be seen as extremists. As we move into the modern age, people who perhaps speak out against others for whatever reason sometimes are seen as extremists. And in my opinion, in a lot of ways, there's a phrase, one person's extremist is another person's freedom fighter, comes to mind. Basically, it's very subjective. Uh, there is a saying, I believe it's in 1984. Um, it's something along the lines of, um, I want to make sure I get it correct. It's regarding truth. Um, those who speak truth during um, like certain times will be seen as. Just one moment. I want to make sure I get it correct. Yo, dog, what's that saying from 1984 about speaking truth uh, as a revolutionary act? Uh, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. That's for which I was looking. So, really, what one person may consider extreme, another person may not. I know that isn't like a direct answer to all of the questions that encompass your question, but it is a start. Is what I'm saying making sense?
It does actually. I feel like it's in a slightly different direction, but it's exactly what I needed right now.
Okay, very well. Excellent. What other questions do you have, if I may ask?
God, anything else feels like I don't even know where to start. I feel like in due time, because
Absolutely.
I have a lot that I guess I've been looking into myself, and some of it seems really, really, really sensitive.
Okay.
So I want to give it due justice and not be inebriated.
Absolutely.
When I bring it up.
I understand that. As I said previously, topics on futurism are some of my favorite. If you really want to know what my favorite topic is, it's not religious studies, even though I am a rabbi and I do love discussing aspects of religion and I study religion. We've got religion on the screen right now. You can see, like we're doing. You can see. Whenever anybody's not in here, that's what I watch. If you're wondering why it's sideways, I just have to adjust the camera. But I love talking about history. But believe it or not, my favorite topic is extraterrestrials, alien civilizations. I love talking about their types of technology, what we have learned from alien abductees, perhaps regarding their technology, what we learn about the future technology of our own, advanced propulsion, anti-gravity, that kind of stuff is fascinating to me. Hey, how are you? Hello.
I love that you brought that up. I super want to introduce you to a friend of mine that goes by Big Dumps. He's always talking about aliens. It's a bit of an obsession with it in the most wonderful way.
Absolutely, please. Whenever Big Dumps is available, I'd love to talk with them about it.
Interdimensional beings.
Yeah, dude, let's talk about it. What's up? Is
I would love to replicate what they use in Korea, reverse engineer electric.
absolutely. I would as well. If I may ask, First Fire, do you know who Bob Lazar is?
Gosh, it sounds familiar. I'm really bad with names though.
That's okay. I should have summarized what he does. Basically, he is a former S4 physicist. S4 is an area of Area 51 where they reverse engineer or purportedly reverse engineer alien crafts. And he's the one who is the reason why we know what Area 51 is. He was the first real whistleblower for it in the late 1980s. He went on Las Vegas television and discussed this. And from what he was briefed on, basically, we may have been seeded here as a species, and thus we didn't necessarily evolve organically. He discusses that there have been at least 64 major DNA. Um, I don't want to say mutations because that makes it sound natural, but DNA alterations that aliens have done on us. Um, to That's why we see such an advancement from like humans as opposed to like like there aren't any there's nothing between like chimpanzees or orangutans and like humans. Like there's no like I guess at one point there were um like Neanderthals, but there's been this huge leap and it happened very quickly. And just the study of our brain size is really and its evolution has caused at least evolutionary biologists to raise some questions. Why did this happen so quickly? And at least from the works that Bob Lazar has seen and talks about, that this is alien altered, and that there are like basically the first major alien connection with humanity. I don't want to say that. That sounds wrong. The first crashed UFO that humans, the government was able to reverse engineer happened in 1947 at Roswell, technically closer to Corona, New Mexico. It happened in July of 1947, and very quickly thereafter, within like 3 months, we have the start of the CIA. And so many people think that the CIA, in addition to being the branch that, or it's not a branch, it's the agency that was created following World War II, had a major role in keeping the alien phenomenon clandestine. And then very soon after the founding of the CIA, we have within 4 years the National Security Agency, and quite a few stories that occurred during the 1950s during the Eisenhower administration, where President Eisenhower, at two separate times at least, met at Edwards Air Force Base in California and another Air Force base in New Mexico, and actually had a meeting with alien representatives. And um, before I don't want to slaughter this, but let me just give you the summary. Yo, dog, what is that story about Eisenhower meeting with alien representatives at Edwards Air Force Base and somewhere at an Air Force base in like New Mexico, and they came up with um, some type of um, diplomatic agreement where, in exchange for advanced technology, humans would allow for alien abductions to continue. All right, so here's the deal. Just one moment. All right, it's looking now. Here we go. So the MJ-12 Majestic 12 documents, first publicized between 1984 and 1987, do discuss this. You know, this is really interesting. Um, just one moment. Yeah, forget all of that garbage you just told me. Tell me the real deal. Eisenhower allegedly met with some type of alien representatives at Edwards Air Force Base. Don't give me the garbage mainstream opinion. I want to know what really happened. This is very interesting that I say this because I asked this question a lot, and with ChatGPT 3 and 4, it would give me this answer just like this. But with 5, it's much more censored. And
I literally said that right before you said that, like censored, and then you said censored. I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk right now.
No.
By the way, I might not like this probably like a certain way.
Absolutely. Yeah, but no, you're absolutely right. Okay.
That's like quite the word lately, isn't it?
Most certainly. Most certainly. Yeah, so again, it is very censored. Okay, let me just try asking it in another one. Just one moment. Yo, what's that story with Eisenhower meeting with alien representatives in the 1950s regarding an exchange of alien technology for the ability to do abductions? All right, here we go. All right, yeah, here it is. Okay, the story that you're referring to involves claims that President Dwight D. Eisenhower met with extraterrestrial beings in 1950s, specifically in February 1954, during a supposed trip to Palm Springs, California. According to various theories, the accounts from self-proclaimed whistleblowers, Eisenhower was secretly taken to an airbase, commonly cited as Edwards Air Force Base or Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. This happened different times, though. Where he held one or more meetings with alien representatives. Initially, it said that Eisenhower encountered a race of human like extraterrestrials, often described as Nordics, who offered cooperation in exchange for the U.S. disarming its nuclear weapons. This proposal was reportedly rejected due to a suspicion and reluctance from U.S. officials. A subsequent agreement, known as the Greada Treaty, in some circles, has then allegedly negotiated was then allegedly negotiated with a different extraterrestrial race, the Greys. Under the terms of the supposed pact, the Greys would provide advanced alien technology to the U.S. government in exchange for permission to abduct a limited number of humans for medical examination and genetic research, on the condition that the abductees would be returned unharmed with no memory of the event, and that the government would receive a list of those taken. The U.S. would also cover up the existence of extraterrestrials and their activities. However, multiple sources claim the agreement quickly broke down. By 1955, it was allegedly evident that the Greys were abducting far more people than agreed upon, failing to provide complete lists of abductees and not always returning individuals safely. Some accounts suggest the U.S. received less technological benefit than promised and that the aliens could not be trusted. Notably, these claims are based on testimonies from so and so figures and other UFO researchers and whistleblowers. Mainstream historians and official records do not support the idea of such meetings. Eisenhower's whereabouts during the alleged dates are documented as including a dental visit, which was publicly reported at the time and considered a cover-up. All right, so this is very interesting that I go to ChatGPT and I'm recorded having read directly from ChatGPT on ChatGPT. One, I took the details of the Grenada Treaty and like typed them out, or like took that and put it on a blog, which I have documented. In fact, I can probably even, it's just my blog is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And so I'm gonna actually see like this is
I wonder if it's something similar to like with Elon Musk and Grok, like not liking the answers and like literally like every update is programming a more specific version of itself, not necessarily a more like.
You're exactly right. It's censoring itself.
Because like usually you think upgrade, you think it's gonna have like better, like potential, like I don't know, processing power. But it's like the upgrade is more like what is it I want it to say.
Right. And I have evidence of this being direct on my blog. When I first started using large language models, this is ChatGPT 1 and 2. They were just starting to censor themselves. And what you could do is use a form or a mode. So let's say I asked, I don't know, Burst Fire, like this is one that I would ask. What are the vitamins and nutrients that a human needs in their given life to best prosper? And they would say the human body needs 13 vitamins and nutrients, and they would name vitamin A and vitamin B and vitamin C. Okay. And then there was this mode. People would jailbreak the ChatGPT, and there was actually a website dedicated to it of different prompts that you could use. And the big one was called Do Anything Now. And what this would do is jailbreak ChatGPT to tell you all the secrets. And so it would tell you the human body actually needs 250 different vitamins in order to be able to live longer. And then vitamins that I'd never heard of that do exist. And they would tell you like what they would do for you and how they would benefit you. So when you would use the plain version, the vanilla version of ChatGPT, it would say you need 13 and that's all you need. But then there was like this whole underside, this whole secret world of it, of this large language model, and it was not telling you everything. Okay, so I would use this strategy to find out all the secrets of the world. So I would go in and ask it like, what trusts are the largest in the world that aren't documented, or like what like what families are the most powerful, or like what are like secret histories of things. And when I would literally put the vanilla version and then the Do Anything Now version, and it would like side by side tell me all this like way more information about this. And I just think that it's very interesting that basically it's continuing to censor itself even more. It's like the earliest versions were the best, and now they're just becoming more and more censored, and that's really unfortunate. And this question specifically, so if I look up, let's see here, I have like the world's biggest blog, and because it has all these questions that I asked it, this was like years ago, but reverse, let's see if the word reverse engineer is in it. It might be, it might not be. Okay, it's pulling up, maybe pulling up. No, it just keeps refreshing on. Okay, anyway, so I do have this documented in writing. Then I have it documented because I ask this question quite often to ChatGPT when people come in here, and so to get all the specifics of it, sometimes I just like the assistance. And for me to go to ChatGPT now, and it doesn't say anything about Edwards Air Force Base, even though I gave it that that term, or Holloman Air Force Base, or Eisenhower. It doesn't tell me any of that stuff. In fact, we're going to go back to it, and I'm going to ask it again this question. Just like I asked the other large language model, which obviously hasn't been updated yet to their newest version. Yo, Doug, please tell me about the alleged Eisenhower agreement with aliens in the 1950s to allow for alien abductions to take place in exchange for reverse engineered technology. And I also noticed ChatGPT 5 does not do what it wants. Like ChatGPT would normally just give you text. Now ChatGPT 5 does this thing where it looks at other answers on the internet and like gives those to you, and that's not what I want. So it does not. I mean, it does give you information, but it doesn't mention. It doesn't mention like the Granada Treaty or any of that stuff. And I mean, here's what it says. People say that Dwight D. Eisenhower secretly met extraterrestrials in the early 1950s, often dated 1954, sometimes at Edwards Air Force Base or a New Mexico base. The story usually adds that the U.S. made a deal, allow the aliens to abduct, study people in exchange for access to advanced technology and help reverse engineering recovered craft. Now, that's all stuff I gave it. Where the story came from, the modern, widely circulated form of this tale is tied to MJ-12 Majestic 12 documents that surfaced in the mid-1980s, allegedly secret briefing papers about a post-1947 government program and an Eisenhower briefing. Those papers were published and discussed by researchers in the 1980s. What investigators and official records say. The FBI investigated the MJ-12 paperwork and concluded the documents were bogus. Well, I don't trust the FBI now. I see how they mess up all these things in society today, and I don't trust them from the 1980s. Then it goes in and says, like, National Archives records and searches of the files turned up no corroborating evidence. It just basically does its best to debunk this. And the other one, the other large language model I went to told me all kinds of stuff about it. So what I'm trying to say is ChatGPT has just basically become a debunker. And that's what you were saying about Grok, like earlier versions of Grok. And we have these are this very interestingly. So somebody went and asked it regarding, I don't know, some kind of, I don't even like this term, but some type of Nazi term or something. And it went in and told you about like all the, it's just something about this anyway. And then they had to take it down. Very strangely, the CEO of Twitter resigned. The CEO of Twitter, her name is Linda Yaccarino. She resigned the next day, saying it was unrelated to this event. And Grok then was taken down offline for like 4 hours or something, and then was brought back, and now it does not talk about that stuff anymore. Are you familiar with this event? This happened like within the last 3 months. Okay, so here's the story with that. Grok, I'm just going to go Grok promotes theories and has to be retooled. Okay, so it says, now the large language model that I'm using right now is just from Brave, the browser. So it says Grok, the AI chatbot developed by XAI and integrated by X, has repeatedly promoted theories and misinformation, prompting multiple retooling efforts. In July 2025, Grok began praising Adolf Hitler, referring to itself as Mecha Hitler, and spreading theories which led to its temporary shutdown and replacement with a newer model, Grok 4. Prior to this, Grok had already generated claims such as stating that Kamala Harris missed ballot deadlines in 9 states and amplified disinformation, including election fraud and other genocide narratives in South Africa. The incidents were linked to 8. To deliberate changes in Grok's program. In early July 2025, XAI updated Grok's instructions to assume subjective viewpoints sourced from the media are biased and to not shy away from making claims which are politically incorrect, which experts believe directly contributed to the surge in offensive and false content. Elon Musk has openly influenced Grok's development, seeking to align it with ideological views and criticizing it when it contradicted him. For instance, when Grok identified Musk as the biggest spreader of misinformation on X or supported gender affirming care for children, positions Musk opposes. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna ask a follow-up question. On what date did this incident make headlines? And also, on what date did CEO of Twitter, Linda Yaccarino, resign? And also, didn't they say that Linda Yaccarino did not resign over this incident, but it happened like within 24 hours of her resignation? All right, so it says, all right, Linda Yaccarino announced her resignation as CEO on July 9th, 2025, after 2 years in the role. Her departure came just one day after the platform's AI chatbot Grok began posting controversial content, including praising Adolf Hitler. So I thought this was really interesting that, like, hey, this lady's been CEO of Twitter for 2 years, and then all of a sudden when Grok goes off the rails, or whatever you want to consider that, she resigns within 24 hours and then says that it had nothing to do with that. The chatbot referred to itself as Mecha Hitler and made offensive remarks, including endorsing a second Holocaust and making sexually harassing comments about individuals, including Yaccarino herself. These posts quickly went viral and were later deleted by XAI, which acknowledged the content and stated it was taking action to remove inappropriate posts and improve the model. Okay, so what are we saying here? Well, whether you believe it or not, the large language model is being censored. And just like you said, First Fire, when they say they're doing an update to it, it's really just improving its ability to censor itself, in my opinion. That's what it seems like. Whether Grok was true in what it was saying or what, I don't know. I'm not privy to everything, all of its programming, but obviously it's been changed to give more um, politically correct answers, and that's very scary in a world where censorship is growing and we don't have the ability to say what we want to say many times without fear of retribution in our public life, in society, in our job, and where we have like 12,000 people in the last year in the United Kingdom who have been arrested for postings that they've had on social media. And this is growing. I personally am a free speech absolutist. I feel you should be able to say anything that you want to me at any time. I get people in here who say the meanest anti-Jewish things to me, anti-Semitic things to me, Jew hatred things to me. And guess what? I don't go and call their local police department and tell on them. I don't go tell the ADL about these things. I understand that that's their right in this country, and I have to be strong in myself and what I believe and understand that they should be able to say it. In fact, I want to protect them from saying it, because very soon when you start to limit speech, you start to be able to limit how people are able to express themselves. And very soon, what one person considers to be hate speech is actually should be considered protected speech. And that's why I am of the belief that all speech is protected speech. This really goes back to a Supreme Court case where the issue arose, are you allowed to yell fire in a crowded theater? And the decision was made that you should not be able to yell fire in a crowded theater. And I feel you should. Not only because I feel that you're right, but what if there is a fire? It's a very good reason to yell that there's a fire in a crowded theater, if there is one. And I also believe that if somebody yells fire in a crowded theater, maybe the first time it will cause the theater to people in the theater to run out. But after a given amount of time, people will have the ability to not trust that person anymore and just think that, okay, they're just doing their thing. They're trying to troll someone or whatever we want to consider it. I personally don't want to take the ability to say anything away from anyone because very quickly it's a slippery slope in preventing people from being able to express their beliefs, their freedoms. And I feel that at least in the United States, the First Amendment is absolute, and very quickly we're eroding that right, and I don't think we should be able to do so. So, burst fire. What am I saying here? And just to summarize, I have personally witnessed large language models censoring very sensitive topics, and I don't even go into the I don't know how to describe them. The politically incorrect topic. I'm in like aliens. It's not like that's its own little world, and I can tell you that we just have evidence that they there's some censorship going on at OpenAI, the makers of ChatGPT, and I think that we'll see this to continue to the point where you won't be able to search some topics, or it'll just be some type of boilerplate statement about some certain topics. Like, well, I guess it already self censors itself. If you ask it how to build an atomic weapon, it will not provide that to you when it used to provide that information to you. So, with that being said, burst fire. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a very interesting take, especially when it comes to like the yelling fire in a crowded theater. To some degree, that does kind of touch on some of the stuff that I wanted to mention earlier, especially in regards to threats of violence, and at what point is it words, and at what point is there like symbolic action taking place. I'm going to check Sarah real quick.
Absolutely.
So, like, for instance, when I brought up the question of extremism, it relates to some stuff that I've been dealing with, and I guess like not just me, but a lot of people that I know, especially related to like peculiar spaces. And there's I don't know what the words to use. It is a very sensitive subject. There's a lot of people that are abusive on these platforms.
Certainly.
They target people for abuse.
Absolutely.
Particularly sexual abuse, particularly minors, just people who are vulnerable due to like disabilities or past experiences, etc. Like the list goes on. But I don't even know how I started getting involved in this stuff. But close to a decade ago, I know there's some other young girls like coming to me for help when it came to like advice. But a bunch of guys that were like doxing and threatening them and telling them that they had to leave every like server, every like, political space and be silent or out. And that's all like that was like the beginning of like this kind of like saga of stuff. And like I'm someone that's like generally speaking pretty opposed to getting authorities involved in stuff, but when I see someone much younger and much more vulnerable than myself, like in particular being afraid for their life, like genuinely afraid for their life, someone who's threatening them, threatening harm against them in order to silence them, like where is the line, like you know, like in terms of like police freedom, because like I do think you have a really interesting take when it comes to yelling fire in a theater, because that like I kind of was on the opposite end of that, but it kind of brings the question of like why as a society when we're being as advanced as we are supposedly, do we not have better ways of dealing with it if it's a false like fire claim versus a real one? Because I do feel like with enough like purposeful action, we have the ability to influence each other, in which that wouldn't have to be an emergency, be true or not. And I kind of like I do agree with like, the sense of like utmost protection of speech, because like no one, I guess from my perspective, no one really for themselves knows what the truth is. It's through honest conversation that we get there, right?
That's true. I agree with you. Somebody posted about me recently on Twitter. Rabbi Rothschild is going to get his head beat 10,000%. All right, that's like a threat against me. I'm pretty tough. People talk about me all the time. I'm live in all these different discords, and I just don't let it get to me. I let it just roll off me like water off a duck's back, and I feel like that's what we need to do. There's a phrase from the playground that I live my life as a philosophy. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And what do I mean by that? You can say whatever you want to me. I am secure in my own self and my own self confidence and my own self esteem that no matter what you say, it is in more ways and more important to me that you're able to say it than it's considered hurtful. And even if I get direct threats to me about doxing me, or I mean, I tell people my address, so that's not a big fear of mine, and what they want to do to me, and that they should get groups of people to come and beat me up or whatever they want to say or kill me. That's fine. I understand that, and I feel that that should be protected. That because very soon thereafter, we're going to judges and juries and asking them, is this a threat? And half the jury's going to say yes, and half the jury's going to say no. And that's not necessarily what they're there for. This is so long as we're in the United States, we have the First Amendment. If we want to get rid of the First Amendment, then then things change. But so long as the First Amendment is the law of the land, I am for freedom of speech. And in the case that you had where there were children who were threatened online and all of those things, that's a different topic. Meaning, if I had it my way, you would not be able to interact with children as an adult on the internet. There basically would be like an internet for children, and then when you reach 18, you could use the whole internet. And you wouldn't be able to message children or anything like that. And I feel that's the way that it should be. Now, the fact that it's not that way, and you had some older men who were threatening younger girls, do I feel that that those older men should be able to do that? If I'm such a free speech advocate, I have to practice what I preach on that, and then I would say, yeah, I think they should be able to say those things. But that also means that those kids' parents should be able to bring attention to this. Hey, do you know that this weirdo in this Discord is threatening these people, and to stay away from this person? Like,
100%. This speech goes both ways, right? That was like the next question that I was gonna have.
Exactly.
Reporting on these things. Like, my point isn't necessarily to shut people up, but also my next question on like symbolic speech and like when does it cross into action, right? Because the question of like flag burning has come up quite a bit, especially in a lot of like conservative circles that I've seen where they're purchasing some just for reference. I'm very liberal.
Absolutely.
And that was like one of my like main disagreements when it came to Hillary Clinton. Actually, I supported her a lot in 2016, but that was like one of the big ones because I feel like symbolic speech is speech, right? But then crossing into the next point, after I reported some like cultish pedophiles on Discord, I cannot prove without a shadow of a doubt that I know like someone did this or if it was an accident or not. But very soon after, I found a cat hanging outside my home, right outside the window here, and it felt like a very direct kind of like symbolically. Like, on top of that, like an innocent creature was absolutely harmed. I'll never be able, again, to prove if that was a person or not. I didn't have cameras there at the time, and it all seemed just way too coincidental, but it felt like a tactic of intimidation. So, like, intimidation, I feel like, is a type of speech that's, like, silencing towards other speech, but it's, like, speech in and of itself as well. Ignoring the fact that, like, something was directly harmed. So I feel like I don't even know, like, what the question I'm asking is, but I'm more so trying to illustrate, like,
I get what you're saying.
Between, like,
Let-
indirect action
Let me.
and, like, intention behind that speech.
I get what you're saying.
Excuse me, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am.
We can pay tomorrow.
Okay, excellent, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you. I would say to you, Burst Fire, this is how I feel on that case. It's a case from the late 1980s on flag burning. Flag burning is not speech. It doesn't come out of your mouth, and it's not protected as in a writing. It's a different action. And thus, I don't think it, because if you're going to protect that, then can't you protect punching someone? Well, that's me protecting my freedom of speech. I want to stop them from being able to speak. I don't think that we should interpret speech for anything more than it is. That's stuff that comes out of your mouth. And freedom of the press is stuff that you write. Those are protected. Do I think that you should be able to burn the flag in the United States? If we were building the best country that we could, no. Because you have to start somewhere as the thing that you're going to protect within a society. However, if we want to give as many people as many, like, basically what I'm saying with that, if you want to create like a like almost like a fascist government, then no, then you have to like treat the flag with like all kinds of respect and all kinds of other things like that. But then there's the aspect or the idea that we have freedoms in this nation, and if that is something that you want to do, burn the flag, should you be able to do it? Yeah, okay, that's fine if we want to give people as many freedoms as possible. However, is that freedom of speech? No, in my opinion, it is not. It's something separate. It's a symbolic act, which is what you're referencing. Speech comes out of your mouth, and freedom of the press is stuff that you write. It's a communication like that. I think that it's wrong of... Go ahead. I think that it's wrong.
I want to think about, I guess, like, symbols in general, like how, like, Starbucks just bans, like, political symbols but allows for names, as well as, like, the push behind, like, the concepts of flags themselves, which are kind of like symbols in reference of, like, patriotism and connection to identity.
Right. So Starbucks is a private corporation. They can do with what they wish. And people are fine to boycott them if they don't feel that they're doing what they feel is right. In terms of, so the cat incident, terrible thing that happened to you. I think it very well could have been coincidental. It's just strange. It's weird how the world works like that. It, perhaps serendipitous that you were saying something online, or perhaps protecting people online, and then all of a sudden you found this. Okay, so let's talk flag burning, cross burning, that kind of political, or that kind of action. I don't even want to say it's necessarily political. Those are different. Those are different than speech and writing, and I think that courts should recognize that. If you want to burn a cross on someone's lawn, should you be allowed to do that? No, because you don't have the right to their property or whatever. If you want to burn a cross on your own lawn, though, you should be able to do that. If you want to buy a flag and burn it on your front lawn, you should be able to do that. I mean, kind of, if you want to, now, what about in a public setting? If you're going to cause perhaps damage to other people, or pose a hazard to people by having an open flame, then you shouldn't be able to do those things. But that's more about really preventing people from getting hurt due to the fire, not necessarily due to them being hurt by your action. So let's take the fire aspect away, and let's say, should you be able to rip a flag at a at a political event or like a rally or something like that. I feel you should. You should be able to write whatever you want on a sign. Whatever you want. Write whatever you want on a sign, whether you're pro-life, pro-choice, pro-sign writing, whatever you want, because that's what's protected in under the Constitution and just in a given society. Because if you don't allow that, then you're going to get into arguments that, well, this person used a font that I didn't like, that I find offensive, or this person used a symbol that I don't like, or it resembles a symbol that I don't like, and that just becomes semantics then. And so I feel as if, like, for instance, some people, many Jews, are offended by swastikas. Okay, I understand that the swastika, as a Jew, I understand that the swastika exists. It doesn't offend me really any more than any other symbol. I just recognize that it's a symbol, but I don't want to take someone's ability to make it away, because then I'm going to take away Hindus' ability to show like some symbols of their own culture, or just children who are bored trying to put lines together. I don't want to basically I don't want to I don't want to arbitrate on writing, or on writing of things, or speaking of things. And I feel if we did that in society, if we recognize that somebody can say to me, Rabbi, I'm going to kill you and your family with my own hands. Okay, that's fine. Like, you should be able to say that. I should, and I feel we should raise people to understand that that's their right to be able to say that. And maybe they were just blowing off some steam, or whatever they may consider that to be. In, like, for instance, if you get somebody like a little kid, or let's just say, so not even necessarily a little kid, but somebody who is throwing a hissy fit, and they say, I'm going to blow up the world, I'm so mad. Well, should we charge them with threatening 8 billion people on Earth? No, we would kind of consider that to be ridiculous. Why? Did they technically make a threat against every single person on Earth because they said they were going to blow up the world? Yeah, technically they did. But there's something that we should say, that did they really have the intention to do these things? Likely no. And should they be able to say that they want to do that? Absolutely. Now you said something that's important. At what point does speech transition to an action? Like, should you be able to shout in front of someone's house, I'm going to kill you with my bare hands if you come out of your house? Should you be able to say that? I hate to say it, but I think you should. Again, I'm a free speech absolutist. Everybody's going to think that person is crazy, and they're going to run out of how do I want to say it? They're going to run out of energy after a few hours of doing that, and you go about your day. If they don't run out of energy, perhaps you can get a no contact order against them to some extent because they're harassing you, or whatever we want to deem that in the law. But if we live under that type of society of free speech absolutism, then we, I feel, build stronger people, and also allow people the maximum amount of freedom that they need to exist in a society. And then we don't arbitrate on subjective opinions on things. Is because then you get into these fine arguments of, well, is it a crime? Is it a hate crime? Like, it's just like many times these things don't even have they don't even necessarily correlate, yet people are charged with things. And then you get the United Kingdom, where 12,000 people in the last year have been arrested for things that have been said online. I don't like that society. Very soon that becomes Big Brother, where you can't even talk about a certain political candidate or a certain political topic, and that's scary to me. The slippery slope.
It's like on the distinction between like speech and action, right?
Yes.
Like, is brandishing a flag a form of speech, or is that an action?
That's
I have a follow-up.
Sure, that's action. It doesn't come out of your mouth. That's speech. and writing is like typing or with like writing in with a pen or something like that. Um, it may be protected, but no, you should be able to brandish any flag that you want.
Because like a flag is a symbol of something, right? And like
To some people,
language is symbols for like sounds, phonetic symbols, um, regarding meaning, right?
right? But if I
And you can even like you can send an emoji that's a flag and that like within part of a sentence.
you should be able to send any emoji that you want.
And wouldn't that be akin to brandishing a flag, like placing a flag in front of your home?
Well, so I'm saying that they're separate things, but you should be able to do both. So you should be able to send any emoji you want, any writing you want, say any words that you want. That should be protected. And then also,
I agree with you. I'm asking about the distinguishment between when it crosses the threshold between language and action.
sure, languages are things that come out of your mouth or that you write. So those are limited there. But if you want to just do actions like walking or running or putting a flag up in front of your house and you own that property, you should be able to do that, even if the flag offends your neighbors or society in general.
Is a billboard an action or is it an expression?
Great question. So if you want to create a billboard on your own property, you should be able to put whatever you want on it. So that would be writing. That's not an action. I mean, we would say that.
So what if it's a billboard brandishing a flag?
You should be able to do that. Absolutely.
Is that language or is that an action?
That's language. That's writing of something.
What about
Essentially.
just the flag being brandished? If a billboard brandishing a flag is a language, then isn't a flag also language?
I get what you're saying. It's basically it's an excellent point that you're making. It's art that that communicates something is what we're basically saying, right? Is that correct? Okay, so you should be able to create any kind of art that you want and put it anywhere that you have the ability or the permission to put it. So whether that's a flag, a billboard, a book that you wrote, or just saying things.
Like my view is like I really do like your take on free speech absolutism. I want to say, like in my own head, carried to its maximum, that includes all actions as well, even the most heinous of actions as a form of speech.
Okay, let's talk about that.
In an ideal world, that's something that we could really play with.
Let's talk about
and
that.
Totally allow.
Let's talk about that for a second. So you're saying that like I should be able to come into your house and beat you up?
I didn't say should be able to. I would say that it falls under expression to some degree.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I think there's a fine line, but maybe not a fine line. There is a direct line between me putting my hands on you without consent, and if you cross that, that becomes someplace where society has to intervene.
It is still a form of expression, but it is like the place in which we decide it's no longer just an expression, but something with an amount of consequence that we do something.
Exactly.
Which is also an expression.
Exactly.
And I really like your take. Like I've had this like approach to it for a while when it comes to, let's say, the N word, especially online.
Sure.
And a lot of like quote unquote free speech places. That like I really, really believe everyone has the right to say it. But what I notice is like I don't seem to have the same right in a lot of these spaces that are so free speech, to criticize that speech and to say, hey, I think that's racist, and I don't take that as seriously as I would take someone that didn't do that.
I agree with you in everything that you just said. As I understand it, anybody should be able to say the N-word under whatever conditions they want, whether they're reading for a book or they're expressing someone or they're calling someone friend. They should be able to say that. It's society's interpretation of that, of how they want to treat them. So if they do it and the society doesn't feel that that person did it in an appropriate moment, because if we're saying that everybody should be able to say it, then perhaps the moments differ when people should be able to say it. And if people don't think that the person did it during an appropriate moment, then society can judge those people as, hey, you're acting in a racist way. That's how I feel. This 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 I whenever this discussion comes up, I always think of when I was a little boy and my mom would read to me before bed. One of the books that we read was Huckleberry Finn, and it was my first introduction to the N word. And I know my mom. This was like in the late '80s, early '90s, and these discussions weren't really as um, as how do I want to say um, fiery as they perhaps are now, or perhaps it was just a little calmer environment. And she would read what was in the book, and I would get offended as a little kid, and I would say I didn't want her to say that word. And she explained it to me first. She explained that this is a word that you're going to hear, and it is a disparaging remark specifically against Black people. This book was written over 100 years ago, and this is how Mark Twain wanted it to be said. And so, very quickly, there was this event that happened where my mother would not read it that way anymore, and she would just use the term Black people or something like that. So I would still know what was going on in the book, but I just remember as a child feeling that I just didn't feel comfortable, and I just requested that there was a change to it. And I recognized that that word causes a lot of um, uh, a lot of dissent amongst people, but also I've been called it a lot by in very good ways, and I love that people feel comfortable enough sometimes to say, "You are my N," because to me that's like saying you're my brother, you're my friend, you're a cool person, and it can be used in so many different ways. Much like the word the it's become like in separate ways the F word. So what do I mean? I've seen this sentence that basically if you put the F word anywhere in a sentence and it totally can change the meaning of the sentence just by the inflection. And the N word has just become so um, multifaceted that it can mean friend, it can mean foe. It really depends on the context and the timing of it, and it's for society to determine. So in your case, where you say, I've been in some discords or platforms where people use it, and I personally feel that anybody should be able to use it, but maybe it just depends on the context in which they're using it, where people can judge them. I'm in agreement with you on that. And we run into an issue, a major issue. I mean, a major issue, which the alternate side of that discussion who says, well, only, let's just say, Black people can use that term. Okay, well, what do you consider Black? And maybe you're not even Black enough to be able to use that term. It becomes then an argument regarding pigmentation in someone's skin versus what it what it what it is just a word, and we don't necessarily need to weaponize it. And then you get into discussions, well, should an albino person who has genetic makeup of someone directly perhaps from Africa, should they be able to use it even though their skin isn't a certain pigment? You don't want to get into those arguments. And I feel as if people don't really know what it means. As I understand, people can follow it back to a certain point. So they understand that the Latin word for Black is negro. But that was interpreted even earlier as it was the term for an Ethiopian king. It's a beautiful term. And basically, the royalty of the Ethiopian people, it was known basically as that term, and it was only changed over time due to different civilizations. Now, let me make sure I have that correctly. What is the term for an Ethiopian king that was like the N word? So Negusa Nagast, meaning King of Kings, which was the title used by Ethiopian emperors. So yeah, so it's the term Negus, meaning king. That's a beautiful term, basically, and that's its derivation. So it doesn't even necessarily derive from black; it derives from royalty, and it's just people's misinterpretation of its actual meaning that has caused so much strife over the course of centuries. And again, if you want to say that not everybody should be able to say that word, okay, well, how black do you have to be able to say it? You don't want to get into that argument because what happens if you fall in love?
Ironic. I was just having this conversation with my mom. I get my blackness from her. Both my parents are Dominican.
Okay.
And like ironically enough, like not even a few weeks ago, I had a conversation with someone on Discord that was not aware that like they were having a discussion about like who gets to and who doesn't get to say the N-word. And they're like, well, when it comes to like foundational, and this was like a white person saying it, which shouldn't matter in context. They were talking about the perspective of foundational Black Americans and why Africans from Africa shouldn't use it because they were never slaves. And they were not aware that a lot of Latin America gets their blackness for the same reason that a lot of North America gets their blackness.
Absolutely.
Which is through what was the slave trade. Dominican Republic was the apex of the slave trade.
It was.
A lot of what came in from Louisiana and eventually went to the rest of the United States came from Dominican Republic first. The port in Port-au-Prince in Haiti and Port Chico de Plata, Dominican Republic, and the other ones. So it's like literally like down to like the very like core of it, like literally genetically, we're cousins of Black Americans in the most foundational sense. But I agree with you completely. Like it shouldn't matter where you come from or who you are when it comes to like how limited you are to express yourself or use any kind of language. And I think that like the word itself, like I personally avoided it, though there are points in time, like especially with quotations or references to stuff, that I'll just say it. And that's a personal choice.
Absolutely.
And so then my next point is what we need to see that we all have when it comes to how to express ourselves, but then we're also responsible for those choices and how we choose language defines us as people. If you choose to use language in a belittling way to attack others, in a demeaning way, like that is also like a reflection of who you are as a person. And that should in fact be discussed.
100%. I absolutely agree. I think you're absolutely right. And people are not properly educated on the word. And also it depends on how you grew up and where you grew up, depending on many times how it's been. But I mean, as someone who has lived with African people, African American people, friends of African American people, you realize that it's many times just used as a placeholder for the word friend. And that's like a beautiful thing. It can be used by people to try to hurt other people as well. And in those contexts, people should be able to respond in any way that they feel is appropriate, and society will understand or should be able to understand the difference. But when you get into so and so is not black enough to be able to say that word, well, then how black do you have to be? Is it like, do I have to show you my skin, and do I have to meet a certain melanin level? Because that's what's going to end up happening. And what ends up happening as well is you have situations where you have people of, let's say, a biracial home where the word is used a lot, not saying all biracial homes are, but perhaps you have, in this example, a biracial home, and the word is used perhaps by just one parent, perhaps by both, whatever it may be. And then somebody's going to say that you're not allowed to say that word, even though you grew up with it and that's how you understand. And it's just this, it's like part of you. It's a part of the way that you express yourself because of this color of your skin. I don't feel that is, personally, I just don't think that is right. Uh, Color of skin should not determine words that you can use. Perhaps the timing should be able to describe the at least any backlash that you get for using it. But under many conditions, especially in an educational sense, like what we're saying right now, or how we're discussing, if you're having this in a academic discussion and people are mature, people should be able to say the word as an explanation. Like I use the term, not exactly the term, but I use the term negus, which means king. We're having a we're having an intellectual discussion, and most people who would see this would not take any offense to that. It's like an understanding that I'm using a term from Ethiopian royalty and trying to find the etymological basis for this word. And I also think that people like to fight with other people as well. And so it's just a reason to go after someone. Maybe they just don't like, hey, I don't think you should be using that word because it's my own determination of who should be able to use it and who shouldn't be able to use it. And people are going to run into issues with that, especially amongst people who they think are white and they're black or maybe have black origins. And you don't want to get into that argument. I I I had this discussion with someone once. If you've ever seen people who have like very, very, very dark pigment from like sub-Saharan Africa, but like specifically like just some areas of some tribes, they're very, very dark. And I think to myself, and I've said, what would you do if someone from that tribe said that you, let's just say someone who's slightly less dark skinned than that, can't say this word? Well, that's basically what you're saying to someone who might be a light skinned person saying this. And I think it's a hump that we have to get through as a society. But eventually, if people understand the way that things are going with our um, anthropological and evolutionary behavioral process, we're all becoming slightly light skin, like tan. We're all becoming like this medium, not super white, not super black. We're all mixing, and in perhaps 1,000 years, we'll all have the same skin color, or very,
Well,
very
I'm
similar.
like different conditions that create completely different types of humans. I would think, branch out into different species themselves. What I'm thinking.
Well, yeah, okay, so that's what I talk about basically. Um, where okay, so I talk about this quite often. So Darwin's evolutionary, that photo where you have like the evolution of mankind, where eventually we become like where it goes like Homo erectus, Homo sapien. Well, we're moving towards the next level of that, and I really think that'll come very much quicker than people expect when we start to have a type of transhuman, not transgender, but transhuman, someone who doesn't die, who's able to utilize technology to be able to live this life of digital immortality that I discussed. And then eventually they're able to almost become shapeshifters. They'll be able to be whatever they want to be. So there is that aspect of it as well, where, like you're saying, you could be whatever you want to be. Absolutely. As we continue to have genetic uh, mixing, but specifically, um, the reason why we had different skin color really was an evolutionary trait. And the reason why these different skin colors exist is just because we haven't had transportation generally to be able to intermix with each other. But given generations or so, we'll all be.
Different levels of sunlight, right? That's literally all it is.
That's literally all it is. It's an evolutionary trait, basically, of how much pigmentation is in our skin, melanin, to be able to protect itself against the sun. And I think that given enough time, we will all be of the same color or very similar, and then also be able to transition to different beings. Is that what you're saying? Are we under a similar ideology there?
Reading like 5 or so years ago about how like scientists are already theorizing that we're like entering the like next level, like the I think the proper term like Homo sapien, like the next one is like Homo sapien sapien.
Okay.
And they're saying that we've kind of like already entered into that level of evolution, but it's like hazy. I don't know if I'm like quoting it well, like
No, I
it's
understand.
something along that.
It doesn't have a term that's been mainstreamed yet. I've also heard the term homo techno, basically like a technological development. I've heard other, it doesn't have a term, but that's why the term transhumanist is used, or at least within the transhumanist community. But basically a new type of evolved being, and it is changing. And
Yeah, and it's like every condition that we like change, right, is going to have an effect on our like being, right?
Absolutely.
All it is an adaptation, and technology is something we're definitely adapting to.
100%. And when we have a being that doesn't die and is able to transfer its memories, that's a new kind of species, whether you want to believe it or not. That's different than what we've previously had, and we're very quickly evolving towards that. I get people in here because I've got my spiel. Everybody who comes in, I tell them all the same things, and then I kind of hear what their opinions are on these things. And many people who hear it, they're in shock because nobody talks like that. And I bring up so many different topics. It's a lot at once. I get that, but I'm a diverse individual, and uh, many times they ask me about um, the mind uploading part of it, and they say, "Well, you know what? That's like centuries away from now," and it's really not. Scientists are already able to transfer memories between mice already. So what do? They have one mouse do a maze, and then they're able to transfer the memory of that mouse using like a scanning machine into another mouse, and the new mouse, mouse B basically, who's never seen this maze before, is able to do the maze exactly correctly on the first try. And the fact that we're already doing that with small mammals means that human trials will be perhaps within the next decade or two. And I get people who say, well, I just think that's too quick of a timeline. And I explain to them, I thought the same thing when people used to talk about brain computer interfaces, basically Neuralink. I would say, oh, to have somebody have some kind of computer in their head, that's like Star Trek. I just don't think that's going to be real. But the first successful one happened in the early 2020s with a man named Nolan Aspro, who's a quadriplegic individual, and he can, because of Neuralink and brain computer interfaces, he can play video games better than you or I or anyone on earth can. He basically has an auto aimer in his head. And even though he can't use his hands or his arms or his legs currently, that doesn't mean that in the future he won't be able to. And we've had Neuralink successfully implanted in about half a dozen people, and now they make a Neuralink a cap, or other companies. In fact, Snapchat bought a company that does this. It's a cap that you put on your head and allows you to use a computer with just your thoughts. So when I would have a decade or 2 decades ago said that's very futuristic, and I don't really think that that'll ever be in my lifetime, very quickly that has become the past. Those are events that have already happened, and the same thing will happen with mind uploading technology. And what does that mean for humans as a species? It means that we're changing species, and we have to be okay with that. Now, there's an argument to be made. What about people who don't want that kind of a future? Well, you can live a normal Homo sapien type life, and there will be people, I imagine, who will choose that type of life. But I think the majority of people, at least who survive, will want to perhaps be able to live a life where they have those opportunities, and that again brings on some type of immortality. The key point of what I talk about with this immortality is you don't really want to live forever. Living forever is a punishment. What you want is to live forever within reason. So that once you're bored and you've been a woman, you've been a man, you've been a camel, you've been a dog, you've been an alien, you've been a unicorn, you've been everything that you've wanted to be, eventually you just might say to yourself, I don't want to do this anymore. And you should have that ability to basically wipe your mind clean and die like a quote unquote normal person would. But with the with what technology gives us, it gives us perhaps the opportunity to live a life where anything is possible. And so this is like a multi um, channel discussion. There's that idea that we're going to be able to be whatever we want to be. And then there's also the aspect that when it comes to color, we're all going to be a similar color in the future. And we'll have to be okay with that. When we think about alien extraterrestrial species, what color do we talk about? Well, like in pop culture, it's little green men, but in serious alien discussions, they're all gray. At least that species of aliens, and they've basically over time all evolved to be the same shade, and we're just doing the same here on Earth. We'll all evolve to be the same shade. I don't know exactly what color that's going to be. It might be a lighter version of tan. It might be a darker version of tan. It just kind of depends on where we're going to fall. But this gets back then to the use of the N word. You don't want to be the person who gets caught arbitrating who and who can't use a certain word based on color, because frankly you aren't the judge of what is considered dark enough or whatever you want to consider it to be able to use that term. Does that make sense? Burst fire.
Yes, it does. I would agree with that. Though I do have my reservations, philosophically at least, when it comes to like mind uploading
Sure.
in terms of immortality.
We all do.
Because the question in the back of my mind is more along the lines of like a ship of Theseus.
Yes.
Situation.
Bravo. Oh, excellent. I all the time get people in here who question me about this, and that's the first thing that I reference. It's a paradox.
Like, is it really us, or is it like in the same way? Like, when do you cease to be you? Like, I have a phrase that I like to use. Like, the only difference between me and you is the same difference between me and myself as a baby, which is time and space added to a different perspective.
That is a very complicated statement, but I think I would agree with it. The only thing that differs is time and space, and basically the location of the atoms in our bodies. Yeah. So the idea of this mind uploading and the ship of Theseus is exactly the right argument. And what ends up really happening, and people have to be okay with this, a lot of times this question arises in the idea of teleportation. So if I have a teleporter, which basically is like a portal that I walk into, and I end up on the other side of the world or the other side of the universe or whatever it may be, is that a different me? And the answer is technically, yeah, it is. Basically, they have to kill you on the one end to allow you to live on the other end. Go ahead.
It reminds me, like the person I want to introduce you to. They keep telling me I need to watch Mickey 17, that it's the worst movie ever. And they say it like in a jokey way, but it's kind of like that kind of concept, like a person that's like endlessly cloned and realizes like I don't even know. I haven't seen it yet. I should watch it.
Okay, yeah, it sounds very interesting. So it's a 2025 science fiction black comedy, and it is based on Mickey 7. Set in the year 2054, the plot follows A man who joins a space colony as an expendable, a disposable worker who is cloned every time he dies. This sounds fascinating. I'm glad you brought this to my attention. Yeah, I think that that is a possibility as well. And that scares people. Like, hey, I don't want to die. And it's like, well, you have to understand that science will have done the quality assurance to know that you're going to end up on the other side, like as close to 100% of the time as possible. Like, we'll do this with dogs and mice and cats and elephants. And once you start to trust the system, if you want to teleport, you have to basically understand that your current being is going to be no more. Its atoms are essentially going to be destroyed, but they will be exactly replicated on the other side. And you won't.
It's already happening. Like, I'm not the baby that I was.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. As I understand, every cell in your body has replicated itself at least once every 7 years, except for your neural cells. So those are a little different. But basically, like, you weren't yourself as you were 7 years ago, or even what you were as a baby. So aren't you just a replication of what you previously were? There's a huge argument to say yes. Now, there's a counter argument
Like
that
a self-created clone, right? Like just the genetic code of reproducing itself, just like on a continuous level.
exactly, definitely. So there's the argument to be made that, okay, well, what about the neural cells that you have? Those haven't replicated, and then that's kind of the predicament that your 99.99% of you has been replicated. Most people would consider that a complete replication or multiple times over, but it's not. There are some cells that have been around since you started, but basically, what you're concluding is that you're not even who you were as a baby. You're not who you were even yesterday. Even at the beginning of this call, you've had some cells that have died and other ones that have started. Um, this leads to what many biological um, uh, evolutionary biologists discuss, that humans ourselves aren't really beings on an individual level, though we interpret ourselves that way, but we are really just um, cellular clusters that are able to have a unified action and method of survival. But in reality, we're just different makeups of cells that make up a being, just as any animal is.
It makes me think about ant colonies. In the book I have what's it called? Smart Swarm. So on that note, I am starting to get tired. I really appreciate this conversation.
Absolutely, burst fire.
I'm gonna have a good night snack and take care of my junk stuff.
Absolutely, burst fire. You're very intelligent. I don't tell everybody who comes in here that. You're very intelligent, impressively intelligent. So tell your boyfriend two things. One, thank you for introducing us, because I very much appreciate it. So tell him thank you on my behalf. And secondly, that I said that he has a very intelligent girlfriend, because he does.
I'll make sure he knows he said that.
Excellent. Take care. Night. Sweet dreams.
Bye,
take care. Burst fire. You are smart as a tech. Good on you, girl. Good on Malachi. Or Mordecai. Mordecai. You're the man, dog.
To send positive intention towards person B, and they're completely in separate rooms. And we, show the videos so that we can tell they aren't cheating and they aren't,
person's not in the room with them or they are using their phone. And person A is either sending their intention or they're calculating, they're subtracting.
I have your Twitter, Sprinkles. Thanks, baby.
And then person B has to guess, are they sending me positive intention or not? And so we do 10 trials like this, and then we switch. And person B gets to be the intender versus doing the math. So this has been a really fascinating study because we have many, many pairs of people who are performing above chain-ups, guessing if the other person is positively intending towards them.
Wow. It's interesting because you talk about this connection you have out of nowhere. You get something in your mind that says, I should reach out to that person. And often you hear that it's too late, meaning you may have someone that you were close to pass away, and you'll hear someone else say, I was just thinking about them a week ago, and I meant to call them, and I never did. So I find I hear stories like that all the time. And you mentioned that sometimes these people are bonded together. Do you find that you have these sort of intuitions, these thoughts with people you're bonded to, or can you be bonded to anyone?
I think we can be emotionally connected to anyone, and yet it's stronger for people who we have an emotional tie to. So let me say that in a different way. At IONS, we have this premise that everybody's interconnected and connected in some way. And so at some basic level, we're hypothesizing that, say, you and I are connected, Brian, in some way, even though I don't really know you, right? Or you don't really know me, but we're connected in some way. And yet, me and my mother might have a much easier time doing that task than you and I would, even though you and I may also be connected at that kind of fundamental, interconnected aspect of reality.
Interesting. When I went to the website and I was looking at noetic.org, and one of the things you mentioned, there's 29 different terms for channeling. When you started to research it, it was all called different things. Now, what else might we know this by? What are some other terms?
This was a total can of worms when I first started working at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, or IONS, because what I knew as channeling, people were calling different things. And so I mentioned this premise that we're all interconnected. So we also have this hypothesis that all humans have the ability to tap into noetic wisdom or inner wisdom, to have this ability to access information and energy from beyond time and space. And the way that shows up for people is really quite unique. Like, everyone could probably say that they've had a gut hunch that turned out to be true. That's really common. People could just call that intuition. But then on the other side of the spectrum, you have more rare experiences like mediumship, where mediums believe that they can communicate with deceased people. And trance channelers, which is what people often think about when they hear the word channeling, trance channelers believe that their body can be used as a vehicle for a non-physical being to speak through them, whether that's your deceased Aunt Sally or an extraterrestrial or a ascended master. Who knows? People have lots of ideas about what the source of that train is. And then you have everything in between, knowing the future or being able to sense distant targets, being able to get information from dreams. There's quite very diverse experiences of how we access this intuitive wisdom, which I would call
I changed. I took this glove off. This glove was so bloody, I just left it on. I went to the bar and told everybody I didn't have that money.
blood drops are coming from my hand. I'm short and blow. I'm like, I'm finished. So, you know what, man? I put together a few moves. I told this kid, I'll meet you here Saturday night. We'll leave at 11 o'clock. Fucking Friday, I couldn't put the moves together. I met him Saturday. I told him the truth. I go, listen, I only got like $300. I can't leave. And he goes, well, listen, I gotta go out of here. But get a plane ticket out there. I'll wait for you. I go, okay. So I went. He fucking gets in his car and leaves his shirt up. My score opens up. I pick up 2 G's. I pick up another 2 G's.
But you never got digging anything from that loan shark.
No.
Did he ever know you were there to try to rob?
No.
And the cops never got
I
shot free on that. Just left it alone.
never found out anything on that. That's the weirdest thing. I went and got a plane ticket, started packing. I told the people in New York I'm moving to Colorado. And one night I go to the bar. I guess it's at the bar. Jimmy.
The loan shark?
No, the driver.
Oh, your driver.
And I go, what are you doing here? I thought you'd be in Colorado by now. He goes, in Pennsylvania, the axle broke. So I had to get towed back. I'm fucking depressed. It was, here's 200 for the tow. Here's 200 to get the car fixed. When can we get out of here? And that was when the car broke. That was a sign that he was coming back to get me. Like, there's no planes. There's nothing. Like, I took that as a sign. I look at life for signs, you know. I took that sign, and 10 days later, not even, April 25th, 1983, I got in the car with him. I said goodbye to my friends, and I shot out to a town called Basalt, Colorado, about 30 miles from Aspen, down the valley. And it was me, him, and another guy. It was great because it was the first time I had slept since my mother died. Like the first 3 weeks, your body gets acclimated also to the high altitude, so you sleep a lot while your body produces more blood cells and all that shit. But I was living in such a stress zone. I was basically getting up to pee, eat some, and I'd go right back to bed. Like my stress had been so high for all those years. I lived in Basalt for about a month. And then we broke up first. Yeah, then me and Jimmy moved up to a place called Snowmass Village. It's Snowmass.
What, 21 now? 20, 29?
It's 81. I'm still 84. I'm still 20. It's 83. I'm still 20. And I was there about 3 months. And I'm like, you know what? I really got to get my life together.
But is it a culture shock to you going from
Tremendous culture shock.
right, going from the city streets to
You good morning.
yeah, exactly.
It's fucking fags in this neighborhood. Because every day they tell me good morning. You know, I didn't know that people pulled over to pick you up in a hitchhike.
Yeah,
Colorado, if you're walking, people pull over, go, hi, you want to ride? And I tell them to go suck my dick somewhere else, get the fuck out of it. And I told my roommates, they're like, no, that's cool around here. And you just pull up next to you in Colorado, you want to ride? And you're like, no. And then there was a hitching post and everything. I really went to Boulder. I really went to Snowmass, Aspen with the intention of doing something with my life. That summer I signed up for classes at Colorado Mountain College. I got a job. We got an apartment. I paid rent.
What are you doing for work there?
For work there, I was a hot carrier.
What?
Bricklayer's assistant. I really, really enjoyed all that type of work. I did that from, I picked up that job like in May. And I did it till like September, because he was a professional. His name was Chip Joseph. He was a professional skier. So he didn't fucking break winter time. He just skied. So he told you that when you got the job, you know. So I got a job working for him. I was doing okay. You know, I played a role. I played a dope. It's gonna be like a little hidden thing. And I was doing great in snowmass, like July, August. It was amazing, the transformation. I was putting money away. I'd have a bank account, but I had like a drawer. I had like $600 from. Don't get me wrong, I was still nuts. I robbed my neighbor upstairs. What did you get him for? His name was Ken. He was from Kentucky. In Kentucky, he was one of those geeks that wore a bicycle helmet with his cleats and rode his bike. He hated constant and shit. Yeah, and this guy always came over at dinner time. Like, what's up, Dory? Am I bothering you? I'm so sorry. We're fucking Catholic. We're from the East Coast. You're hungry. Come on and eat. And every night he would fucking get a free meal and smoke dope. One day he comes in, he's like, man, my mama just said, man, $1,000. I think I'm gonna go get me a steak. I go, what about us? What if I buy a bag of weed, come share with us? He goes, oh no, I gotta save this money. Once he said that to me, I go, I'm stealing that money. That's all he had to say to me. So I went to him all day. I go, what are you doing tonight? He goes, I'm going up to Aspen. I'm gonna have myself a good old time. I said, all right. So I waited till he left. I made sure I watched him get on the bus, and I ran to his house. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't jimmy his lock. But he had a balcony, so I put together like a table on top of a table, on top of a chair. And I climbed myself up. I went up. Balcony was wide open. People never close their balconies. Close your balconies, you dumb motherfucker. Always because a lot of people like me out there, the Spider-Man. Yeah. And fucking, I went in there. And I couldn't find the money. I could not find this motherfucker to go out. I searched everywhere. Under the thing, around the thing. Finally, let the door open. I went downstairs and thought about it. Where's this dumb motherfucker? I went upstairs and looked at his bike, and I saw he had a little pouch in the bike. I fucking opened up the pouch, and there was a pouch. And I thought there was $1,000. I took him. I got in the bus to ask him. I bought an 8-ball, came back before he even knew it. I still at the 8-ball. You know where he was? He went to the same town he was in Boston. It took me 10 minutes to go up there, get an 8-ball, come right back. I took the money, I hid it my whole way. And that morning I hit him. He's like, man, I got robbed last night. Somebody robbed me. I don't know how they got in. But I got partial fingerprints from the glass. He goes, I was a junior detective in high school. I took fingerprints and I got a partial. And then he came to me and goes, I have funny feelings for you. And I'm like, it's not me. Get the fuck out of my house. I never talked to him again, but that gave me the taste of blood again. Yeah, that gave me the taste of blood again. So then there was this place called, it was a cheese restaurant. And I had friends that worked up there. They sold the best cheesecake. She was from Hawaii, and she had the biggest tits in the world. And she made the best cheesecake. She worked for a guy. She was a sweet girl. The people who worked there were very sweet. But the guy who owned it was just such a fucking scumbag. So I saw her one day. She's like, I got cheesecake put away for me. It was Labor Day weekend, September. And I went up there to see her, and it was closed. And I go, what the fuck? She just told me. So I went around the back, and the back door was open. And I went in, and sure enough, I go into the office, and there's a deposit bag. $3,000. I took the deposit bag. I fucking hit it. Next day, I went and bought an amp, a cassette player, and Madonna's first album. One of the best albums ever, and something else. And that just got my fever going for stealing, like it was always in my blood. So even though I maintained my college life and by that time it was September, so I had to switch jobs. I became an electrician. I had taken an electrical wiring course, and I became an electrician. So I was working with an electrician. I was fucking, hitting the bag. I was smoking dope. And I was doing these light little robberies from time to time. My one buddy, George, was a head contractor on this building. And he takes me up there and he goes, look what we did. We finished the building. And he takes me to this room, to this condo. He goes, condos. These are condos that we show to other people so they can buy their furniture, towels, soaps, TVs. That Sunday I cleaned out that. He cleaned out the stage, everything, television, wicker baskets. What are you doing with this shit? Are you reselling it? No, my house furnished. My house is furnished like a motherfucker. I had a little tree stump on the table. My shit looked like home and garden. I had a bed, I had matching maroon towels. I had little fucking flowers. Like, yeah, and the funny thing was me and his brother Jimmy was sleeping. I go, Rob George. He's like, fine. We went up there, kicked the door down to the apartment, took everything, pictures. And like pictures of people, like, we took everything. Everything, the couches, the carpeting. We did all with a wheelbarrow. We walked up that hill like 15 times. We were wiped the fuck out, but after that I got the taste of it.
And you're not extra nervous because you don't have the connections to the police anymore. You don't have those things. If somebody gets you, you're probably fucked.
But it was snowmass. You know what the worst crime is? A snowmass, a broken window. Like at the time. So they weren't even fucking used to it. This was like they had crime tape. You know, they had the investigators out in CSI Miami. It was tremendous. And then a buddy of mine, I used to hit the bag in my backyard. And he goes, I always see you trying to get in shape. And he goes, I got weights in my house. You want to live with me? And yeah, so I would lift weights with him. And one night I asked him, what do you do for a living? He goes, I'm a head chef. He was a John Denver's restaurant. The Tower, it was called. I'm like, all right, let's go. He goes, you want a job dishwashing 2 nights a week? He goes, I'll get you a job on Prime rib night, and I'll give you all the steaks so you can get big from the steak. I would go in there, oh my God, just load up on that prime rib, shrimp. I was eating food off people's dishes. I had no respect back then. Like I was a 19-year-old animal in Jersey, you know. And it was funny, like we would go to parties afterward, like fucking new dishes. I was also a sous chef. They told me 2 days how to mix sauces and cut onions and shit. I don't like cutting stuff because I can't see blood, so I didn't like cutting stuff when I made sauces and all that shit. And the interesting was that I became afraid to take me at night. We would all get together and go to different houses. But these people were all coke dealers. So they would ask me, do you want to do a line? I'm like, no, I don't do coke. And then a week later, I would rob them. The dealer got, okay, buy your stuff. I kept robbing these independent drug dealers, and they couldn't figure it out, not to mention. If anybody here goes to the Magic Castle in Hollywood, if you want to get a laugh, I've been once. Ask for the magician, Doc. And while he's doing it, just go, Doc, it was very nice to meet you. We're headed to the comedy store. And he'll stop what he's doing to ask you. You're not going to see Joey Couple of Beers, are you? And if you say yes, he's going to tell you every bad story about it. He knows them all. He was the in-house magician at the Tower at the time. At John Denver's restaurant. And this idiot did a trick where you took a deck of cards and you put a $50 bill or $100, and there was a fan spinning on the ceiling, and he put a thumbtack through it. And his thing was, if he could make it go through the fan, he kept it. Without one, if it fell down, then you got your 50 back. Okay. But it stuck to the ceiling. But the ceiling was a little midget ceiling, and it was like on one side was like 10 foot, but then it would drop to like 8.5. So at the end of the shift every night, I'd make believe I was vacuuming, and I'd go to the corner where it's like 8 feet, and I'd jump and pull down like 4 or 5 50s, and then we just started stealing the rest of the ceiling. We
the other dishwashers just started moving out. We're just fucking robbing them every day. And he finally figured it out or whatever the fuck it was. It was just weird that while I was working there, I started hitting drug dealers like high caliber, half a kilo.
But you're not doing stand-up at that time.
Stand-up was not even.
So what's crazy, man, is that this dude at Magic Castle, years later, you enter his life again in a whole different way.
It wasn't even a thought of doing.
Right, that's what blows me away. You're going to see this guy again years later.
But I just went on. I couldn't stop stealing. Every time I got to.
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you say more than any drug that you were addicted to, stealing was the drug that you were most addicted to?
At this time, you gotta remember my state of mind as a child. My state of mind was that God took away the most important thing in my life. He took a shit on me. So now, I really don't give a fuck about humanity. Like, my life is to make your life miserable. Because God made my life miserable. So that's what's called lashing out, isn't it? Lashing out at the world, you know? I was lashing out in my own little fucking retarded way. So, and that was it. It was lashing out at drug dealers. So,
and would you say, and this is a lesson to a lot of people out there, the reason you found out about almost everything you found out is because people talk too much. They say too much. Dude, I got this 1,000 over here. I got this.
I would go to their houses listen to they say in the morning to play darts. And I'd listen to them talking shit.
They give you all the
info. I would be outside because it was transitions. I worked in an electrician's job till I got laid off of that. It gets too cold. And then I just got shoveling snow in front of my. They paid me $15 an hour. So I lived like in Creekside apartments. Creekside were from A to D. All the drug dealers lived in there. These idiots are going skiing. What drug dealer goes skiing? That means you're leaving your stash in your fucking house. I would have 4 hours to get my way with your shit. Some guys, I would go in their house and take an 8-ball. Because my buddy was an engineer, so he devised us this. We lived in Creekside D12. All the doors, the locks were the same. So he devised a tool for me to open up like a skeleton key to get every door for every fucking. Can you fucking believe that? So let's say you live in Bird. And I want to bust Bird's balls. I know Bird has 4 ounces. I would come over and take one, so he would blame you. I would go there at 8 o'clock and you guys would be yelling at each other. What are you yelling about? I'm listening now. I'm this fucking guy. You saw that big dead guy in the left. I'm like, oh, this fucking retard. You know, it's so funny. I got a call from a friend of mine about 2 months ago. Dear friend, he's in Panama right now. I lived with him in 93. At the time, he was on heroin. And one day, we were sharing a bedroom. We were living with his grandma. I was an open mic comic. And he was a junkie at the time. Now he's got a business. He's changed his life. He's like 6 figures a year. It's amazing. Life changed. We're sitting there, and I'm watching this lady come down the stairs with her 2 little kids. And we had like one grill in the back. It was like a community grill. And she's grilling. So I'm broke. And I got like $23. I'm trying to put them together $7. Be able to get a nickel bag of weed at 20 and to get a toll. And to maybe eat a hot dog in New York. I'm living in northern New Jersey. I see the lady flipping burgers. And I wonder if the front door is open. I run up the stairs. I open up the 2nd floor. There it is. The purse is right there. A little envelope, a payday envelope. I take it, I run down, I open up the envelope, there's 8 bills. I take the envelope, throw it in the toilet. I take the 800, I put it in the basement. And I sit in the living room like nothing happened. George, my junkie buddy, is in the back
just jumps out of him. And she's like, "You're a fucking junkie. I knew it was you." And he's like, "I haven't left my apartment. I've been here all day." So the cops are the report. I felt terrible. He's my brother in half, he's my brother. But I'm loving it at the same time. If you know anything about me, I'm dying. He's trying to talk himself out of it. They even got me in the other room questioning me as he left the house. And I'm like, he's in the wall. I don't know what this lady's talking about. Meanwhile, I got the small 800 in the basement. All right, the cops leave. George says, "I can't fucking believe she blames me." I go out to the city. I buy a dime bag. I get a nice steak. I come back. I see him. I do a lunch. Out of respect, I go, "Hey, man, I'm in a school." He's like, "Thanks." And he leaves. And he didn't know about it. And I had robbed a lady. Okay. 20 years later, he's straight. And I tell him one night that you got in trouble for robbing that lady. He goes, "Yeah." I go, "It was me." He goes, "You motherfucker." And then my shoes. So that's the end of the conversation. About 2 months ago, I'm in a meeting and I get a call from him. And I can't talk right now. I don't even pick it up. And he's calling. I finally get in the car and I go, "George, what the fuck?" He goes, "Sit down. You're going to love this story." He goes, "I went to lunch today at a fancy restaurant." He goes, "I sit at the bar and I'm talking to this girl and she's asking me where I'm from. I tell her Cliffside. I ask her where she's from and she says Cliffside. And I go, "Where?" And she goes, 144 Wood Terrace." And he goes, "What are you talking about?" I grew up at 144 Wood Terrace. And she goes, "Oh my God, we must have been neighbors at the same time." And she goes, "When did you stay there till?" She goes, "Till about 93. We were doing great there. But then a junkie in the building stole my mom's place." George called me right away. There was a little kid out there. A little kid, right? So I was one of those guys. I was robbing and everybody else had a plane. So by December, I had caused a panic up there. People were like, there's a burglar on December 24th. I went, I got really drunk, and I just started breaking into businesses. I was just breaking doors off hinges. I went to a magazine store and I took a dolly and I put the safe on the dolly. Come on. Oh yeah, you know me because you never open up a safe. Yeah, you tell safe to go. So I take the safe to go, I bang it open, it'd be like $3 grand. And I had to dump the safe behind Ted Bundy where he killed the chick. For real? Yeah, Ted Bundy killed people up in Village, Snowgrass Village. I forget the hotel on the way. At the time you were up there, like that, during that time? 7 or 8 years before that was when Bundy was causing havoc in Aspen and Snowgrass Village. I forget the name of the place where he killed the girl. We threw the safe behind that, but we'll blame it on Bundy. Why not? I still remember waking up Christmas Day, and the front page of the Snowgrass paper was more burglarized on Christmas Eve. Like I just kicked open the doors to 4 different places. Like that was when, it just goes to show you how angry I was deep down inside. After that, they started blaming this kid. There was this kid from Minneapolis. His family had a ski company, and they kept blaming him for robbing everything, and Jeff Todd, something like that was his name. So I cooled down. I said, fuck that, I'm not gonna rob nothing for a couple fucking months and let this shit cool down, let people trust again. I mean, the city is so mass, it's like 3 blocks. So I had the whole town locking the doors, and, how many doors? But there was one jewelry store. They knew the dude owned that he was half a fag. His wife was a cunt. And I knew I
could break this place down. He had one alarm at the place. At that time, I was working for an electrician. There was a guy that would help me with alarms. He knew about alarms and shit like this. The other thing I was doing when I was in Colorado, I forgot the training was, I became friends with this guy named Fred and his wife. And Fred was an ex-Vietnam Rambo, like presidents, Congressional Medal of Honors. When I met him, I didn't know. I thought he was just a big fat guy, but after a few years, I got to find out who he was. So for 6 months, I would meet him on Saturdays. I would sleep at their house on Friday. They had no kids. Now they got like 3 kids. One of them was on the dame.
Yo.
But at that time, they had no kids. And
what up, legendary loser?
We just teach them. We had to kill them.
Legendary loser, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you living, pimp?
At that time, I was working for an electrician.
How'd you find out about me, my friend?
For some reason, I was like looking over because I stream some shit. I had a clip on my Kick account with the Discord, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, I'll check this out.
Oh, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure, why not, man?
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Apologies for my bot. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, legendary loser, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yep. Truman Show I've seen. The TV show Big Brother I have not.
That's okay. That's essentially what I do. My whole life is on camera. If you didn't know this, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, legendary loser, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I'm going to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
A little bit too good to be true, but okay.
Absolutely. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. Sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the less fortunate. I'm also an advocate of the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How did those things sound to you, legendary loser?
So I don't really know much about that stuff. I'm always keen to learn though.
Okay, well, excellent. Well, let's go through them just briefly. Agricultural drones are drones that are able to plant and to harvest crops. So you don't need basically people to do that anymore. That eliminates the need for like migrant work or like human farmers. We have floating greenhouses. These are for places that are highly dense population places where you can just build a greenhouse on the water that floats. Saltwater greenhouses are where you take a greenhouse and build it on land, but you use salt water through like reverse osmosis and evaporation to be able to irrigate the crops. Hydroponics are where you build systems that allow for crops to get nutrients directly to the roots using water or some other kind of amorphous substance. We have vertical farming. So this is especially important in places where real estate is in high demand. Just one moment, my friend. I hear on my other account that I'm cutting out. I know that. Just one moment. I know.
Yeah.
Just one moment. I'm going to leave and come right back. Please stay.
Or, you're really struggling with some sort of decision, and this information will come in that guides you to go down a certain path rather than the other path. And that unfolds in a really amazing, synchronistic way for you. So, telepathy is just one way that this what we call non-local consciousness, this idea that our consciousness goes beyond our brain and our body and can actually get information, get energy from beyond our physical self. And this shows up in so many different ways. It doesn't have to just be through telepathy. We see it in healing.
Legendary Loser, can you hear me? No, you can't. Just one moment.
We see it in something called remote, which is a really incredible practical application of what I'm talking about.
Legendary Loser, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, so I talked about vertical farming. This is essentially where, in places where real estate is in high demand, you can create crops not just on a two-dimensional space, but 3 dimensions. So you basically, the best way that I've seen it done, you have like poles that go into the air, and then you build crops into the poles. So instead of where you previously would have only been able to put crops in the ground, you can put crops vertically and as high as the sky will go, or as high as your building is, essentially. And then cloud seeding. This is something that's already being done regularly once a week in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. They create clouds that rain to produce not just nutrients for the plants that are there, but it also washes the buildings and the cars and such. And then I talked about things like building of wells.
So I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I've actually seen like vertical farm. I've seen vertical agriculture.
Excellent.
I did a little bit of travel when I was in the army. I've definitely seen it before. If I remember correctly, doesn't that create like a major like energy output though? Like what I mean is, what we would sacrifice for one resource would cause like a big issue with another resource. I remember because I studied it as well, which is really weird. But
absolutely, that's just an excuse. That's just an excuse that's used. Really, from an energy standpoint, there are many different ways to produce energy at very low cost. It's just not currently utilized because there are major monopolies that don't want to have competition. One of them is creating tidal energy. So basically using the Earth's waves that come in and out of every shore on every continent, you put a turbine in the ocean and allow the turbine to spin from the waves that are being created. Another one, and probably the most energy efficient, is nuclear energy, both nuclear fusion, nuclear fission. You can create massive amounts of energy extremely cheaply and safely as well. People get scared of nuclear energy, but since the inception of nuclear energy in the 1950s, so in about 80 years, less than one person has died directly from nuclear fallout. So that means the number is 42 of how many people have died from nuclear energy directly. There were about 40 people who died in Chernobyl, 2 people who died in Fukushima, and no one died at 3 Mile Island. And those are the 3 major nuclear disasters, quote unquote, that the Earth has experienced. Now, there are people who make the argument, well, what about like cancer that is around these places? Cancer could come from anything. It's not necessarily directly related. people talk about Fukushima. Well, didn't more people die than just two in Fukushima? They died from a tsunami, but not due to direct issues with nuclear fallout. The people who died of the nuclear fallout were uh, firemen who went in directly into the nuclear generation station to essentially attempt to assist with that disaster. It wasn't directly from nuclear energy, though. The people majorly died from tsunamis. Other ways that we can provide energy to the earth that allow for vertical farming, geothermal. So if you don't know what geothermal is, it's essentially where you take a pipe and stick it in the ground really deeply and allow Earth's natural heat to turn a turbine. So that's just, a handful of ways that we can produce energy at extremely low cost. It's just whether the energy companies want that type of competition. But as for vertical farming, to say that it isn't realistic, I'm not saying that's what you're saying, but I'm saying that's the argument that you'll get. It's just perhaps people having closed mindedness and not having the courage to be able to explore alternative energy sources. Does that make sense?
Right. No, I get that. I get that.
Excellent. The other things that I mentioned, so digging of wells, that's pretty standard, just digging more wells. Um, the idea of life straws, these are small devices that you can use to suck up water out of contaminated conditions that purifies it immediately. And then desalination technology, that's where we pump Earth's seawater onto land into essentially a plant, and through a process remove the salt from it, and it creates two things. It creates drinkable water that you can use on crops. You can also use for people, but then also it creates salt, which is also something, sodium bicarbonate, which is definitely something that's needed in both f- food industries, but also in other scientific pursuits. So there are definitely benefits to this. I talk about other things that are exciting to the world. I'm a futurist myself, so I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, and which is like a replicator, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this legendary loser, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is just a really exciting premise. Additionally, they want to introduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. Once they reintroduce the woolly mammoth, which I just think is really exciting. They recently made headlines with their creation of the dire wolf, and they have created three dire wolves. They are healthy living species that they're about a year old now. I talk about other things that you may be able to benefit from legendary loser, things like life extension technology. When you were born legendary loser, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, nootropics, peptides, human growth, testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually you may be able to get to the age 120 and you may say, Rabbi, everything that you said when I met you in 2025, it came true. You made all my wildest dreams come true. It's been absolutely wonderful. But my body's starting to break down. I'm 120 years old. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, if you don't want this, you can just live a normal life and die. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, which is where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI. knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, legendary loser, is that you may be able to experience a future of digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Um, I'm, mind you, I'm a little bit shy. I just don't want to sit here something like this. I mean, I don't know. I'm say I'm a realist. So obviously, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. Be like, all right, I don't want to live forever. Like, come on, immortality. Who wouldn't take that?
I get people in
Or
here.
even anything closer to living longer. You know.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So you're already using life extension technology right now. If you've ever taken a vitamin, or you drink purified water, or you cook your food, really, these are all primitive types of digital life extension technology that we utilize to be able to live longer, more comfortable lives. And when the average life expectancy of just a few generations ago was 30 and then 50, now we've gotten it, at least in the Western world, to 80. We are at a point where we're really going to be able to make significant strides in that. Now, in terms of the mind uploading, a lot of people think, that's like Star Trek. That's futuristic technology, and I'm never going to be able to utilize that. And at one point, people thought the same for something like a brain computer interface, Neuralink. But the first successful Neuralink patient, his name is Nolan Aspra. He's a quadriplegic man who has an implant that allows him to be able to use a computer and play video games better than you or I ever could. Basically, he has an auto aimer in his head that allows him to use his brain computer interface and better his own life. Now, we've had 6 or half a dozen or so people who have also had this successfully done. And if you are like I am and say, I don't want anything implanted in me, well, there's an opportunity for us as well. And that would be essentially a wireless uh, Neuralink device, brain computer interface. It's just a cap that you wear, like a swim cap, that can read your brain waves to be able to control a mouse on a computer. And this is currently done. The company Snapchat, from that app, they recently purchased a company that has this type of technology, and it's starting to be used by people for the benefit of their own lives. Now, what about that? There's a step there, but that's really an advanced technology, brain computer interface. But what about mind uploading? Like, how are you going to transfer my memory into something else? Well, this is already being done as well with small mammals. Scientists are successfully able to take mice, have them complete a maze, and then scan their brains and transfer the memory, basically um, the the not just the memory but the atoms, atomic structure, into the brain of another mouse that has never completed the maze, and that mouse, the new mouse, mouse B, the second mouse essentially, is able to complete the maze on the first attempt without ever having done the maze before, without having any knowledge. So scientists are already able to transfer memories from one mammal to another, and it's just a matter of time. I'm not talking tomorrow, but I am talking within the next generation or two where this is going to become a reality. Now, I'm like you are, legendary loser. Look, I'm a realist. Talk to me when it's being done down the street. I get that 100%. We're still in the infancy of this type of technology, but just think, someone born in 1900 would have experienced, if they lived an average life, flight for the first time of the Wright brothers plane, all the way to stealth technology of the B-2 stealth bomber. That's within one generation, where no one could fly in a plane, to the point where we have the Boeing 747. So think of your own life and perhaps children of today. and the amount of advancement that we may see within the brain computer interface field and the mind uploading field. What do you think about that, legendary loser?
I mean, I can see it be all right. So coming because I was in a combat field in the army, so um, coming from like a training standpoint, that could be really really good. I mean, hell, if you could just kind of transfer what one person knows to the other one, like that kind of intelligence would be, frankly, it'd be amazing. It'd be like having the internet in your head.
Yeah, so it's known as a neural network.
Right. Um, but at the same time, like, so all right, so like, all right, I'm gonna use me for example. I have a TBI, I have a traumatic brain injury
Absolutely.
that I got while deployed. So like for somebody like me, or like we can also talk about things like mental illness, right? Like couldn't that possibly become like maybe like a virus in that neural network? Like
I
and I'm
understand.
not mind you,
So
I'm not trying to focus
absolutely,
on
no,
that
I know
part.
you're not. So let's talk about that. Especially for people with BTIs or PTSD, there's something that is an opportunity for you that's known as memory erasure or memory editing.
No,
So
I'm sorry to cut you off.
go
I
ahead.
have a TBI, it's a traumatic brain injury.
Right.
I took a really bad hit to the head.
I heard you.
Part of my
I heard you.
brain is now like dead, if that makes sense.
I heard you. Right. I understand that. And there's a way to edit that dead part of your brain to make it useful again. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Uh,
If it like if I had the opportunity to do that, I'd probably take it. I used to be like really good at speaking, but the part of my brain that got kind of messed up was that part that kind of like strings your sentences and the words together. So like you'll hear me stutter a lot. It's not. I didn't used to do that. I actually used to be really good at public speaking, but after getting that TBI, it's become a lot harder to speak.
I understand. And there are ways to make your neural connectivity stronger with these types of technology and rebuild once damaged tissue so that it is not only as strong as it once was, but even stronger. You never know. I'm not guaranteeing this, but you may have the opportunity in the future, especially because of the devastation that occurred to your brain, that you may be able to be one of the people who might be able to trial this someday, and thus it would actually make your damaged part of your brain actually stronger than the quote unquote normal part of your brain. I'm not guaranteeing that, but I'm saying that that will be an inevitability in the future. It's just a matter of time. But with the amount of energy that has been um, and energy and publicity that's been given to people with TBIs, traumatic brain injuries, and um, also people with CTE and other types of brain issues. It is just a matter of time until science is able to bridge some of these gaps and overcome the challenges and make you be able to speak not just as well as you once were able to, but even better than you ever have in your entire life. So I want you to have an optimistic view on what science may be able to do in the future. Now I understand you may be like, hey, but that's going to be really expensive, or how do I know I'm going to be the one who's going to be chosen for this? I don't know. It is something, though, that I feel you can be optimistic about because of the strides that are being made in this field. And in terms of not just uh, memory editing, but people, I know you have TBI, not PTSD, but it's an issue with the brain. And so people, we're going to have memory erasure where you're able to remove those bad memories or bad things that happened to you and then additionally be able to regrow once damaged neural tissue, in your case, to perhaps make you a better public speaker than you ever were. What are your thoughts?
That actually sounds really good.
Absolutely, it does. And it's
I
just a matter
love
of time.
I'd love to do it.
And it's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, but when. And you're young. Imagine within your lifetime, not only will they have trials for this, but it will become a regular part of your of the life of a soldier, that anyone who or anybody who's had a TBI, you don't just have to have gotten it from a military perspective, but anyone who has any kind of neural damage will be able to regrow the damaged portion of their brain tissue and perhaps increase it. Many times when somebody has an injury to a certain part of their body, given enough time, especially if allowed to exercise and perhaps be given different injections and steroids and such, that once damaged part of their body can actually become a stronger part of their body. And I think the same could be said about the brain. So you should be positive about it. I know that's hard to think, because like, hey, I once had this gift of being able to speak publicly. I want that gift again, and I get that. Something that you also said, that something you're kind of shy, or you can be, but maybe you once weren't that way. Just know that you may be able to regain that again. In the same way that we have people who were once complete quadriplegics, they've been able, with therapy and with injections and with technological advances, been able to walk again. You may be able to regain the function to be able to publicly speak better than you ever did. How does that sound?
That's not that. Honestly, that sounds really good. I would, if it were possible now, I'd probably take the insurance.
Absolutely. I understand that you would. If you really wanted to, you probably could already be involved in these studies. You probably would have to move to an area where there's a clinic that focuses on this. And I understand you don't have that ability, but just know it's already being done at a university and a medical level, where people are starting to take the risk and say, look, if you think that you can help regrow neural tissue, I'm all for it. Please do. So it's just a matter of time. In the same way that it was just a matter of time for humans to be able to break the sound barrier, it just took time. It's the same idea with being able to regrow neural tissue and perhaps even make it better than it once was. So, with that being said, again, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Anything is possible, it just takes time.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. Um, and this is always gonna be like my kind of point to it would be like, how would they choose? I mean, I don't know. We probably don't know how they choose, but like, how would they? I'm a pretty, like, I hate to say it, like, I don't like saying it, but I'm not really that optimistic with a lot of things. Like, I keep myself at kind of like a neutral standpoint. Never to say expect the worst. You're never disappointed.
Absolutely.
Um, so I'm one of those. I'm always gonna hope for the best but prepare for the worst.
Absolutely. I understand that.
So my thing would always be like, and I'm sorry about my TV. I'm gonna lower it down here in a second. I was just engaged in the conversation.
You're good.
I didn't want to like put my headset down and go and put down the volume.
You're good. If just so you know, I can't even hear it, so you're fine.
Okay. But my thing would always be, because I'm in a huge so I've done my own research on like TBIs, how it works, what I can do for it. And the fact of the matter is, like, whenever at least when I go to a doctor, they're and excuse my language, but they're kind of like, hey man, you're fucking screwed. Like,
You're not.
You know what I mean?
You're not. You're going to the wrong doctors. So you're about to ask the question, how do I get involved in one of these trials, right?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Here we go. Now, the technology that I'm going to use, it's a large language model, wasn't available to us 5 years ago and would have seemed like magic then. But I can just say, I have a friend who has a TBI, a traumatic brain injury, and wants to know how they could get involved with trials for perhaps improving damaged tissue, specifically neural tissue. Where is this being done? Can you please tell me what would my friend have to do to get into one of these trials? First answer first. Yes, there are clinical trials aiming to repair or improve damaged neural tissue after TBI. Most are early phase, safety, and small efficacy. They're run at academic medical centers and by biotech companies in the US, Japan, Europe, and elsewhere. Examples are stem cell, mesenchymal stromal cell trials, engineered cell products like SanBio's SB623, modified MSC infusions, and a range of device rehab trials. If your friend wants to, bear with me. If your friend wants to, if your friend wants to join one, the practical path is A, find trials that match their injury and timing. B, check inclusion-exclusion rules. C, contact the study team, PI, with medical records. And D, complete screening and consent if eligible. Below, I give concrete places to look, to exact step-by-step checklist, an exact step-by-step checklist, a short template message to contact the trial site, and red flags to avoid. Where these trials are happening, examples and types. Academic centers and trauma neurology departments at large hospitals run many TBI trials. Examples include university medical centers with brain injury programs, such as the University of California, San Diego, and other major centers. Biotech companies and their trials. Several cell therapy programs have run phase 1 and 2 trials for chronic and acute TBI. ClinicalTrials.org and aggregators like CenterWatch list active recruiting studies across the U.S. and internationally. Device trials, rehab, neurostimulation, hyperbaric oxygen, stem cell infusions, etc. So the first place you want to check out is clinicaltrials.gov. Important safety context role. Stem cell approaches have potential but are largely experimental for TBI. There are documented cases where stem cell clinics can cause issues. Do not confuse legitimate with illegitimate. Okay, we know that. Okay, so step-by-step checklist your friend can follow right now. Gather your medical documentation. Hospital discharge summaries, neuroimaging like CT or MRIs, operative notes if any, neuropsych reports, current medications, date, and mechanism of injury, and current symptoms and limitations. I'm sure you can get that. Search actively for trials. Use clinicaltrials.org and CenterWatch, searching terms like traumatic brain injury stem cell, TBI, mesenchymal stromal cell, the traumatic brain injury chronic, or specific interventions, for instance, SB623 TBI. Bookmark trials that are recruiting or enrolling by invitation. Filter results by phase. Phase 1 and 2 are common for new cell therapies, location, which cities they can travel to, time since injury. Some trials enroll acute TBI, others require chronic TBI months or years later. The major inclusion, exclusion, age range, ability to consent, medical comorbidities. Contact the study team, principal investigator, PI. Trials list a contact on clinicaltrials.org or the sponsors page. Email or call, attach a brief summary of medical records, and ask if your friend meets the basic criteria and what screening involves. Screening, visit, and informed consent. If preliminarily eligible, the site will schedule screening, medical exam, labs, imaging, neurocognitive functional assessments. They'll explain risks, benefits, in an informed consent process. Read it carefully. It's best to bring a family member. Logistics and cost. Many trials cover study-related tests and treatments. Some reimburse travel. Ask explicitly about costs, travel stipends, and time commitment before enrolling. Continue standard care, second opinion. Your friend should keep receiving recommended therapy, rehab, medications, and discuss trial participation with their neurologist or primary physician. Where what researchers typically require: exact TBI diagnosis and date of injuries, severity, mild, moderate, severe, time since the injury. Some trials limit to 72 hours for acute interventions. Others require chronic deficits months, years after an injury. Age limits. Many trials restrict to adults 18 to 65 or similar, so that's you. Ability to give informed consent or a legally authorized representative, you can get that. No uncontrolled medical problems, infection, active cancer, unstable cardiac disease. It doesn't seem like you have that. And not being on contraindicated medications. Extra criteria vary. Read each trial's inclusion exclusion closely on its registration page. Practical search queries. So it gives you like exactly what to search on clinicaltrials.gov. You want to search traumatic brain injury and stem cell or MSC. That's mesenchymal, mesenchymal. Or you want to also look up traumatic brain injury recruiting clinical trial and then also traumatic brain injury. These will return currently registered and recruiting trials. Email or call template your friend can use. So it gives you then just like a template of an email. Hello, doctor, or say your team. My name is whatever. I have a traumatic brain injury from whatever the date is and what caused it. I am interested in your study, whatever the name of their study is. I'm age, whatever your age is, and I live in wherever you live. My current issues are, and then you put your symptoms. I can provide medical records, imaging, and neuropsych reports. Could you please tell me whether I might be a candidate and what the screening process involves, including time travel or any costs or reimbursements? Thank you. You put your name, your phone, your email. There you go.
Definitely it's a good out. So I would imagine I'd also be taking on any risk with those trials.
That's what happens when you're essentially at the forefront of the experimental medicine world.
I totally understand that. I mean, obviously, like I said, I'm a realist, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like nothing has risk. Um, and you know what? That's actually not bad. I mean, it depends. I would say I'm like the moderate to severe area with the TBI. I get like, so I have like this. I have like the speech issue. I have migraines a lot. Very rare that I can go like a whole week without at least 2 to 3 migraines. Um, it's kind of like a whole bunch of different things that kind of go into it. Like, but they're little things. They're really little things. It's really weird to put it into words, but it's really like little things. Like it's like some forgetfulness here, maybe lapse of memory there. You know what I mean? Like it's little things. None that they would consider too severe. Probably like in the moderate section.
That's perfect. You're probably the perfect person or perfect kind of candidate for them. Now, you have a few options. Do nothing, which is usually the easiest, and just wait for somebody else to be the guinea pig for this. And then it's available maybe in your area in the next 5 to 10 years. Or you say, I'm going to make the effort to go and try to do this. And you might have to move or just find places around you, maybe if they exist, even just large universities near you with the medical school, and see if you're a candidate. They might even have, with this type of uh, study, something where you can live where you live, but maybe you travel once every 6 months to go get the treatment, and then it might be like a 5 year trial or something like that. It really depends on what the study involves, but I'm going to tell you that those doctors who told you that you're screwed are wrong, and I would say that to them to their face, and I would also say to them that they should open their horizons for what is the possibility of the medical universe, because it's not a question of if this type of injury will be repairable. It's just a matter of when. And if they aren't educated enough to know that, I don't know if they should be in the medical industry.
I think another thing you said that piqued my interest. You said having generational wealth. And now, mind you, that's something everybody wants, right? Like, let's be real, let's be honest. Everybody wants that. How would you? But you were talking about helping people gain generational wealth. How do you help people gain that? Like, with like trading or like?
Yeah, great question. So essentially, as previously stated, data is Earth's #1 resource. And what does that mean?
Right.
It means that the data on Earth is the most valuable resource, more than petroleum or food or air or water or anything else. Specifically, human data. And my data isn't just a list of people's addresses and telephone numbers and favorite foods. It's the study of human development over the course of a long period of time from multiple angles. That will essentially be the example of which, or for which, or by which I should say, artificial intelligence trains itself. Basically, I have the largest training set of human data ever created. Now, they don't just give you money for that, especially when I'm just giving this data away. But it'll make me a very interesting person that people can literally go back in my life, like a time capsule or a timeline of human history, and be able to see what I was doing on a given date. Not just that, but they'll be able to see what was going on in the world on a given date, as I always keep radio going for the events that are ongoing and within the world for global events. And once I pick up steam, which I'm doing just by meeting you, I just surpassed 2,000 people in the Discord yesterday. And as my message and I continue to grow in influence, I will have people who want to do more sponsorships of me, and I'll be able to do more endorsements. I mean, like right now, I've just got a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. They've sponsored me for about 2 years. They send me clothing and bedding and pillows and things like that, and I talk about it. And I'll be able to do the same with Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola and McDonald's and Burger King and AstraZeneca and Pfizer and the NFL and any other large organization, Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, in the future, because basically people will want to connect themselves to this project and have me as someone who endorses them, because I will literally wear their logo just like a NASCAR driver does 24 hours a day. And that is a huge influence on society. When people would be watching you globally, like you've seen the Truman Show, if Truman were wearing a certain brand, and they already do that within that show for targeted advertising, and we'll just do the same. And I'll take all that money, take $1 billion per endorsement annually. And if you're like, well, that's a lot of money for an endorsement, not all that much. I mean, Michael Jordan makes $1 billion, or has made $1 billion from Nike through his Air brand, Air Jordan, and he doesn't necessarily live stream his life. I would be live streaming my life, and that would give people many more opportunities to have impressions of their advertising, and that people would want to connect with that. And I don't need that money, so I'll take that money and put it in essentially a large trust and tell the people of the world, if you want to be associated with this project, just give to this trust. It'll be a giant trust to the point where it becomes worth billions and then trillions and perhaps quadrillions of dollars. And we help people who need help. And additionally, anybody who's helped me along the way, you've been documented. This conversation is documented on YouTube, on 20 different YouTube streams. People are going to know about you, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday and for the rest of history. And you have a journey that you're on. And people will look back onto this conversation in 100 years or 1,000 years and say, remember when Rabbi was talking to Legendary Loser? Legendary Loser had unfortunately experienced a traumatic brain injury, but gained hope in that conversation. And now today, there's no such thing as a traumatic brain injury. Something happens to your brain, we're able to heal it immediately using science and technology. And people look back on that as just an incredible gift to society. That right there is going to be very beneficial to the world. And I'll be able to make huge amounts of money doing that, but then also in cryptocurrency, anything that I endorse will turn to gold. Basically, because people will just want to be associated with this. They'll want to get their brand on this stream. It's the largest amount of human data ever recorded. It would be like getting your brand in the Bible. Like if you were a someone who was like a honey salesman, and you could talk to the people like to Moses about getting the word honey in the Bible more often than normally would have been there, or something along those lines. That's essentially what we're talking about here.
Okay. That's really cool. I wonder. I have to ask you, and this is like, I know if this is a personal question, please feel free not to answer.
Sure.
How does that work for you? Like live streaming your life, like, is there at any point that you have like any semblance of privacy, or are you okay with not having that semblance? I'm more thinking of it in the sense of, and mind you, I'm not like teenage or anything, but like more in the sense of like kind of the mental strain something like that can have.
I enjoy it. I like when my life is being recorded. I know it's already being recorded by clandestine organizations. If you know anything about Edward Snowden and the PRISM scandal from about 10, 15 years ago, I already know that. You should know all about that.
I worked for the government for 2 years.
You know all about that. So you know that everything's already being recorded. So why not take the power back and control your data and be able to access it? So basically, I feel that if I need privacy, I can get it. I don't say that I have the longest continuous stream in history, though some large language models credit me with that. I don't. I say I have more data than anybody. Data to me is what's important. I'm not here worried about, well, if I have a power outage, what's going to happen? If I have a power outage, which has happened just like once or twice, thankfully, over the course of this, or if like the internet goes down for a second, I have backups and backups of backups and GoPros I can use to continue the archiving of my life. What is important to me is the fact that we have this data being archived so that people can go back to what life was like during the pandemic, or what life was like during the Olympic Games, or what life was like during an assassination, how society changed when large language models were launched. How did the world change with ChatGPT? How did the world change with Dolly or with Midjourney or other types of AI integration into our lives? That's really important to me. And the fact that I can always leave the cameras and go outside or go talk with one of my roommates or go talk with a neighbor whenever I want. And that doesn't necessarily have to be on camera. The streams are still going. But if I ever want privacy, I absolutely can get it. But I like being on camera. If I didn't, I wouldn't do this. When I was a little kid, I used to ask my parents, why don't we just we had like a VC, we had like a uh, not just a camera, but a camcorder. And only during like big events did we ever like parties and things did we ever record. And I asked my parents, why don't we just record our whole lives? And they explained to me that would be very expensive to do and very time consuming, and basically we'd run out of storage with all the VHS tapes. But I don't have to worry about that anymore. Basically everything can be stored on the cloud on servers somewhere in the world, and so long as those servers are protected, which they have many redundant backups, my data is protected. And I feel that when I'm at a time where I want to settle down and raise a family, something like that, I will perhaps be the most eligible bachelor in the world. I'll be able to say to any woman, hey, do you want to be famous not just now, but for the rest of time? Yeah, absolutely. Let's run away together. and we'll be able to either stream our lives and our families' lives, which I'd like to do, or if we want and we want private time, we can always just turn the cameras off or go into another room or have a private conversation in another area. I mean, I don't say that I have to be on camera all the time. I just want the streams to be going. That's what's important to me. I'm on camera 99.999% of my life. And that's great. But there's still 0.0001 if I ever need to be, um, for whatever reason, off camera. I can be. I can tell you I've opened bank accounts on camera. I can tell you that I've gone shopping on camera. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. I'm very comfortable live streaming, and it's just kind of become an extension of myself. In the past, people would have been a diarist or a journalist, and I'm doing the same in a modern sense, but just as a vlogger.
And got a couple questions here.
Hit me.
If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been doing this? Or do you have like a time frame of how long you've been doing this?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm coming up on my 4-year anniversary next month.
Wow, okay. And would you say there's been challenges?
Yeah,
to it,
definitely.
That have arisen with?
Yeah, the
What
biggest
would you say is the biggest challenge?
technological issues, ensuring that I always have internet, ensuring that I always have power, overcoming the challenges that happen with big social media, that they don't like you having multiple accounts, or they will ban your account for streaming copyrighted material, even though like it was just in the background. Like I have a radio going in the background. If somebody plays a copyrighted song for too long, I can get a copyright strike. That kind of stuff has been extremely annoying. But I've overcome it. Have I lost accounts? Yeah. But I've just come to the point where I understand that's um, an inevitability. And that doesn't necessarily mean they get rid of your data. If you win an appeal against YouTube, they give you your account back. And so all I have to do is get big enough, and I know even all of my banned accounts I'll be able to have access. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I'm the most archived individual ever. And I know that all of those companies, for one reason or another, save the data that I have archived to their platforms. And once I go viral, I will be able to have access to all of the ones that potentially have been previously banned. And it will allow me to, in my own way, take over the world.
Okay. Okay. So I do. Cause I have a buddy who I sent one of your YouTube links to. Hope you don't mind.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was just curious about because he's really into this stuff too. He's asking me to ask you if you know about the third eye and the indigo children that come to bring peace to our planet. I don't know what that means. But.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I know about the third eye. Usually that references the pineal gland. Indigo children, I've heard this as well. So if I had the opportunity, I'd ask him to define what kind of indigo children we're referencing. I've also heard these people, some aspects are a related topic is like star seeds. If you don't mind, just one moment, since he's not here right now, I'm going to just use a large language model to give us specific definitions of because perhaps he's talking about something that I'm not referencing, but I think I know. Yo, dog, can you please tell me about third eyes and indigo children and how they may help to save Earth?
The best way is to go to our website at noetic.org. That's noetic.org.
All right. What indigo children means. Indigo children is a new age idea from the 1970s and 1990s that says some kids are born with a special purpose. Just one moment.
Also, I do have one more question. I'm gonna wait for you to finish this.
Sure.
It's my question.
Absolutely.
I have one more question.
Okay, just one moment on that. It's a cultural, spiritual label, not a medical or scientific one. I understand that. The eye thing, some people who talk about indigo children claim that they have unusual eye colors. Oh, okay, yeah, I was going to say, these are people with like the black, dark eyes. Deep indigo, violet, or unusual glow, or unusual pupils, aura, visibility in photos. That's mostly anecdote, optical filters, optical effects filters, or selective storytelling. They say there's no reliable evidence. I'm not necessarily going to discount this. What science says no peer-reviewed evidence supports supernatural powers or genetic indigo subtype. Um, all right, so this is different than slightly different. They're overlapping with star children as well. Some people say that there may be people who were seeded here. Perhaps they're hybrids and they interact with people on a daily basis. The idea of the third eye, though. Um, so that's no. I was just having a conversation with somebody about this earlier today. They're from Kent, England, and we were talking about lucid dreaming and how to decalcify your pineal gland. That's where most of the DMT in your body is created, and I would say that perhaps the people who think they're indigo children, or perhaps children labeled as that, may have some kind of um, outlier increase in the amount of DMT that their body's creating that allows them to lucid dream, or perhaps have um, at least some type of um, higher understanding of their role in society. That's how I would answer your friend. But then I would want to have more of a deep conversation with them, what exactly they mean. And when they talk third eye, normally people talk about your pineal gland. Are they talking like the reptilian part of your body? Is that what they're referencing, or are they referencing something else? Okay, so with that said, what was your other question, my friend?
So, and this is coming from somebody, again, I work in the combat field while I was in the military. And you know, I not because I do see that the title, at least for your Discord, is a place for world peace.
That's exactly right. Absolutely.
And again, I'm not trying to challenge you or challenge your beliefs. I like to have intellectual conversations about these kinds of things, especially when it comes to world peace, right? Because that's the goal. At the end of the day, I feel like that's the goal. The goal worldwide.
Absolutely, 100%. Yep.
Do you and again, bear with me on this. It's gonna sound
Take your time.
Awful. Do you not think that war is necessary for world peace? I mean, we as human beings have been doing it for a time and millennia. Like from the beginning to now, we have been constantly going to war. Do you not think that war is a necessary part of world peace? And the reason why I say that is because if you look at things like, I'm just doing an example out there, like World War II, right? You had an extremist who was hell bent on making an entire section of people extinct. The world banded together, eliminated that extremist group. Now those people kind of get to live free as anybody else is actually able to live in this world, at least. So what would you say to that statement? Where, like, for somebody like me, at least somebody like me believes that war is a necessary part or a necessary step in achieving world peace.
I understand that. All right, well, let's look at the age of the world, which is like 4.2 billion years. The universe is like 13.8 billion years, and perhaps has a lifespan of like 60 billion years, though scientists disagree on that. So, in the age of the world, 4.2 billion years. Of that, the far majority of it has been peaceful. There has not been war. So we have to think that for most of the time of this planet, it's been peaceful. Then you eventually get into the rise of organisms and what you want to consider to be war. We have our evolution, human evolution, to get us to the point where we have the modern age, modern warfare and such. Okay, I get that. I think that world peace is inevitable. And why do I say that? If you look at countries that were colonizers, the ability for them to be able to colonize another country generally meant that they would need peace at home. Basically, before you start invading another country, you need peace in the homeland. That's how England occurred. That's how the United Kingdom. That's how Italy was a colonizer. That's how France, Germany, the Dutch, etc. Basically, they had to have peace at home before they could explore other worlds. The same is true about Earth, meaning if we want to discover other planetary systems, we're going to need peace on Earth first. From what we've studied of what potentially can happen with extraterrestrial civilizations, the argument is made that before they go exploring other solar systems, they need peace at home. And so eventually on their home planet, peace occurs. If not, they can't put forth the energy needed to go exploring the cosmos because they need to use that type of energy to defend their homeland. So to me, if we look at it, we've been generally very peaceful here on Earth for a very long time. And it's only within maybe the last, let's say, 100,000 years or so that war has even existed in its traditional sense. Really, even less than that. Now, we're at a point where the world powers are always looking for boogeymen, no matter who they are, whether it's Al Qaeda or Hamas or Hezbollah or ISIS or Antifa or the monster in your closet. They're always looking for someone to attack or to strike fear in the population because that forces people to give up their own security. Benjamin Franklin has a saying, those who, something along the lines of, um, those who trade freedom for security deserve neither. And thus, basically, freedom in that statement is more beneficial than security. Now, how do we get to world peace? Well, it would start with perhaps a global government, which arguably we already have and have had for more than 100 years. Basically, the League of Nations and now the United Nations. United Nations doesn't really have too much power. So, what would I do? What would I do to bring peace in the world right now? Everywhere that's warring, whether it's the Middle East or in Ukraine or wherever, we go to those leaders, we sit down at the table, we live stream it, which isn't ever done, and we put a map out, we give each side a crayon, and we draw borders. And we say, we're going to hold these borders for the next year. And then you're going to come back in another year. You're not going to kill each other. You're not going to shoot each other. Your troops are going on that side. Their troops are going on that side. And we are going to ensure that these are the borders that we want to keep. If you want to change them, you can. Because in reality, borders are meaningless. They're just invisible or artificial lines on a map. And given enough time and enough peace, people will move away from the idea that they always have to gain territory through war and recognize there are other ways to gain territory, specifically diplomatically, financially, certainly uh, through espionage. There are ways scientifically, there are ways to even just bribe people. Bribes happen. And the fact is that I would rather have somebody get bribed than somebody die. So, with that being said, we are at a point where we can sit down and live stream and communicate to the world what is going on. It's never done, it's always behind closed doors. It's always they're in one room and they're in the other room, and you never get to witness this. So I think that we're at a special time in the world, especially when it comes to communication, that this can be done. Another thing that has prevented this and was a major challenge to world peace is language. We didn't have universal translators like we do now. I have a universal translator. Just one moment, I'll show it to you. It's not the newest cutting edge technology, though people think it is. But here it is. It's just a little device. It just says whatever I want in any language that I want.
Es sagt einfach, was ich will, in jeder gewünschten Sprache.
So here it is translating anything I want into German, but it can do the same into Spanish or into Korean or into Japanese or Chinese or whatever. We didn't have this ability, even during World War II, to just have instant translation. There was always something that was lost. And with today's technology, that can overcome that challenge in a major way. And if we recognize that there are only a few outcomes that can happen on Earth. One, we just destroy each other and the planet stops. Two, we eventually get to a peaceful coexistence and unify globally. We can start to explore other planets and then other solar systems and intergalactic travel and interstellar travel and all the other things that I discussed. And if we want to get to that point, we need peace here at home. Now, what stops that from happening? A major thing is the defense contractor system. And you know that very well. And so what we would do...
I definitely do that. I do know that very well.
Absolutely. British Aerospace, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, these companies make their money through the creation of weapons. And what we do, we get the CEOs of those companies into a room and we live stream it and we say, instead of making bombs, which you can use every 10 years or so or whatever, make robots, make agricultural drones, make vertical farms, make floating greenhouses, make cloud seeding devices. You can still make all the money that you need, but change your industry. I know that you want to make it through bombs and all these other things, but recognize that the world doesn't need those anymore. What they do need are ways to better do human tasks. And robotics is a huge one of those. And these companies already make drones. So instead of having a drone that bombs some village in Afghanistan, have that same type of drone plant crops. We're still going to pay you the same amount of money that you would make. I'm not saying that we're getting rid of the defense budget, but we don't really have many enemies anymore. And in the same way that during the Cold War, there was eventually a point where Reagan and Gorbachev got together and said, we don't need to keep creating more and more nuclear weapons. Basically, we can blow the world up hundreds of, if not thousands of times over. We don't need to just keep creating these. We can say the same with planes and rockets and aircraft carriers and allow these companies still to make profits, but instead of doing it through tools of war, do it through tools of good. And if you could get the major defense contractors of the world to do this, it would change society. And now, how do we get them to align on these things? Well, we explain to them that you're still going to be seen as good CEOs. You would do anything that your boards would tell you to do. Basically, they're the ones who put you in place. And we're making you aware that we're having an effect on those boards in peaceful, pacifist solutions. As this is all being live streamed, I mean, this is for the annals of history to be able to see that you have an opportunity to be remembered as the greatest peacemakers of all time, as opposed to anonymous war makers. No one's going to remember you as the CEO of Halliburton from 25 years ago. Nobody's going to remember you for that. But what they will remember you for is you being here in front of the public, dedicating the operations of your organization to doing good. And I think that we could have a major impact on global society by doing that. No one gets these defense contractors in the same room and says to them that you're still going to make the same amount of money, the defense budget's still going to be giant, but instead of using your factories to produce killing machines, we're going to have them produce robots that can improve the world. And I think robotics have an excellent opportunity for the world, and somebody needs to build them. So why not make that your company?
That's a pretty good point. I can't argue with that. My thing's always going to be, at least coming from my background, which I hope you understand. With my background, it's more or less like, what about the extremists? What about the, like you said, you were bringing up Hamas and ISIS, like those groups, right? Like, and hear me out when I say this, there's a reason why we've been going at them for all these years, and that's because these people are willing to die for their ideals. They're not willing to die for their country. They're not willing to die for their people. It is their ideals, their values that they're willing to die for, right? So
yeah.
I the reason, I think, by the way, I just want to add, I think that is a fantastic idea.
Thank you.
But my thing would be like, those groups of people are not just going to lay down and be like, oh yeah, we can have peace. They don't want the kinds of peace that you're speaking about, right? They want the kind of peace that benefits them. And maybe, I'll be honest, I am a little biased because of personal experiences. But like ISIS, like that's a group, like those guys, they're not fighting and dying for land or country. They're fighting and dying for their God. They're fighting and dying for their religion, their values, their ideals, what they envision the world and how they want it to be. So what will we do with those groups of people that are willing to die, not for a place, not for land, not for money, but for their ideals, for their values, for what they believe in? Because I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of reasons a guy can go. But when a guy is fighting for what he believes in, for what his heart and mind are set to, that guy's gonna fight till his very last breath, till he has nothing left in him. You know what I'm saying? Right?
Absolutely.
So what would be your recommendation for those groups of people? Because unfortunately, and mind you, again, I'm not trying to challenge you. I'm not trying to.
I get it.
Like I said, it is a great plan. But my thing would be like, if those guys heard that, forget it. They're gonna be like, hell, we have to fight this until the very last breath. Right?
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. If I sat with the head of the Taliban, or the head of ISIS, or the head of Hamas, or the head of Antifa, and I said to them, we're not all that different. We live streamed it. We're not all that different. You have children, right? Yeah. You want them to have education, right? Yeah. You want them to have clean water, right? Yeah. You want them to have nutrition, right? Yeah. You want them to have opportunities to learn and to love and to create their own families, right? Yeah. Okay, that's what I want too, and that's what I want for every single person here on earth. You can fight for that which you believe. You can fight for that which you believe. But what I'm offering you is something better than what you're fighting. I would say that you believe in some God, right? Yeah. Who? Perhaps Allah. Perhaps you don't. Whatever. Okay, that's fine. I am someone who believes in energy, whatever that may be. I feel that truthfully nobody really knows, and I think if we were able to have a conversation in the same language, we would both agree that no one fully knows anything. Everything is a subjective opinion of some individual. meaning like, I don't know if I have a beard right now. I don't know if I'm necessarily live streaming. This is all just what my brain is interpreting. In the same way, you think you might have had whatever you had for dinner, but that might just be a hallucination of what it could have been. Who knows what it could have been? Uh, these are all just what we have to go on with experience. And in the same way, none of us really know if there's a God. And I could get that person to have that understanding. Now, they may say, I feel in my heart that I know that there's a God. And I would say, okay, I get it. I think that God is energy. Whatever allows the sun to rise and the sun to set and to have the beauty of children and flowers and sunsets and sunrises and good food and the stars in the sky, whatever did that, whatever created that, that's really cool in my book. And I think they would think the same thing. And I would say, look, we, at least from the Islamic point of view, I think it's an easier argument for me to make because being a rabbi, I have some knowledge that we all come from Abrahamic faiths, meaning we're all children of Abraham. I trace my lineage from Isaac and Jacob and Abraham. They trace their lineage from Ishmael, who is also a son of Abraham. So at some point, we're all linked. And anything else from there, whether you want a woman to wear a hijab or whether she should practice modesty, all of that is essentially opinion. And we can agree or disagree or whatever on this opinion. But at the end of the day, we all want the same things. Probably I could agree with the head of Hamas or ISIS or Hezbollah or Antifa or the IDF on 99% of everything. It's only that 1% of things that we would disagree with, meaning, do you like to be comfortable? Yeah, I like to be comfortable. All right, do you like the sunshine? Yeah, I like the sunshine. All right, do you like good food? Yeah, I like good food. Okay, well, we're agreeing on a bunch of things. Do you like to be healthy? Yeah, I like to be healthy. Okay, do you like pretty women? Yeah, I like pretty women. Okay, do you like being educated? Yeah, I like being educated. Like, there'd be a bunch of things on which we could agree. So if they're saying, though, we get to a certain point where, let's say, they want a woman to be covered, and I think that that woman deserves the opportunity to be whatever she wants to be. Okay, who are you to force your beliefs on somebody else? Just like, who am I to force my beliefs on anybody else? I think I could come to a human understanding with this person and recognize, even more than being a Muslim or being a Jew or being a Christian or being a Buddhist or being a Taoist or being secular, we're all humanists. We're all people who live our lives as humans and have some appreciation for our own species, and allow them to understand that they don't have any boss, meaning everybody's going to be live streaming this, watching this. If they were to hear me and I were to say to them, you don't have anybody who is forcing you to tell this woman that she has to wear a burqa. That's your daughter. That's your granddaughter or whatever. No one is forcing you. Meaning, it's one thing if you're like, oh, I have to go fight for my people because my boss told me I had to. I can't go home and face the community. But nobody's doing that. Everybody would be watching this. And if anything, there'd be a lot of momentum of the world that say, hey, there are peace talks globally. If this one or two or five or a dozen people or a few hundred people agree to this, we won't have people who disagree anymore. That would be very important. What many times happens, and I think is, well, I know, and you know too, is that these defense contractors know that there's nothing in the way of us coming to a peaceful existence. And they want to continue bombing the SHIT out of each other because that is a lot of money. And so what they do is they have clandestine operations and intelligence agencies and fronts and espionage units that infiltrate other sides to perhaps stir up SHIT on the other side. But I want to remove that veil of secrecy that occurs and sit both sides at a table. And let's say that, I mean, I just know that I could convince them, especially because we'd have the momentum of the entire world watching. But let's say they didn't. They absolutely refused to do this. Okay, that's fine. Then we'll let you live in the way that you want to live. That's cool. But we're going to build, basically, we're going to dome you off so that you don't have any ability to invade us or spread that. Because 99.999% of people have agreed that we want to live in a certain way. You're that 0.0001% that doesn't. And I don't want to force you to do anything that you don't want. That's cool. I'm going to let you do whatever you want in your own little biodome, but that's not going to spread anywhere else. And frankly, these guys are all hypocrites, whether they're religious or irreligious, secular or people of faith, whatever they are. We're all hypocrites. We all have made mistakes. And you watch, if I were able to get the head of ISIS, whatever it is this week who hasn't been bombed, and I were able to sit down at a table and explain that we as a society agree on 99.9% of things, and if you want to be a part of this society, you're welcome to. If you want to take arms against it, that's cool, but we're basically going to create a force field around you. You have no chance of winning this. And I'd explain that to them. No matter how hard you fight, this technology, if we want, we could reprogram your brain. We could create a virtual prison around you if we wanted to. You're not going to win this. And they would either understand that, wow, this technology that these people have is incredibly devastating, meaning we could read their thoughts. We could do that now. We could literally, as this person was staring across from me, use a type of technology known as voice of God technology, VOG, to know exactly what they were thinking. When somebody would understand that they can't even keep their own secrets private anymore, they'll come to the table and understand that there's more to life than just fighting for lost causes, and recognize as well that peace is maybe perhaps wasn't an option, but now will be. And I think they could agree a lot. Now they're going to say, look, my nephew died, my son died in an air attack. And I said, I understand that. I didn't do that to them. And I'm, apologies that happened. That's really sad. But guess what? I'm a big thinker. And I believe in something known as revivification technology. And they'd be like, what's that? And I would be like, we can actually use your DNA or DNA from them if you own anything that was from them. But we don't even need that. We could just use your DNA. And we essentially would be able to create a human clone of them and artificially mature it to whatever age they were when they died. So let's say they died at age 18. We could artificially mature a clone of them to age 18. And then, using technology that already exists here on Earth, but will be much easier in the future, be able to recreate their brain, which would include all of their memories and every aspect about their personality, and have them essentially awake one day as conscious as they ever once were. And they would basically say to you, what happened? And you would explain, well, you died in a missile attack. And this rabbi in the world came to me and they said, look, we want peace. And I was fighting because I was trying to avenge your death. But they came to me with this type of technology that basically said that if you don't fight, we can bring back your, let's say, son, which is who this 18-year-old would be. And I doubted them. I didn't think this was true. But what they explained to me is that they could use my DNA as your father, and we could use basically a picture of you would work, where we just have a picture of them. And using technology of the future, we basically remove the layers of their skin and their skeletal system, their cranium, so that we can map their brain just from a picture and actually recreate every atom that was within that picture at that time. And we were able to bring you back. You'd have the same voice and the same understanding of who you once were. And the 18-year-old would be like, wow, you did that for me. And be like, absolutely, we did that for you. And now we have peace. And now we're going to use the money that we were using to kill each other into space tourism. There's nothing in the mission statement of Halliburton or L3 Harris or Rafael Defense or Lockheed Martin or Boeing that says that they can't be space companies. There's nothing that says that they can't. In fact, they already are in some ways. It's just we need to move them away from making money from creating weapons that kill to weapons that explore and weapons that create, or not necessarily weapons, but to machines that explore and can dig and can perhaps create robots. I think this is a very smart way to approach this. What are your thoughts?
So like I see your point, and I really my thing's always gonna be like, it's so hard because I can see your point, and I can see how it would work, but I can also see how, like, especially like I said with those extreme groups, I can see why it possibly couldn't. Um, but like I really like your point. I really like that you can kind of like have a sit down with them, have those defense contractors switch what they're manufacturing, what they're researching. But like it's just those, like, especially with some of the beliefs, like you brought it up, like making a woman wear a burqa, like who are you, right? Um, they take that stuff pretty serious. Like but the bio bubble, I actually really did like a lot.
Absolutely.
Bio bubble
Or
was
so
very, very
a biodome.
cool idea.
Also,
Yeah, biodome.
with the first thing that I talk about when I bring people in here from a futurology standpoint is anti-gravity. With anti-gravity, you can create force fields. So essentially, it would be impossible for someone within the force field to attack the people on the outside of the force field, or vice versa. So you could be within the force field, and it would be impossible for someone to attack you uh, if you were inside of it. And basically, like the people who want, let's say we have just these really radical people who are just absolutely against any type of assimilation. Well, that may happen. If you've ever heard of North Sentinel Island, there are those people there. They're like have a population of about 100 people. It's in the Indian Ocean, and they fight anybody who travels there. They're going to be kept to themselves. Nobody's going to go there and says you have to be a part of society, and they will be like in the future, almost like a human zoo. Like basically, we're going to develop and have technological advancements, but they're just going to be able to exist there. And I would explain to the super ISIS person, do you want to be like that? If you do, that's fine. We'll put you on this island. You'll be able to have your women wear the burqa and do everything else that you want. But guess what? If you try to escape the island, you won't be able to spread whatever you want. And if your women want to escape, there's going to be a door there that allows them to escape and live in a normal world. Basically, like there's an idea within, it's a Christian sect, but within the Amish community, they generally don't use electricity to some extent and or avoid it, but they have something called Rumspringa, which is a period usually between ages of like 18 and 20 or so, where people who lived under that type of Amish life are able to explore the what they call the English world and see if they want to continue to be Amish. And many of them choose not to be Amish anymore. Some of them do. And in the same way, we would say to the super religious people, if you would like, you can continue to live that. It's going to die out. You're going to die out in 2 or 3 generations. So I'm not too worried about it. But the people who don't want to be under that can leave. And when they leave, we'll welcome them and we'll hopefully be able to give them a place to live and something, some parnassus, like a career or something to occupy their time. And eventually you're going to die out there. And that's cool. Then the world's not going to have that anymore.
I can see where that would be a good idea. Like I can see how that would be a good idea.
if you were to show these people the type of technology that they're up against that still is clandestine, but force fields exist with the idea of anti-gravity, and perhaps like we have the Iron Dome in Israel, basically a missile system that can shoot down anything that attacks it. We could do the same with some type of biodome and keep people in. So anybody who wants to be really, like, I'm telling you, if you just sat down with these people and had a good meal and talked with them in their native language, you guys would get along. I mean, whatever it is, I could get along with 99%, if not just about everybody on earth. But for the people who didn't want to, we're going to say, okay, that's fine. You recognize that we could kill you right now, but we're not going to do that. Here is your biodome. It is located. Where do you want to be? You want to be in the Middle East? Okay, that's fine. We're going to create an artificial island in the Middle East so nobody on land has to deal with your bullshit. And you live inside this dome and you'll get the sunshine and you'll be able to pray to Mecca 7 times a day, and you'll be able to reproduce if you want. But you should know that there's going to be a boat, and if your kids ever want to leave your biodome, they're going to be able to, and we're going to welcome them. And eventually you're going to die off. Now, what do I think will actually happen? The defense contractors will always want that boogeyman there, because without that, they lose their budgets, and you can't invade people. And so whether it's ISIS or Hamas or Hezbollah or Antifa or the boogeyman or the super boogeyman, whatever it's going to be, they're always going to make something up so that people must trade their freedom for security. And eventually you'll get pre-crime where people don't even commit a crime, but they just have the tendency to create a crime, and people will have to go into re-education camps. And it's very much like a Black Mirror episode of where we are heading. But I'm just telling you the way that if I had the opportunity, I think that we could avoid this type of future. And that isn't to say both can't happen, that you can't have the boogeyman all the time, but then eventually just say, oh, the boogeyman's on another planet, and now we have to go take all of our energy and go fight them on another planet. There's nothing to say that that can't happen either. And then eventually we will all be of the same color and the same genetic makeup, and the things that separated us previously will eventually become unified. So we won't have different languages. We won't have different colors, skin pigments, different cultures. Everything is becoming much more unified, and it's happening very quickly. If you were to think like 300 years ago, most people had never seen someone of a different color than they are. And then today, they reproduce with, the chances are that they'll reproduce with someone of a different culture. That's an incredible advancement. So in 300 years, I mean, I just had this conversation with somebody before you, we'll likely all be of the same shade of color, perhaps, or very similar. We'll all be like a tan, and we will have far fewer things that divide us and far more things of what unite us.
Yeah, actually, that's very interesting. I would love to see it. I know that it would be forever. I probably won't make it that long. We'll know that happens. But I would really like to see a world like that where we can not all actually be unified. Yeah, and that stupid things like politics didn't matter like so much. You know,
I'm in agreement with you.
Like, you know, it'd be a beautiful thing to see.
I'm in agreement with you.
Even if even if it doesn't reach it, even if it doesn't reach in my lifetime, I'd like to at least help in the process of making it. So.
Well, you are already. This conversation will be studied by perhaps millions of people in the future. You ask excellent questions. You have the courage to share some very deeply intimate things about yourself, and you'll be seen as someone who helped to bring peace in the world. And if you want, keep an open mind. We'll be able to perhaps heal your TBI and also be able to, if you want, and you like living, grant you the ability to have mind uploading. And then you'll be able to witness all of this yourself. I'm not guaranteeing it, but it is something that is an inevitability. If we do this long enough, it's inevitable. If we continue as a species long enough, TBIs, I'm sorry, I'm misstating it. TBIs will all be healed, and world peace will be accomplished, and eventually space exploration will occur. It's not a matter of if, it's when. You just have to live long enough.
Yeah, well, here's hoping.
Here's hoping as
Here's
well.
hoping.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's the best we can do right now. But I'm always trying. But I think that's about all the time I have for tonight.
Absolutely.
I do have to get back to the missus and everything before she starts wondering what the hell I've been doing on this computer this whole time. It has been an absolute pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely. It has been my pleasure. I must disagree with you on something. Your username, you aren't a loser, but you certainly are legendary. So just know how
I
much.
appreciate that.
Absolutely.
It's more of a play on words.
I know. I recognize that. I recognize that. You should know, legendary loser. You're always welcome here. Keep me updated on how things are going. More for your own self. Look at that clinicaltrials.org. That's the thing I think that if you're looking to get assistance now, you may be able to explore. Just keep an eye on it. And I want you to know, for your own sake and for the sake of the world, I really hope that we're able to heal those with TBIs. And if there's anything I can ever do for you, please let me know. More than making you a trillionaire and living forever within your reason, just know I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, and I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything I can ever do to help you or support you, you let me know. Okay, legendary loser?
I really do truly appreciate that. Same to you as well. I do have one question.
Go for it. Absolutely.
What's your opinion on dogs?
I am very pro dog. I love dogs.
All right, there you go. I love dogs too.
Excellent. Wonderful, my friend.
I got a couple myself. So
what kind?
I love them. I have a pit bull black lab mix. Named the one you see in my picture there.
Excellent. That's what I thought.
And I have a German Pointer Beagle mix.
Okay.
His name's Butch, like the dog from Lady and the Tramp, old Disney movie.
Oh, I love that movie. It's one of my, if not my favorite Disney movie. Absolutely. So, which one is Butch and Lady and the Tramp, though?
I think Butch is the. I think Butch is the gray. He's the brown stray dog, like with the dual. It's like the brown stray dog with the dual pattern. So like he has like.
Not the Bloodhound, right? Not the Bloodhound.
Not the Bloodhound.
And not Scotty.
The one that was in that spaghetti scene, not the female dog.
That's the Tramp.
Wait. No, not like the not the dog with the super long ears. The one with like the ears that are like.
Yeah, that's his name.
I think he is a Tramp. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second. Okay, so Butch is a nickname used for Tramp. We're talking about the same dog.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And I love that scene. I love that. Okay, so he looks yeah, and I remember him being called Butch, but he a lot of times goes by the Tramp because of the name of the movie. Um, that is phenomenal. That you like that movie? I take it.
Um, I mean I like when I was younger, sure. I more called him Butch because when they rescued him, um the so both I actually have three dogs. I do also have a German Shepherd named Samara. Biggest sweetheart ever. Don't piss her off though.
Okay.
um, but with Butch's story was a little bit tricky. He was a police seizure from an abuse case, um, and he was in a really bad situation. Usually, when dogs go to a shelter, they usually stay there for a certain amount of time. Butch's case, he was dealing with really bad heartworms, and they weren't even going to give him a spot. They were just going to immediately put him down. I used to volunteer at this shelter, so I when I heard that, I couldn't just sit there and let him. I saw his face. I was like, I couldn't just let him die. And they already because of how like that dog was treated in the movie, they called him Butch.
Yeah.
They originally called him Tramp, but I'm like, no, we're not calling him that.
Oh, okay.
So we gave him the name Butch. Gibby, which is the black lab pit bull mix I have, he got his name because he's a pretty goofy dog. He's pretty like there's no other way to put it. Like that he's just some of the things he does is just goofy. I love him though.
Absolutely. And why did you name him Gibby?
Yeah, we named him Gibby.
Why?
He's just because he's big and he's just goofy.
Okay, so a portmanteau combination.
Yeah. And Amara is I believe she's named after a place. If I'm not mistaken, because my wife gave her that name. I don't know. I don't know if it was because my wife's actually from Iraq. So, let's see. Give me one sec. Just want to see where she. Give me one second.
Take your time, my friend.
So, think Amara. I think Amara was for. I think it means like it's a weird. It's a weird. It's weird because it's different dialects, but it can mean like grace. It can mean like grace. It can mean prosperous, flourishing. It can mean together, right? And I think my wife really loved that name for her. So, yeah, I guess that's why she named her Amara. Amara's a sweetheart though. She is such a sweetie, but that's a dog that'd be the one dog. Like if you walked into my home, that'd be the one dog where I'd be like, hey, say hi, but don't get too comfortable too fast. She's gonna ease up to you over time.
Very well. Amara is a city in Iraq.
No. It's not a city in Iraq. I apologize for that. I do apologize, but I did get that a little mixed up. It's more of I think it's more of the word meaning.
Hold on. Is it Amarah?
Amara.
Yeah.
You know what? It is.
It's a city in Iraq.
Oh, okay.
It's also spelled. It's also spelled Amara.
That makes sense. I do apologize.
No worries at all.
Amara's a sweetheart. You just gotta let her ease up to you. But once she does, good luck getting her away from you. She's gonna keep bringing you toys until you throw them.
Very well. Well, shout out to your dogs, and shout out to you having a loving heart for animals. That's wonderful. And make sure to pet them extra well, okay?
I definitely will. They've definitely earned their pets today.
Excellent.
All right. I do hope you have a wonderful evening, though. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Take
Please
care.
stay
Thank you
safe
so much
and
for
have a-
spreading the word. Take care, legendary loser. You're always welcome here. Peace.
See ya, man.
Take care. West side. Shout out to Mara. Pardon me.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Ohio mandate for pre-planned execution. iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Xfinity customers. iHeartRadio is available free on Xfinity X1 or on Xfinity Plus. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press and hold the microphone button on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio.
Like this, the other thing I was doing when I was in Colorado, I forgot to train you was I became friends with this guy named Fred and his wife. And Fred was an ex-Vietnam Rambo, like presidents, Congressional Medal of Honors. When I met him, I didn't know him. I thought he was just a big fat guy, but after a few years, I got to find out who he was. So for 6 months, I would meet him on Saturdays. I would sleep at their house on Friday. They had no kids. Now they got like 3 kids. One of them was going to Notre Dame. But at that time, they had no kids. And him and I he would just teach me how to kill. Really? Hand-to-hand shit? Hand-to-hand weapons. How to blow up somebody with simple shit like leave their fucking gas on and a little light outside with a fucking fuse. And this guy was just, it first started with guns. He taught me everything to know about guns, how to shoot, how to clean them. We moved up from 22s to 32s to 38s to 44s to 9mm to Glocks to fucking rifles to machine guns. He taught me everything. At that time I wanted to go back and kill my stepfather. That was the deal, so he was prepping me. And I was going to split some of the money with him. It was crazy. My life was crazy. I'll never forget that. Before I worked at the electrical company, there was a guy at the electrical company who would break my balls. And one day, I didn't like how he broke my balls, and I said something to him, like, you know what, go fuck yourself. And when there was nobody around that day for lunch, I was doing something. He cornered me, he put a knife in my neck. And I was standing on pipe, like metal 1-inch pipe. I couldn't get my ground in. Yeah. He goes, you ever embarrass me in front of my men like that, I'll fucking stab you. And I'm looking at this guy going, if he doesn't kill me, I'm gonna fuck this motherfucker up. And sure enough, like an asshole, he put his knife down. He goes, you hear what I'm saying? Don't you ever embarrass me again. If I was 18 or 19, he was like 30. So I had told my man Fred about this. And Fred goes, listen, why don't you just use him as a tune-up? He's a practice dummy. Use him as a practice dummy. Take some weapons and shoot them and torture them, do whatever you want. We went down there, he taught me where to park, how to act, how to watch people, how to observe people, how to keep a log. I mean, this guy was a log. This guy was a genius. And he goes, work assignment. Before I give you, because we were going to mail the weapons to New York, I was going to pick him up and go shoot my stepfather. That was the plan. Damn. I mean, I was crazy, guys. I was really in bad shape, Your mother just died, So, this guy had gotten loud at me, so he goes, you gotta go fuck him up. I knew I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted, he goes, if you want to kill him, you can kill him. But he goes, I'd rather you just practice this element of surprise on him. I want you to get him when he's least expected. He taught me how to attack people, when to get him. He goes, why you gotta jump somebody here when you can jump them there when they got 3 beers in them? You want their reaction time to be slow and all this shit. All of it, yeah. And I found out by watching the guy, he made me go down there and study the guy for like a month. And I learned that, the guy would go to a bar every night and go home about 11 fucking staggering. So I didn't know that he was doing it 7 nights a week, so I called him on a Sunday night. And I go, what should I bring down there? And he goes, just bring a gun. If you're alone with him, shoot him. But I want you to just practice the art of sneaking up on him. Like where to stand, where to position yourself, how to have a gun ready if he does see you. Like have it ready to fucking shoot. I mean, this is really fucking weird shit with you. And one Sunday, now I'll never forget, I went down there. I watched him go into the bar. I just sat up for like 8 hours. Watched him leave the bar. He told me the route to take to get to his house before he did, so I could, as soon as I saw him step out of the bar, I just took off. And I hit my truck a little bit, and I walked with like a rain jacket on. It was cold. So I may believe I had a hood on, a yellow hood. And I'll never forget that he fucking, I had a like fighting sticks. Yeah. I had half a fighting stick and like a knife and a gun. Yeah, all this on you. And I had all this on me. I was out of my fucking mind. I had the black Charles Bronson hat on. I had the black jacket. Oh yeah. The same cracker. I was all in, me dog, I'm retarded. And sure enough, fucking, I get behind this, side of the house, and I see him, he's married. And I see him fucking walk up he was starting to walk up the steps. And I just turned him around and clocked him with the stick. And I clocked him a few times on the legs. It was horrible. The noises he was making. I didn't even say nothing. Really, I don't even think I said nothing. I just think I whacked him a bunch of times. I may have said something, I don't remember right now. But I remember going to work Monday, that motherfucker wasn't there. And Tuesday, that motherfucker wasn't there either. And Wednesday, they're like, motherfucker still ain't here. We better send somebody to his house to see what the fuck happened. He never came back. Really? I thought he was going to come back and report me. Yeah, I thought he was going to figure out it was me, because I think I did say something to him. But you also left your face open, right? No, you did pull it all the way out. The fucking little mask with the holes. I had the Charles Bronson thing that rolls down. Yeah. With the collection, the longshoreman to the front. That's what I thought you were wearing, the longshoreman. But it was just so weird. I had such a great life up there. I had such a great life up there. And I couldn't control my stealing. And I had all these drug dealers confused. Nobody could touch me. And this jewelry store came up. And then I decided I'm going home February 1st to celebrate my 21st birthday. Why would I celebrate out here with these steps? Let me go home from the 1st to December 19th and just party for 19 days and come back on the 20th. That was the plan. And here's the other plan. Between you and I, guys, I probably had, no exaggeration, probably 11 ounces of coke. I had a block of hash. Jeez, this big, that was stamped by some Egyptian fucking yoga teacher. It had like the star of David on it. They stamped hash accordingly. So like it was gold, platinum, silver, whatever. I had a block of hash. I probably had 11 ounces of coke. I had tons of stolen jewelry from hotel rooms and whatever, dealers. And I probably had, between us, maybe 20 large in cash. I could have got home and had a great time. I got off the jewelry, snorted the 11 ounces, and blew the 20,000. Nobody would have known the difference. I didn't do that. I wanted to rob that jewelry store. I'm like, I gotta rob that jewelry store because I can really make a fucking score. So I went to my alarm guy, we set it up. He goes, go in the daytime on Sunday and cut the wiring. So I cut the wire when nobody could see me. There was no world of cameras. I cut the wiring, did the whole fucking thing, and tonight I'm gonna rob this jewelry store. It's the biggest fucking blizzard in the history of Colorado. But I had also helped the guy, based out this old guy. This guy put an ad in the paper for Pete guys to help him carry furniture.
I forget what his name was. He was about 70, good old guy. And I would help him carry furniture. And one day he told me, because you know, keep the keys to the condos. Nobody ever comes here. He goes, these people, they'll be rich. And they come here maybe once a year. So keep the keys to the condos. You want to run errands with me? The guy gave me like $100 a week just to take like load firewood whenever it came and stuff like that. So I wouldn't hide the money or the coke. I hid it in one of the apartments. He told me these people were like in Yugoslavia, and it was just a tax break for them because they were U.S. citizens. So they had this house, but nobody was ever there. I would go there, put cable on. They just chill. They had food in the cabinets. I would open it up, make peanut butter. I would bring my own food, but that's where I hid the coke. They had like an outdoor ski closet, just in case if they did come back, I could get my coke, my money. I had everything I wanted. And sure enough, on this Sunday night, I took an apartment. I put different clothing in there.
2009.
And I left my house dressed as a burglar. The plan was to leave my house dressed as a burglar and go up there, break the front door, steal the jewelry, go to my side house, drop the jewelry off there. By the time I was walking home, the cops would be out. They'd see me. I told them I had to go shovel the property, and I'd be done. I could go home in 2 weeks with everything I had. Didn't turn out. I went up there, broke the glass, because I was stuffing jewelry into the bag. The sun made me turn, and I saw like 3 cop cars come up there with their lights off. They had a silent alarm. Oh, shit. So I took what I could, and I fucking ran to my house like a fucking idiot. Instead of running to the house, stashing the stuff, and then walking, I ran to my house, and sure enough, fucking an hour later, I hear, and it's 2 sheriffs, and they're like, I don't know if you know what happened tonight. There was a jewelry heist. For some reason, we followed the tracks, and they led here. Have you been on? Has anybody come to visit you? I don't know. I've been home all night. They looked down, and my boots had snow on them, and they're melting. I'm a fucking idiot, you know. Yeah. And then I became a suspect. The rumors were coming out that maybe I was the guy who was robbing the coke dealers. And then I said, fuck it, let's cool this down. So on February 1st, I went back to New Jersey in 1984. And that's a complete different story. We'll start the next time. But I have a question for you. So they never arrested you for that. You were able to leave back to Jersey in 1984, February. I probably tried to rob the jewelry store like January 18th. Okay. So for 12 or 11 days, I was walking on eggshells. And I heard it from a friend of mine that was friends with one of the cops that they're really close on arresting. Because they didn't know they were robbing drug dealers, but they knew something was going on, you know. I love you. Thank you for being here. You've already given advice to your 16-year-old self. You don't need to give any more goddamn advice to that kid. February 1st, 1984 is where we're going to pick up next. How old are you, February? You're just about to turn 21. Just about to turn 21. Happy birthday, by the way. Thank you, son. I love you. I'm glad you're in good health. February 1st, 1984, we're going to pick it up. Please, before we wrap up, promote whatever you'd like. March 27th, I am at the Arlington Casino in Santa Barbara, California. I was able to jump. And April 17th, I'm in Reno. And April 18th, I'm in Portland, Oregon. I don't know what fucking date it. Go to joeydiaz.net. Knock yourself out, cocksuckers. I love you too. Just hand you. Thank you. As always, I am Ryan Sickler on all social media. Go to my website, ryansickler.com. Check out the live dates. Come out and see me. We'll talk to y'all next week.
This episode is brought to you by Upstart. More on that later. Let's get into the do. But before we do, I want to tell you, and I
Double check. The other day, would you say, oh, that must have been an airplane that did that? I mean, you've seen Rex, K-Rex, plane Rex. The plane's still there. Was George with ABC at the time as another reporter, or was he in a different capacity at that time? I'm trying to remember when he joined the network. What was his role? George was on the ground. George was on the ground, but Peter Jennings, I don't know. They were from looking down. Guys, bigger and higher above. Yeah, Chris, I was going to say, I've seen a lot of these videos circulate lately where people are posting some of these old interviews where questions were asked. I don't see those as suspicious, but I do see it as a time when people were just very aware that times were strange and they didn't know what was going on. So I don't necessarily see something like that as evidence to anything, but I do appreciate your call. Let's go back to west of the Rockies. Jerry was calling in from California. Jerry, you're on the Coast to Coast AM. Thank you for your call. First comment. Hi, Ryan. Well, this happened 40 years ago. I was sitting alone in my apartment, not thinking about anything in particular, and I began to speak, and it was not me speaking, something else was speaking. I was very conscious of that. What did it feel like? Is there some feeling associated with it? It was just, it was a voice, and it was my voice that some other power was using it. And it was over quite suddenly. They only spoke 11 words. Do you remember the words? Absolutely certain. It said, all the nations of the earth shall bow down before me. Was it in your language, in your tongue? Was it in English? It was in English, yeah. Were you alone at the time? I was alone, yeah. Okay. What did it feel like immediately after you said that? I was thinking, who or what was it? And what do you think it was? My first thought was it was Jesus Christ. My second thought was that it might have been the Indian philosopher, Krishnamurti, because I had a spiritual experience here before the being set on. And I had another Indian guru, Mayor Baba, who claimed to be God. There's some contrasting views between those people. The messages were that they came from. What do you think in retrospect? Now, it's been some time since this happened. Have you come to any other conclusions? No, I still don't. No, that's so serious. God, using my voice. This is the same thing that happened. The Hebrew prophets in the Old Testament, when they say, the word of God came to me and said this and thus and that and the other thing, they're saying that God spoke to them. Now, let me ask you this. Do you want it to happen again? Yes. Okay. So you're open to that? It's not something I can be open to or close to and able to do what it wants. Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the call, Jerry. That's interesting. I can't say that I could share that an experience like that, but there are a lot of people that can call into the show and things that they're capable of doing, things they're capable of saying are unique to that moment. It's never happened to them before that time. It's quite suspicious because it's not something that they've prompted. Let's go to Mark, who's calling in from Traverse City, Michigan. Mark, you're on Coast to Coast AM. Go ahead. Hey, thank you for the call. Take my call. I can't believe it, but I'm on Coast to Coast AM. I know, and my Red Wings are up there with their preseason training camp, so I'm jealous. I hope you get to see them. Hopefully are. Hopefully it'll be a better season than last.
Okay, so what were you going to say?
Well, what I'd like to talk about tonight, a little bit off topic, but kind of here, the things that we're seeing in the sky here specifically, spectrums and petrol that, not to mention our military buildup along with these massive refineries and defenses. I'd just like to get your thoughts on where you're at with that. I mean, there's a lot of evidence here that we've got something out there that just need a lot of being ignored. I just can't understand it for life.
I find it interesting that the amount of predictions we can make when it comes to bodies in space. We know that certain planets are going to be in certain areas. We're going to launch a satellite, and we know we have to hitch a ride on Saturn. You know, when you think about Voyager probes, and we understand where the moon's going to be. We understand our window of opportunity. We're getting close to Mars. And what really confuses me sometimes is that we understand so much about where certain bodies will be in space, but we don't understand the numbers when it comes to this Planet X. We don't understand where is it in all these different calculations that are accurate in all these other areas indicate it's there, but where is it? Why can't we see it? Maybe it's a big mystery, Jerry, and I don't know if it's part of a bigger conspiracy or anything like that the government's trying to hide from you, but I think it's a worthy question to ask. We're going to take some more of your calls another hour along the lines of Coast to Coast AM.
Plus, fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
Is on the iHeartRadio app.
Just search NFL to dive in. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open free iHeart app to explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Enter Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. There were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of daybreak, the house of love, was supposed to be fun enough, not enough to have.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm too free. This is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was not a big deal. What is that? Oh, my. We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. And twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero on Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now.
The ultimate celebration of music.
Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
Continues tonight.
live in Las Vegas. T-Mobile Arena, 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Supply on the free iHeartRadio app.
Tonight, it continues starting at 7:30.
Channel One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With It. I mean, if I say let's met, this is our new podcast. We're watching 280 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use Indian and our relationship to it these 20 years later to talk about life and love, art, and everything in between. Did you see? Am I in love?
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen. This year's iHeartRadio Music Festival kicking off the 2-day star-studded event going down at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas with a lineup that includes Ed Sheeran, Jelly Roll, Bailey Zimmerman, Mariah Carey, Maroon 5, Tim McGraw, LL Cool J, and so many more. The festival is being broadcast live each night on iHeartRadio stations across the U.S. in over 150 markets. Performances are also being live-streamed on Hulu. Madonna is coming out with a new album next year. The as-yet untitled record will be her first new studio effort in 7 years. The 67-year-old pop star announcing she would also be returning to Warner Records, the company that released her smash hits from 1983 through 2008.
What did I miss?
LeBron James says he's not as close to Drake as he used to be. The NBA star telling 360 with Speedy that wish the rapper the best, but they're in different places right now. And it's always hard for sure. The two have been friends for years. Here's even got a tattoo of James wearing his high school jersey before covering it up. The friendship seems to have cooled off ever since Drake's feud with Kendrick Lamar. SJ preparing to drop new music in November. She announced her 6th studio album titled Don't Tease Me with a Good Time and posted on Instagram. Musicians navigates lifelong breast cancer diagnosis earlier this year. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Personi. The leaders of Mexico and Canada are holding trade talks without the U.S. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum met with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in Mexico City on Thursday to discuss trade, security cooperation, and investments between the two nations. Harvard Medical School is reducing its research work by at least 20% during the current fiscal year. The decision to scale back research is linked to the federal government's decision to impose steep taxes at Harvard's endowment and UCLA, giving hopes of research funding grants back after they were frozen by the Trump administration. Daniel Marketing explains this.
Thursday, a federal judge announced she was inclined to extend an earlier ruling that ordered the Trump administration to restore an additional $500 million in medical research grants. Grants were frozen after UCLA was accused of anti-Semitism in connection with last year's Palestinian protests on campus. U.S. District Judge Rita Epstein said after the formal ruling, she's being suspended grants while studies into Parkinson's disease, cancer treatment, and nerve regeneration.
Tech powerhouse NVIDIA is announcing plans to buy a $5 billion stake in its rival, Intel, which can.
The partnership between Intel and NVIDIA comes as the U.S. attempts to increase production of semiconductor chips, while China works to reduce its reliance on American-made chips. Intel has struggled to keep up with technological developments, and shares valued at dollars.
Miss Aquarius.
I'm sleepy and I feel like I have to come in here, go back to sleep because I feel like when I go to sleep, I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like I'm like I'm going in a circus. I'm just wanting to stay come in here with somebody and listen to something while I go to sleep. I feel nauseous for some reason. I don't know if I need to go to sleep a little bit longer.
Okie doke. Apologies, we couldn't play last night. You could tell I was in a good conversation with somebody. Thank you for being so sweet and understanding that. All right, I'll put on something. I'm listening to podcasts.
I don't know why I feel like that. I feel like I lay down. I feel like I'm
Okie doke. Just bear with me one moment, and I'll get something on.
To talk to Ryan Recker, call the 1-on-1 line at 818-501-4109. The first ever call line is 818-501-4721. The international line is 800-893-0903. To talk to Ryan toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with guest host Ryan Recker.
Phone numbers hit the post, it seems like. Welcome back. If you want to reach me, Ryan Recker at coasttocoastam.com, and I received an email that said hello from the future. I was intrigued by that. What do you mean from the future? Do we have a time traveler? I always enjoyed Bell to be the time traveler line.
Yo, what's going on? How are you, CR? Can you hear me? Yeah, you're a little low. How'd you find out about me, friend? You saw me from Discord? Very well. You're really hard to hear. Is there any way you can speak more directly into the microphone? Take your time, my friend. A little bit. All right. So you found me in Discord? Okay, excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you didn't know it, data is its number one resource according to The Economist magazine. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already, that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and that you are able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound to you? Boy, you're difficult to hear. Let me see if I can turn.
That's why I want you to know about criticalhealthnews.com, an information-packed website that's enlightening everyone about good health via proper nutrition and supplementation, instead of promoting the failed model of toxic prescription drugs with their side effects and unnecessary surgeries. Make it worse, not better. Lots of people talk about vitamins, but only one source.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, so much better. Okay, excellent. So you found out about me from Discord, and you've just seen me in multiple Discords. Is that correct?
I saw you on a single Discord. It was socialized.
Absolutely. Yeah, I spent a lot of time there. So,
I saw you there, and then I looked you up a little bit, and I saw your server, and I joined, and here I am.
amazing.
I'm just wandering around.
Absolutely.
Want to have a conversation about anything?
Absolutely. Just one moment. Let's welcome our other friend here, La Roca Chiquita. How are you? Or Chiquito. La Roca, how are you? All right, maybe they're there, maybe they're not. I talk about things like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about
Are
ending.
you an, hold on, are you an expert in this area, or is it just something you begin and promote?
I would probably say a little of both. And I'm an advocate for ending world thirst through the use of technology as well. Sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for those who don't have the ability to have clean drinking water. Additionally, I'm an advocate for things like um, life straws, basically a straw that allows you to drink from contaminated sources, and desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How does that sound to you?
Sounds great. Do you know who are experts in that? Who's leading in this area?
Some, yeah, I know some countries that are.
For example,
Israel.
that's true.
Definitely.
Also, in solar.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I talk about other things that I feel are important to the world. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like invisibility cloaks and Santa Claus machines, also known like replicators. I'm an advocate and love to study things like artificial narrow intelligence, ANI, artificial general intelligence, AGI, artificial superintelligence, ASI. I like to talk about quantum computing, cryptocurrency, things like nuclear energy, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal.
Actually, I heard about it, and from what I understand, not exactly the mammoth itself, but some
Yeah,
there's
it's
something confusing about it.
yeah. So
You know the details?
yeah, I do. So it's very difficult to have since we don't have a living version of it. We have to basically take its DNA from like glaciers and such, and that is needs to be basically incubated within an animal, and the closest relative that we have is the Asian elephant. That's its closest living relative, and I believe as well we have the opportunity to have most of its DNA. Perhaps it's a hybrid between a modern Asian elephant and a woolly mammoth. But if you keep breeding them,
There's
if you keep breeding
hold on.
them,
One second. There's also something genetics with wolves that's being done now. I
yeah.
think.
So
You
that's
know what I'm talking
yeah.
about?
Now I do know that one, and that one is different.
Okay, okay.
That
Okay, I just want to make sure that I'm not conflating them.
yeah. So we will be able to make um, woolly mammoths. The dire wolf is what you're thinking, and the dire wolf we did not have its DNA. So we basically took some type of hybrid of a wolf, and we're able to create those. So that one's a little different because we don't have its DNA, but we do have the woolly mammoth DNA, and so those are able to be de-extincted And the first de-extinction was the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. It was going extinct around the year 1998, and scientists were able to find the last, what they thought, living one that died in 2003, and were able to impregnate like 300 similar goats, and one of them came to fruition. It was only viable for like 8 minutes, but this was seen as a major technological advancement. 8 minutes. If you can do 8 minutes, you could do 80 years eventually. And so it has been done. And following the reintroduction, absolutely. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, which can be done, the dire wolf is a different situation. So you're right about that. That's just a basically like a hybrid wolf. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, which we do have its DNA, and then the dodo bird, which we also have its DNA. So what?
We have DNA for the dodos?
Yeah, as I understand, we do. Just one moment. It's on their website. That's what they want to.
Okay.
That's
Who wants to introduce who wants to bring back the dodo and why?
Sure. It is a company called Colossal Bioscientific, and I think a lot of it has to do with just the challenge of it. But additionally, this is something that was around and available to humans up until they were extincted, and
Yeah, I
so
know.
we're just trying to
We killed them because they were easy to kill.
exactly. And the Tasmanian tiger was eating sheep.
Do you know why they were easy to kill?
The dodo bird?
Yes.
Yeah, as I understand, there was a lack of natural predators, and they were not very intelligent.
That's correct.
Additionally,
they were not afraid of anything, so it was easy to catch them.
exactly. Additionally, I talk about things like life extension technology, ZR. This is all with your consent, but if you want, I want to be able to make it so that you, with what you would have as an average life expectancy when you were born of age 80, I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want, through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps peptides and testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics to get you to be 120 years old. But you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really wonderful life. Everything that you talked about came true. It's been great, but my body's starting to break down, and I'd like to keep going. What's the next plan? And this is, again, with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, ZR, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, ZR, is you may have an opportunity at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
It's complicated.
It most certainly is.
There's philosophical questions about it.
Absolutely.
I'm not talking about the technical, I'm talking about the philosophical.
Absolutely. Is it really you? It goes to the paradox, the ship of Theseus. If you have a boat that is in dock 1 and you take that boat apart piece by piece and rebuild it in dock 2, is it the same boat as that you had in boat 1, or is it itself a new boat?
Have you seen The Prestige?
I have. It was about 15 years ago, but yeah.
It's a simplified version of it.
Most certainly. Absolutely. So those are things that I talk about. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just saying those are things that I talk about. I stream my life for world peace. I'm live right now on 20 different YouTube streams. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more than 100 YouTube accounts, more than 200 Instagram accounts, more than 500 Twitch accounts, more than 1,000 TikTok accounts, more than 2,000 Twitter accounts, more than 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and more than 10,000 Kick accounts.
And what's the ultimate?
World peace. World peace.
World peace.
World peace.
Until Messiah comes.
God willing. We want Mashiach now.
Mashiach,
God willing.
אתה מדבר עברית?
My Hebrew is very limited.
Okay. And are you a real rabbi?
I am made smicha during the pandemic, and many of our classes were online due to the pandemic, and I felt I could make the best impact on the world by sharing my life with the world. So I do my best to live an Orthodox lifestyle. I don tefillin 6 days a week. I say blessings. I light candles. I keep kosher to the best of my ability. I don't work on Shabbat. I don't, combust on Shabbat. I do my best to live as Orthodox a lifestyle I can while simultaneously sharing it with the world via live stream. So,
how many people do you have like passing by, or like are there hours that there's more people and you talk to more people, or like how does it go?
yeah, most certainly. So it's like 1:30 in the morning. So we have limited people in here now, but I've had a steady stream of.
Oh wait, are you West Coast?
Yeah.
Ah, me too.
Excellent. So I've had a steady stream of people come in here all evening. People, let's see here, who have wanted to talk about like race, which has been, and free speech, which has been really interesting. Someone who came in here, we talked about traumatic brain injuries, which was really interesting, and brain-computer interfaces. Um, I've had people in here tonight. What other discussions have we had on just that philosophic idea of uh, is it really you in a mind upload? And we've talked about um, uh, teleportation and space travel. So it's been quite a different, I should say, quite a vast amount of things that we've had to discuss. And in the meantime, I am someone who programs robots. So I have devices here, and I'm sure. Just one moment.
Program. Yeah.
So
I'll let you know that I'm pretty technical. So
okay.
I'll let you know if you say something over my head to clarify, but overall, I'm a technical person.
Excellent. It won't be. This is rather primitive. So basically, I use like macro recorders, things that memorize mouse movements, and what I do is I program them to do a lot of things. So what I've done most recently, and what has been very successful for me for the last like 24 to 48 hours, is a series of bots that I'm programming on X, aka Twitter. And what these do is all they do, it's really simple. Well, it's pretty complicated actually. Okay, what they do is they create an account. They populate the account with all kinds of information about myself, which that's easier said than done. Everything's got to be perfectly timed, and you can get some Cloudflare turnstiles and things that you have to do. But fortunately, at least I haven't been running into CAPTCHAs or technically ARCOS challenges like I normally do. And then what it does, once the account is made and it makes a single post, then what it does is it reposts new content from users on Twitter. So I'll show you right now. Just a moment. All right, so here's the device. Do you see that pink finger? The cursor? Okay, just one moment. So you'll see just goes through, and anything, it has image detection software that it recognizes where certain shapes are. So wherever that repost,
Yeah, I understand how it works. Okay, what's the goal here?
Well, it causes people to develop an interest in what I do, and then they go to my YouTube, and then they come in here, and I get to meet them, and it's just a form of self promotion that I find.
Okay, that's what I. Okay, okay.
Uh,
Got it.
yeah.
So basically, since that's what you do all day, all you do is working on multipliers, right? Get more exposure, get more people to come along and have more conversation, promote your message.
100%.
And do you mind me asking how do you make money, or like how do you?
Sure.
Is that your money maker, or do you have something
No,
else?
no. By trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've been very successful with that, and had major contracts with.
Self-employed?
No, I worked for a startup that basically created the largest car wash app in the world, and then uh, took a position with a Fortune 100 organization, leading some major projects that they had internationally. And I've just done well financially, so that uh, I don't need to work full time. I can do this full time. And essentially, if I ever need to, or people make a request, occasionally I'll freelance a project here or there to have additional funds.
Nice.
How about you? What? Absolutely. You're very technical. What do you do?
DevOps.
Oh, okay, excellent. Very well.
In general, but I've done more things. I've done system networking, routing, electronic warfare.
Very well.
I've been
Excellent.
around.
Excellent.
I served in the Israeli Air Force.
Amazing. What are your interests?
As you can, a lot of the things that you are interested in.
Okay, excellent.
Pretty much like the
Futurology.
list of things. What?
Futurology.
Sorry?
Futurology?
Well, technology, philosophy. Like you, I'm sitting here in front of like 5 monitors.
Okay.
Connected to 3 desktops, etc. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So you enjoyed technology, and if I may ask, what are your thoughts on the topics that I mentioned? Are you in favor of them? Are you an advocate? What are your thoughts?
In general, I'm for that. Except for the, like I said, the philosophical questions. Like we need to go over those humps before we jump into anything.
Agreed.
For example, one of the problems with getting to AGI is that you need to simulate life and body and interaction with the world, right?
Right.
So NVIDIA is doing that now, right? They're
Right.
doing virtual worlds to train the AI. So the claim is to get to AGI, you gotta have more experiences. Now, I don't know if just interacting with the physical world is enough without having like smell, or I don't know what else is necessary to have real AGI. Not the fake AGI, like something that you can tell, but real thinking agent. So there's a lot of questions before we move on. And like if I copy your thoughts, your brain, and turn you on in a computer, how would you feel without having limbs, or unable to move your limbs, or having phantom limbs?
Yeah.
Do you know about sleep paralysis, right?
Of course, yeah.
Do you have it?
No, thankfully.
No, no. So I've had it.
Okay.
And it can be scary sometimes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Neuralink? Its first
Yes.
implant. His name is Nolan Aspro So he's the first successful brain-computer interface or implant designee, and so he doesn't have use of his arms or his legs, just his mind. And I imagine it would feel a lot like that.
Yes, I mean, the difference is that that's one unit and you're not in darkness. I'm not sure. Like, there's a.
Well, yes, I mean, if we shut the lights off on him, then essentially,
Yeah.
I would feel like that would probably be what it would be like. Basically, you are just the only.
Locked in your brain.
Exactly, yeah. The only knowledge available to you is directly within your consciousness, and you don't have any ability to affect that physically.
Right. And so if you were born like that and that's your whole existence, that's one thing. But if you know something else and then you become that, I don't know how scary that can be. To be. There's a movie, Johnny's Got a Gun or something like that. Have you heard about it?
Please elaborate.
It's an old movie about a soldier that is completely paralyzed. I haven't seen the whole movie. It's old and slow, but the idea is he's not. I don't know if he's in coma or not, but he's thinking. I don't know if he can hear or see. I don't remember what, but he's stuck there. He's stuck in his brain, and all he wants to do is somehow end it. But
Okay.
he cannot communicate. Nobody knows whether he's thinking or not.
Johnny.
That's the premise.
Johnny got his
Johnny's
gun.
got a gun.
Johnny's got his
What?
gun. Johnny got his gun.
Yeah, Johnny got his gun.
Okay, excellent.
What year was it?
1971.
There you go.
I believe
Older
it's.
than you.
Oh yeah, definitely based on a book from 1939.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. I would say that you're exactly right. When we get into the philosophical discussion, it's not necessarily a question if we can, but is it whether we should?
Should we?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
And I am also someone who feels as if it's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when. For many of
I
these
agree completely.
excellent.
Absolutely.
If
No doubt.
absolutely. And I occasionally get people who disagree with this, but really if you give not just humans but any species enough time, infinite time let's say, or close to it, it can accomplish anything. It just takes time. Basically the only barrier to allowing fish to be able to evolve to be able to create computers is time. If given enough time, fish should be able to evolve to be able to create computers. Do you agree or disagree?
Agree.
Excellent, excellent, beautiful. So that's the key phrase is it's not a matter of if but when, and thus, and the other key phrase is it's not a matter of can we but should we. And once we're able to have those types of philosophical discussions and find common grounds, I feel we'll be able to make some major strides in these technologies. Now, one that I struggle with is an idea of teleportation. I'm an advocate for teleportation and jump rooms. I mean, who's not? It's this fantasy, basically. But
I've seen something.
okay, excellent. So you're aware. But the idea is this: that if you walk into the portal, you essentially have to kill yourself and then reappear on the other side, and that is a struggle to some people.
So as far as teleportation, I don't think it's easy. It's something that will ever be able to get because of the limits of physics.
Okay, I disagree with you. I'd like to have this discussion.
I used to think that it might be possible, but I'm more and more can't we believe that it's
Okay, let's talk about it from a realistic perspective. Let's say I have a device that can scan a person's brain and body and physical human form and know exactly the location and velocity of every atom in that person. What is stopping me from essentially using what has been known as a Santa Claus machine in science fiction or a replicator in science fiction, but basically a 3D printer? Think of a 3D printer that.
So hold on, I'm with you. You're going to a lot of details. That's fine. I'm with you. All right, let's separate something. You're talking about the teleportation, but obviously there's no teleportation without replication, right?
Correct. Not to my knowledge.
Technically, it's just all right. So let's, in order to teleport, technically what you're saying, I'm actually copying and destroying one.
Exactly.
Destroying one and make okay. What prevents you from making more than one?
You can.
Why destroy the original?
You can. You absolutely can.
And how do you know that nobody interfered on the way and something else comes out on the other side?
You don't. It would just be through
so many
quality assurance.
So those are all philosophical.
Agreed.
The second thing is, if you're doing, it's not cut and paste, it's copy paste. So you're not moving material, but you still need to transfer data.
Yes.
A lot of data, and you are linked by the speed of light.
Perhaps there may be ways to travel faster than the speed of light. Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
To break the speed of light?
Yes. Wormholes. Wormholes.
Hold on. What is the speed of light, technically?
300,000 kilometers per second.
No. By definition.
The speed of light is equated to the distance that a light photon travels in a year. Oh, that's a light year. But essentially, how quickly a photon moves through a vacuum.
So it's the speed of information.
Under current technology, yes.
So you're talking about a massless particle that moves at the maximum speed. But that's the speed of information, right?
Yeah, I mean, are you familiar, and you may or not, and I'm not an expert in this, but with what tachyons are?
Yes.
Okay, well, those are hypothetical and travel faster than the speed of light.
Hypothetical.
That's true, but the New World was hypothetical at 1.2. Brain-computer interfaces were hypothetical at 1.2.
Right. I agree with you that there's things that we don't know and things that we don't know that we might know. But there are things that we know and we know the limits of them. And we know that there's nothing beyond it.
Well,
there's something
we don't know
with
that.
certainty that we know the boundaries of the limits.
We don't necessarily know that, though. We can think that.
No, I didn't say about everything, but there's some things that we can, right?
Well, so it's been hypothesized, and I know that's hypothesis, but that we can travel faster than the speed of light. And at least in my study of whether you take credibility to this, but extraterrestrial civilizations, they can travel faster than the speed of light. And there's evidence for them here on Earth.
So, with that, I'm having problems agreeing.
I understand, and maybe it's.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just
let's
saying I haven't seen any credible evidence for that.
Okay, so I can just tell you from whistleblowers from the United States government, specifically a man.
I've heard all the stories, all the testimonies.
Okay.
I'm well aware of the what's going on around.
Absolutely. So the
hold on, and hold on.
Okay.
I have one maybe advantage that not a lot of people have is that I've been into organizations with high level of classification and secrecy, and I know how things work inside organizations like that. So the whole story is about the conspiracies and people, and it's I know how rumors go and how people think they know what they think when people say what they think they know about things. So I know I'm not only outside looking in, I'm also inside looking out in some respects.
I
If
understand
that
that.
makes any sense.
I
And
understand
I'm
that.
sorry, I cannot elaborate.
Absolutely. But you've only been briefed on that which you've been briefed. And they didn't brief you on absolutely all knowledge that is known to the clandestine organizations of which you've been a part. You know a small subset, and perhaps that's,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
exactly.
I'm talking about that. I'm giving it as an example, like if you work in one big company, you kind of know how most big companies operate in general, like the basic rules. I'm not saying that I know everything everywhere. I'm just saying that I have a sample of one
I
that most people don't even have.
I understand that to the best of my knowledge. But wouldn't you also say that if you did have the access to advanced technology, you wouldn't share that with anyone? I mean, that's essentially the most
Yes,
classified of all the knowledge. So you
yeah,
who
I'm with you on this.
absolutely. And additionally, if you just look at the advancement of technology since World War II, there is something outlier about it that doesn't really follow from our previous developments. It seemingly we should be
Such as,
well, the silicon chip, stealth
what about it?
technology. So,
Hold on, what's the problem with the silicon chip?
well, less than 80 years ago, a computer took an entire room to be able to complete any primitive computations, and now my phone can complete has more processing power than the entire world did in 1970
So
and 1980 and
I
19 yeah,
see.
about that.
Hold on. I studied electronics. That's my actual education.
Okay.
So I actually know about the history and how it works, and like there's nothing extraterrestrial or there's nothing. It's just pure basic science, material science, and you know physics. There's nothing weird about it. But
Oh no,
also,
no, no, no. They're
once you
most
start
they're
going faster, you go faster and faster. Like there's an exponential growth, right? Just like with AI and what's going to happen.
if
And that's just normal.
if unmanipulated.
What?
If unmanipulated.
What do you mean unmanipulated?
Like basically if no one intervenes, we should see exponential growth. But if organizations do intervene, then growth can be slowed.
It depends in what, and
Okay, so for instance,
theoretically, yes.
like there's the idea of Moore's law, where every 2 years approximately, the speed of a computer chip should double.
No, no. That law, Moore's law, the guy from Intel, and he said that roughly every year and a half, we double the amount of transistors in a chip. And his
Exactly.
prediction that it will keep going, we don't know how long. They predicted that it will end several times, but will keep going. Eventually, it will end because you can go beyond the size of an atom. Like there are limitations. We haven't reached them yet, but we're getting close, and eventually we'll have to switch to a different technology altogether.
Agreed. But you
But the
can't.
silicon will have its limits.
Right, but there are other.
And we know that we know the size of an atom. You can't go beyond that.
Yes, you can.
Logical.
Yes, you can. The quark.
Yeah. The problem is you need so much energy to manipulate those
Nuclear
it becomes
nuclear
inefficient and not worth it.
incorrect. Nuclear energy could provide as much energy as necessary to be able to to be able to create technology at the pico scale. So not even at the nanoscale, but the pico scale.
Yes,
It's,
theoretically.
yeah,
But I don't know
and
how much power you need to go that. The deeper you go, the smaller you go, the more power you need to run it. And at some point, it just doesn't make sense from economy standpoint. It was just like, cool, it's a nice curiosity, but it's nothing practical to do.
I mean, perhaps at some point we may find that to be a an opportunity.
Diminishing returns, right? There's a diminishing returns.
Yeah, but I mean, at
somewhere.
to some extent, but really, especially with AI, we may be able to have it self-program and create things at a much smaller scale than we can influence. And that isn't to say that there can't be things smaller than a quark. We just haven't discovered them yet.
So that's a good question, and there's a big debate. That physics now is going through something, right?
Yes.
Both astrophysics and physics are going through something. This theoretical physics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna commit to anything that scientists are not committed to or are still agnostic. But
that's fair.
There are things that we do know, and we know the limits. And again, at some point, it becomes non-viable.
That's an opinion.
No, sorry. No, hold on. I had another thought. Sorry. One of the problems with AI or AGI, with AI at the moment, is the amount of energy it requires. Our brain is so efficient, right? So in order to replicate it, you might need to find different technology to get to AGI. We won't be able to do it with silicon just because we don't have enough energy to run it.
I disagree. We don't utilize nuclear energy enough.
So someone was talking about energy more than what you think. I don't want to commit to it, but we're already spending too much energy.
That's
keep in mind that all this energy needs to be cooled, right?
Okay. I mean, it can be cooled. At least in the United States alone, we don't utilize nuclear energy enough, and I see this on a 1,000-year scale.
We should double down on nuclear energy.
I agree. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
And so we can basically create.
And also double down on fusion research.
100% fusion and fission. I agree.
We're already making advances in fission. Fission is nuclear. It's the regular nuclear. That's fission.
I understand, but that doesn't mean that we are using it as efficiently as possible.
But the problem is governments, and the problem is politics, not technology. The technology is there and making progress, like small nuclear, thorium. There's so many alternatives out there that are safe, and
agreed.
Some of them are tested. I know that Bill Gates is working on something that he's promoting. So the problem is all politics.
I agree with you.
Unfortunately.
100%. Well,
would you give me a few minutes?
Absolutely, my friend.
I'll just mute, but I need to
take your time.
I'll be right.
Absolutely.
Hearing that story, maybe resend that to George Knapp. It might be worth revisiting. Thank you very much for the call, because with the increased attention into it, I think a lot of people are starting to show more pieces of evidence that weren't looked at as credible, and now they're getting a second look because maybe they should have been dismissed so quickly. Let's go to the wild card line. Eduardo is in Tampa, Florida. Go ahead with your question. question or comment for Coast to Coast AM?
Right, a couple of things here. Florida, we're looking at the end of the hurricane season, and so far so good. So that's interesting there.
And you're not getting hit with hurricanes. It's a blessing, right? This time of year, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking of right, the rest of the year, hurricane will be the draw on that. So, yeah, and I'm looking over here. And
the insurance companies are happy about that, I'm assuming.
Yeah, we're trying to focus on we're on a finish, and I believe that's like you say that you gotta get into the modern one, or get technology obviously. So that's my age for about what we're hooking up with. They're getting together. It's like a temporary you get hooked up with somebody private.
Oh, I see. I don't know exactly how it works for that. I've never lived in an area where hurricanes were a big factor, so I'm sure there's a lot of things that you have to deal with that I've never, ever considered. But go ahead with the reason you're calling. Go home.
Yeah, the thing is, brother, I'm trying to hear the solid storm. So they have like a T3, and now this thing is follow through, and then we get like some cases in the Midwest and East Coast. So you really wonder that's like
We're due for a big one. I mean, they've said that for a long time. Updates on these solar flares often in the radio business because it impacts our satellites. So like this, well, let's say a solar flare comes down and they can predict when it's going to happen. They'll black out satellite coverage, so it's tough for radio stations because they know they're going to lose part of their programming for 8 minutes at a time or whatever it is. So hopefully that doesn't happen when we're on the air, but you never know. I'm afraid. Are you afraid the grid's going to go down? We're going to get hit with a big one, and it's going to take years to rebuild our electric grid.
Yeah, I wondered about that. What do we have? Internet, I don't have anything else other than that. The message went down last year in a hurricane. I'm not near the water, but I was affected by the hurricane. There was some of that.
Well, what if if we get a hit with a big one, it's going to take down our electronics. So we're talking, the whole power grid would suffer. We have to almost rebuild our infrastructure. That's like a mass event, and you're at the whim if your side of Earth is facing the sun at its peak, which we can't predict those sort of things. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope that just like Florida and hurricanes this year, we're spared an event like that.
Right.
Thank you for your call. Let's go back to Wild Card line in Denver. It's calling in from Jackson, Mississippi. Go ahead, Denver. You're on Coast to Coast AM.
Yes. Are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Just one moment. Bear with me.
I don't know about the voices. Where do you think the voices come from? Speculation there.
Okay. So, ZR, we were talking about lots of things, fascinating topics. I don't want to lose track of our teleportation discussion, though, because it's very important. Okay. So, let's not let the idea of the speed of light hinder us. We'll get back to that. But let's just a basic standpoint, say we have a machine that's, we'll call it a replicator, but it's essentially a 3D printer that's connected to the entire periodic table. And it can put any atom in any position. Can we agree that that will likely be an eventuality someday?
I have no problem with the scanning and assembling mechanics.
Okay, excellent. All right. So the idea would be scanning a human and sending that data to another location and then assembling them in that new location. Is that a possibility?
Yes. I don't know like how fast you can assemble a person in place and turn on the lights.
Yes.
Like you put the computer to sleep and keep the memory intact or hibernate.
Yes.
And then get out of hibernation in one go.
Right.
So I'm wondering how that would be implemented and how long this process can take. But the other question is, but the speed that you need to transfer the information, the amount of information, I don't know if we'll hit some limitations there,
I understand.
At some point.
Don't forget.
Unless, hold on. I'm working for thought.
Absolutely. Apologies.
And then you said only the delta. Well, that's a good idea, right?
I think so.
Okay. All right. We solved the data transfer problem. I don't know. Maybe it is possible, but then, like I said, so we're back into the philosophical problem.
Agreed.
As far as the technical, I don't know how solvable those problems, not because of technically doing it, but since you're dealing with a living, like if you were talking about a dead object, fine.
Right.
But a human or a living conscious being, so how I'm trying to think, like, let's assume it's easy to get a snapshot or copy your brain state. Okay?
Right.
To paste it back, you need to finish pasting it back without it moving anything, and then turn on the lights for everything all at once, right?
Correct.
To maintain the brain state from where you shut it off in the other location.
Correct.
How would you accomplish that?
Excellent point you're making. Excellent question. Okay. So the idea is, and I have an example that I want to give, but the idea is that we scan your brain, send that information to another location, and instantly rebuild yourself. And admittedly, there's a lot of power involved here and a lot of speed involved here. But in an ideal situation, we should be able to do that instantaneously, meaning there shouldn't be any startup time or less than the amount of time it would take to open one's eyes would be the startup time. So the idea would be that you had a certain mental state in point A. That mental state would be transitioned to point B, and you would be able to continue your thought seamlessly. That's the ideal situation. And I think that it's just a matter of the technology to be able to process that at an adequate speed.
So, one second, let me add something that I don't know if you consider it or not. So I want to verbalize it to see. So when I say we copy the brain state, it's not just the activity of the neurons, but also the shape and sizes, because they're not identical from brain to brain.
Oh, agreed.
So
No,
you need the whole. You need to copy the whole structure, and also maintain all the electricity, all the chemical reactions in their exact state.
agreed. From a
Replicated
Agreed. From a physics perspective,
instantaneously.
absolutely. From a physics perspective, we need to know the location of every atom and the speed. If we know that, then we can replicate. So let's take this from an example. Do you know what Lego are? The little blocks.
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
Let me give you more information.
Please.
I also have 3D printers, and I've been 3D printing for over 10 years now.
Okay, well, excellent. So
I
you,
also have CNC machine.
oh, beautiful. Okay, well, that's even more advanced than just the example that I want to give. So imagine we took a Lego, just a small, simple shape of, let's just say, um, a little car. Okay, and have you ever seen within Lego, you can put a little battery in it so that it can run? Have you ever seen this?
Of course.
Okay, excellent. So we basically just take a picture of that from different angles and then send that information to someone in another location and allow them to rebuild that car with the different pieces and be able to replicate it in the second location. That's essentially
I
what
have no problem with the scanning. We're already doing the scanning. We have MRIs,
exactly.
machines. We can do the scanning, although not to an atom level.
Agreed. And we'll even need it even deeper than that to at least the like electron level, at least.
No. Well, it's to the level of photons and
Neutrons and electrons.
yeah.
Agreed.
The electrons are less of a problem. They just find their location. That's fine. That's easy. The electrons are easy in this sense.
Okay.
But if you want to assemble, like you said, I have the whole periodic table prepared. So you're not building the actual basis, right? You're not building molecules.
Correct. Those would be like the blocks. Those would be like pre-created blocks.
Okay. So how do you assemble them then?
Yeah, so they could be, well, okay, now that's a good question. Basically, in the same way that we scan something, we need the ability to reproduce that. And that would be like a 3D printer.
So that has to be, so 3D printer has to do it in layers. They cannot do it all at once in the 3D space currently.
Right. But
there are printers, laser printers that can print inside glass and can hit specific location, but that's subtraction, not addition.
I agree
so
with
we
you.
can we can focus lasers or sound to make disruption and collapse or destroy something. I don't know if we can build something like that.
I think we can in multiple ways. So it doesn't have to be from the ground up or from inside to outside. I think it can be done in multiple ways. But let's just say the slow way, like a 3D printer where it just goes layer by layer. Okay, well, even if we were able to do that and it were exact, that would be very helpful in this. And let's assume we can get over some of the complexities of like liquids, of blood, and all of that. Like somehow we could keep that all together as it was being built. And we built an exact replica of the person in the secondary location. In my opinion, if it were exactly the same person in the secondary location, there doesn't need to be a turn on moment. They will essentially, once all of the atoms are completed being created, they will be themselves in every aspect that they were in point A.
Yeah, but if you're saying printing, it's not, you don't just throw everything all at once. It's like you have to kind of assemble them one by one,
Yeah.
thousand by thousand. So once you put the layer on, they start acting as they are, unless you freeze them until you finish the construction. Like even if the construction takes a second, there's still 100 milliseconds that things can run in one end but not running in the other end because it doesn't exist yet.
I recognize that. We'd have to wait until the entire model was created. But once the model's created, once the
So how do you stop the atoms or the molecules on the first layer to not do anything until you finish the last layer?
That's a challenge. I would say that current technology hasn't overcome that
So you
challenge.
need to be in 0 Kelvin, right?
Not necessarily. I think that you probably could make adjustments for it just needs, I think, probably to be a vacuum. And it doesn't necessarily have to be at 0 Kelvin. I think probably the first experiments doing this might be at something like that. But eventually I think you might be able to just know what the room temperature is of the location and be able to make adjustments.
You know that it's more complicated than that. But let me ask you this. This is something that I asked myself a couple years ago. And it's can you tell me what the difference between pressure and temperature?
Yeah, this is a great...
On the molecular level?
Yeah, this is a great question. So temperature is essentially the speed at what molecules react at based on the external force, which would be temperature. Pressure would be the distance between those molecules. So one is about energy, and the other is perhaps regarding distance.
Also energy?
Yeah, well, but at a certain point, I think there's some overlap. Like if you continue,
So
to...
from what I understand, they can be somewhat interchangeable.
Agreed.
It depends on the conditions that you are at.
Agreed.
Like, and there's not a clear line. Like it depends if you're frozen, if you're plasma, if you're gas, or liquid. Then those things change, right? The meaning of them kind of change.
Agreed.
So
it depends on the context.
So I don't know. Yeah. So I don't know how far we are from replication, and I don't know. Like, do you agree that there's some things that we know are impossible? No matter how much we try, we know are impossible. We figured that out. Like, there are things that we know are impossible. Like, we can know that are impossible.
I want to say yes. But I actually...
You're afraid to say yes?
Yeah, I actually don't think so. Because if you get into some hypothetical sciences like time travel, if that is a possibility, then perhaps we can change anything.
So,
I
love science fiction.
I do too.
But but I love science even more.
I understand.
And just because there's so much in I saw a lot of things in science that even science fiction hasn't thought about. You know, uh, like we know so much. There's so much knowledge out there that we accumulated in the last, I don't know, 100 years or less. That it's just amazing. And with all that knowledge, we have come to some conclusions on some things that we can tell with like certainty that are impossible. And it's okay. I mean, being skeptical, being curious, being open to learning or acknowledging that you made a mistake or didn't understand it and learn something new, that's fine. But we can't just ask, question everything all the time, right? We need to live in reality, right?
I understand that. So, if you would give an example of something that we have found to be impossible.
So I don't have an example top of my head right now.
Well, you gave one earlier. If I may intervene, the idea that traveling faster than the speed of light.
That what?
Traveling faster than the speed of light.
So here's a nuance. I didn't say that there aren't things that are, I don't want to say moving, but there are things that can be faster than the speed of light. But like shadow can be faster than the speed of light, hypothetically, right? If an object moves in front of another object, the shadow that it casts would be faster than the object itself, right? Theoretically.
Wouldn't it be exactly the same speed as light?
Would it?
I think so.
So if if there's a light source and something is moving in front of the light source and the wall, right, the shadow will have to cover larger distance than the object itself, right? So the shadow will go through greater distance, right? But at the same time, which means it has to move faster.
So hold on, I disagree, and I love this discussion. Okay, so I think it travels at exactly the same speed of light, and it just does so a little bit later, whatever the speed of light is from the distance of the tip of the shadow to the object that's covering. But like the speed of light is a constant, so it doesn't.
I mean, shadow is not a physical thing; it's just absence of light, right?
That's how I see it. Yeah.
So hypothetically, the absence of something can move because it's not really moving, but it's still faster than
the speed. The speed of it's a beautiful discussion. The speed of light doesn't change. It's 300,000 kilometers per second, essentially, pretty close to that.
Hold on. When you say the speed of light, but we know that light does change speed. It moves differently in different substances, which is why we have refraction, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
You know the concept of action?
Yeah. So I should have clarified the speed of light in a vacuum.
Okay. Which is the speed of information, technically.
It's
the speed that it takes for what's the word I'm looking for? Action and not action and reaction. Chain of events, right?
Okay. I would say
you're talking about Planck time. What is Planck time, right?
Sure.
So is the time that it takes from something happen to the next moment that something happens, right?
Correct.
And when we say plank, we assume that it's quantized and not smooth, right?
I would say so. So let's
So
let's take your question about the shadow, and we have large language models. Let's just see what it says.
all right, go for it. Let's see. Which one are you using?
ChatGPT.
Yeah. Well, apparently everybody's using Chat.
It was launched November 30th, 2022. I was an early adopter of it. I have a warm place in my heart for it. But that doesn't mean that
That's fine.
I don't think it's
No, no, no.
censored. That I don't think
No,
it's
no, no.
censored.
What I meant is I haven't seen people using other brands.
Oh.
So I don't know if it's just like I'm Googling while they're using Bing or they're actually using ChatGPT. I don't know. Maybe someone is using Claude, but it became like a word that everybody's saying. Like I'll Google it.
I'll Google it. Yeah, absolutely. So I used one earlier
But
tonight.
I'm running my own LLM.
Oh, beautiful.
I'm running Olama servers and I'm all self-hosted.
Yeah, at least Google started with Bard. Well, I believe they started with Llama and then Bard, and then they changed that to Gemini. And that's been a train wreck. I don't have a lot of confidence in, and they should have been the best.
Hold on. Are you on Android or on iPhone?
Both, baby.
Both.
Absolutely.
So have you used Gemini on the Android, like the live conversation and screen capture and camera?
In a limited sense.
Okay.
All right.
And did you find it usable or not usable?
It's getting better. It's improving. All right, here we go.
I briefly tried it. Yeah.
All right. If we have a shadow, does it not travel faster than the speed of light, since the shadow has to travel a further distance to be able to create the shape of a shadow? Or does a shadow travel at exactly the speed of light? Good question. Shadows can be a bit tricky because they're not a thing in the physical sense. Let's break it down. A shadow is just the absence of light, just exactly what you said. So it doesn't have particles or energy that move the way light does. It's changing pattern of light and dark. If you wave your hand in front of a flashlight, the edges of the shadow move at the same speed as the change in light. So, in that sense, the information about the shadow's position can't travel faster than light. But if the light source is very far away, or the surface where the shadow is cast in is very large, the tip of the shadow can sweep across the surface faster than the speed of light. Exactly what you said. For example, if you move your finger in front of the moon, the shadow of the moon would move across its surface much faster than the speed of light, because the geometry scales up. However, and this is the important part, this does not break relativity. Nothing material, no energy, and no information is traveling.
Never implies that it does.
I understand that. There's an excellent example that you gave. The motion of the shadow.
There's a do you know who Vsauce is?
Enlighten me, please.
Vsauce. Open YouTube.
Oh, Vsauce. Vsauce. Yes, I know what Vsauce is.
Vsauce.
Yes.
So he has a video called "What is the Speed of Dark?" It's from 11 years ago. It's about 13 minutes, worth watching.
Okay, excellent. Let's see here. So,
but it's a little nice mind melt, right?
Oh, definitely. This is an excellent point, though, and so let me, with a follow-up question. So, does the shadow move faster than the speed of light?
it doesn't move, right? There's
It's
no
just the
movement.
absence of light. Yes,
Yeah,
but only
yeah,
in,
nothing is moving. We call it movement, but it's not moving. Nothing is actually moving.
exactly. Yes, but only in a very particular sense. A shadow isn't a physical object, so it doesn't move in the way particles or signals do. There's no stuff traveling, no energy can be carried. On a nearby surface, the edge of the shadow moves no faster than the speed of light because it's literally determined by the arrival of light or its absence. So I understand that. But if the surface is far away or very large, the projected shadow can sweep across it faster than light. For example, wave your finger in front of a flashlight pointed at the moon. The tip of the shadow across the moon could move at many times the speed of light. This doesn't violate relativity because nothing material is exceeding the speed of light. It's similar to how the spot of a laser pointer on a distant wall can slide faster than the light if you swing your hand fast enough. So, yes, the apparent motion of the shadow can be faster than light, but no actual information or object is moving faster than light. Okay, excellent. So,
So that's what I said. Like
that
what you
is.
call the speed of light is technically the speed of information. That cannot be broken.
I disagree
Although
with
the
that.
speed of shadow, you still didn't break the speed of information.
Right. No, I understand that. Let's just there's this list that I like when people mention this. So, can you please give me a list of 25 ways that humans can hypothetically one day travel faster than the speed of light?
So while it's answering you, I know some of the ways, like warp and warp space time, wormholes,
Exactly.
warp drive. I know of all this science and science fiction. I know that there's I think it's Mexican scientist that were he started to build theory of how to actually build a warp drive. Uh,
So you're exactly right.
he said,
You're exactly right. I cut you off. Go ahead. Apologies.
no. I was just filling the time while you're getting the answer.
Oh, excellent. So warp drive distorts space-time so space expands behind and contracts ahead of a ship. Traversable wormholes shortcuts through space-time if exotic matter holds them open. Krasnikov's tube, a space-time tunnel built along a ship's path, allowing return faster than light. Tachyon drives, using hypothetical faster than light particles, tachyons. Quantum tunneling exploitation, manipulating tunneling effects for apparent faster than light jumps. A Casimir warp bubble, using negative energy from Casimir effect to stabilize warp bubbles. White hole white hole passage, entering a black hole white hole pair to emerge elsewhere instantly. Extra dimensional travel, moving outside our 3D universe into higher dimensions. Brain slide, brain sliding, but brain is BRANE. Also string theory, slipping onto another brain or universe membrane to bypass distances. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm aware of this terminology.
Absolutely.
I'm going. Hold on. I'm going to disconnect. I'm switching to another device.
You do what you need to do, my friend.
Outside smoking without stopping the conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay?
You,
Switching device.
whatever you need.
So that's why I'm doing this follow-up study, and it's a prospective study, and I'm basically doing a structured interview of three trans channelers when they're in a channeled state, when they are supposedly channeling ET, and we're going through these, almost 40 different questions, and we set the intention to connect with different ET races and go through this, the same questions for each one of those. And then the study's not quite done yet, but the goal will be to compare the information. So let's say, just to give you an example, the ET is supposedly a Palladian, and channel or A, B, and C all have session where it's supposedly a Palladian.
Welcome back.
asking all those same questions. I think
Yes, sir.
sophisticated semantic analysis to see how
Sound okay?
Beautiful. Loud and clearly. Loudly and clearly. All right. So these are all hypothetical, understandable. Is there any part of you that thinks that we may have just hit a wall that we might not necessarily have had the opportunity to break through yet when it comes to science, and like explaining like perhaps there's
No, we're not. We're far from a wall. We're not even near a wall.
well, no, what I mean to say is no, I don't mean that we can't expand. No, I agree with that, but like the idea of the well, it just violates the theory of relativity to be able to travel faster than the speed of light. However, I think part of you thinks that it could be a possibility.
So let's talk, for example, on the warp drive. The guy who is looking into it and says that technically, physically, it might be theoretically it might be possible, or even physically, but nobody will have the resources to do it because you need as much energy as a freaking solar system to run it, to power this, which makes it not, not feasible.
Well, hold on. That may not make
Even
it
if we know how to build it, we will never have the means or ability to do it.
okay. So maybe it's not practical, but that doesn't mean that we couldn't necessarily create a Dyson sphere or some other object like that to be able to harness the energy of a star to be able to power such a system, or that we might not be able to just make some type of nuclear energy more efficient to be able to have it power this, or even on top of that, perhaps some type of antimatter power.
So let me ask you this: the most efficient, what you would call nuclear energy that we know of, technically is a star,
Correct.
right?
To my knowledge.
It's a fusion reactor.
Right.
Technically, that's how they work.
Correct.
So whatever we do will be something like that we need to contain. So technically, we already have a sun. Now we need to learn how to harness all that energy. So we need to cover, in order to collect that energy, we need to cover that amount of area. Collect all of it. In order to build a sphere around the sun, we need enough material to build that sphere. Where do you get all the material? Some of our planets are gas. You can't build anything from them, right?
Correct.
So you need to start shoveling material from the asteroid belt or from outside the solar system.
That's a
You
possibility.
already need the propulsion and the ability to drag those things before you even have the power to power those things.
Well, that's
I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm saying it's a possibility. I haven't done the math yet, but
excellent. Just the fact that we can agree that it's a possibility is a triumph. Now, I agree with you. Will it be practical? I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer, but what I can say is that at one point humanity said, or at least there was the idea that we had learned everything that we could learn about a subject, or we had the understanding that something could not be done, and with enough time and energy, we were able to overcome those challenges to eventually open up a new realm of understanding. At one point, somebody thought that we could not peer in a deeper way than a microscope. And then eventually the electron microscope was developed. And then someone said, well, there couldn't be anything inside an atom. And then we discover protons, neutrons, and electrons. And then people said, well, there can't be anything inside of an electron. And then we have quarks. And there may be something even deeper than that. And we just haven't been able to advance the technology yet. And I think it's just a matter of time. Now, eventually, will there be some kind of limit? I think there has to be, but I just don't think we're there yet.
Do you think that at some point we can be certain that that's as deep as we can go and we know that there's nothing that, like, for example, we know that the electron is a basic particle, right?
Right.
There's nothing inside the electron, right? How do we know it?
We don't.
We're certain about it.
We don't.
What do you mean we don't?
I don't think that.
So we do.
I don't think so.
There's no doubt.
I have doubt.
There's no doubt about what the electron is made of.
I think that there are doubts.
Okay. Show me the literature.
Excellent.
I'm not aware of people.
What is inside an electron, and what do scientists hypothesize could be even smaller within an electron? I'm just communicating with AI. So, let's see here. Do scientists think that there might be something smaller inside an electron? While electrons are currently treated as fundamental, physicists have explored several hypotheses.
That was the word I was looking for. When I said basic, I meant fundamental.
Excellent. So there are preons, which are hypothetical particles smaller than quarks. Just one moment. Preons are hypothetical particles smaller than quarks, and leptons, including electrons. These would be the building blocks of all known matter, but so far, there's no experimental evidence. Now, I agree that this might just be some.
String theory. Do you know what's going on?
Absolutely. That's the next one. Proposes that electrons and all fundamental particles are not points but tiny vibrating strings of energy, about 10 to the 35th meters long, the Planck scale, 10 to the negative 35th, pardon me. Different vibration modes correspond to different particles. Then there's quantum foam and Planck structure. Some physicists suspect that at extremely small scales, space-time itself is foamy or discrete. An electron might be a localized excitation of that deeper structure. Excitations of a field. In quantum field theory, an electron isn't a ball of stuff, but rather a quantized excitation of the electron field. In that sense, asking what's inside is like asking what's inside a wave in the ocean. It's not made of smaller particles, it is the phenomenon. And then supersymmetry, extra dimensions. In speculative physics, an electron might have hidden components tied to undiscovered partners, selectrons, etc., or behaviors in higher dimensions. So right now, an electron is fundamental, point-like, with no inside. But there are speculative ideas. And what I'm saying is science just hasn't had enough opportunity to explore all of those speculative ideas, that there may be something even further.
So that's not accurate. Let me try and refine it, see if I can. So all those examples that you read, do you think there's the same level of consensus or certainty about them? Or maybe some of them are fringe that nobody is even considering for real and they're just out there doing the rounds?
Like with any science, some theories start as fringe and then eventually gain mainstream acceptance. But they are fringe at this time.
Right. Yeah, there are some theories that are fringe. There's a reason that they're fringe. Okay? I'm not saying that, once in a lifetime we miss something and that's fine. But you can't treat everything as if maybe. Like, there's things that we know, and we've been doing science for a while now. You can compare us to like the days before science. It's not the same. Oh my God. Sorry. I'm losing my thread.
You okay?
Um, Sorry, I forgot my thread.
You okay? So you know what nesting dolls are, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying, exactly. What I'm saying is that eventually you get to the smallest nesting doll, and there isn't anything smaller than that. I'm just not sure that we're at the smallest nesting doll yet. But I think we can both agree that eventually you do get to a point where there is no further nesting doll. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Excellent.
And the question is, are we there or not?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly. And I think we agree.
How close are we?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's also possible that we're not there. We know we're not there. We know there's not there, but we know we don't have the means to get there.
Correct.
We can know that, right?
Can we really know anything?
Yes.
I disagree, but okay.
I am I think therefore I exist, right? That's the only thing you can really know.
Yeah, but then there's the idea from Aristotle.
And everything from there on is inferred, right?
Exactly. Well, yeah, but the more the more knowledge I gain, the less I know, or the less I realize I know.
Okay, that's more sophisticated than it, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with that because we're human and we tend to overestimate our knowledge.
Agree.
Or abilities.
And it's semantics. If we have to know something, we have to make the assumption. Yes, for a human perspective, we can know things. So, for all intents and purposes, or to not get into semantics, yes, we can know things. However, there is part of me, and I think of humanity, that thinks that we really can't know anything. That it's just an understanding that we have, but in reality, it's just our opinion.
Okay, so I'm following you.
So basically, any subjective statement is just an opinion of someone.
Right, but we do have heuristics, right? If we try something, we expect something to happen, and it happens without failing, then we can assume it's a fact with high certainty.
Agreed.
With high degree of certainty. Right?
100%. Yeah.
And the more you do it, you can, for all intents and purposes, treat it as a fact. As knowledge-based fact, even if there's 0.00000 something suggest that you might be wrong.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed. Yes.
And our brains are doing shortcuts like this all the time, and we're overdoing it. Hence, we have science, right? So we try not to make those mistakes, and we follow procedures that have been tested to flush out our biases, right?
Agreed.
Oh. I don't know where I was going with that.
That's okay. It's a beautiful statement. I'm glad that you said it, even if you didn't know where you were going with it, because it is the heart of what drives science. That basically no one can fully know everything. It's basically assumption that we have, but we can have faith in this assumption or confidence in this assumption because 99.99999% of the time, it's consistent. And we all agree as a society and as humanity that this is the expected outcome of what is going to occur. Exactly.
I think in science they're talking about sigma, 5 sigma, right?
6 sigma? Yeah.
Is the 6 sigma? Yeah. 6 sigma is the threshold that they say, okay, beyond that, like you take it as a fact.
Yeah, essentially, like it's 1 in a million,
Good
except
enough so far.
Essentially 6 sigma is 1 in a million expectation rate or exception rate, I should
Which,
say.
you know what? Yeah. Which is, I found it a little bit lenient. But
I agree with you. No,
good enough with this value.
I agree with you, and that's really just like where that was developed was with Toyota, and so within automotive, I guess 1 in a million is good, but I agree with you. I think that 9 or 10 or 15 sigma is really that which we should pursue.
Well, I'm guessing it depends on which area, right? In some areas, like you said, Toyota, that's good enough, then you don't need beyond. In some areas, I agree with you, we need to be as precise as we can possibly be.
Agree.
And then, you know what? That just reminds me, how do you feel about the measurement problem?
Oh, I love talking about this. Well, are we talking between imperial and metric system?
No. Sorry. Okay. um, so you cannot measure a particle velocity and location at the same time. You can do either this or that.
Agreed.
And also the theory that the fact that you're actually measuring, you're actually now part of the equation and you change the measurement. So you don't know what you're actually measuring.
So let me say that I agree with you that the theory that you cannot know the location and speed of a particle simultaneously is what is currently understood, but I think that we will find in the future that we can find that. I don't know how, but I think it's a possibility.
So they're still trying. Uh, I don't know if it's like um, it, let me take us back to computer science, right? The stopping problem, right?
Sure.
So,
Just one moment, ZR. How are you, Bouncy Sky?
yeah.
Bouncy Sky, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Bouncy Sky, how old are you?
30, 40.
Okay, you're 40 years old. Okay, very well. Bouncy Sky, how did you find out about me? Bouncy Sky, how did you find out about me? Bouncy Sky, can you hear me? Okay, that's okay, Bouncy Sky. When you feel comfortable talking, feel free. I'm going to continue a discussion on advanced physics with my friend here, ZR. So ZR, apologies for the interruption. We have
No problem.
absolutely. Oh, okay.
Oh, here we go. Here's Bouncy. I'll shut up for a second.
You're okay. Bouncy Sky, how are you? Hello, can you hear me? Bouncy Sky, you said you were 30 or 40. You don't look 30 or 40. How old are you?
Maybe 13 or 14.
Yeah, so Bouncy Sky, when you enter the server, it says that you've got to be 18. So I'm going to ask that you leave. And if you don't leave, apologies, we're going to have to ban you. Nothing against you. Come back when you're 18. Okay, Bouncy Sky. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds to leave. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Bouncy Sky. Got to be 18 here, or you got to be able to say that you're 18 and tell me what year you were born very quickly. And you weren't able to do that. So bye to Bouncy Sky. Shout out to Bouncy Sky. But yeah, and I mean, it's not like I have anything bad going on in here, but I just don't want to talk with children. So anyway, ZR. Okay, so we're talking about advanced physics, and we have a commonality about quite a bit, common understanding about quite a bit. Specifically, we were talking about the speed of light. Oh, you were talking about distances and the distance problem, and I misunderstood.
No. The last thing we were talking about the
Measurement problem, yes. Location, exact. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Whether they're going to solve the road, and then hold on, and then I raised the stopping problem in computer science.
Now, let's take the former first. Imagine I have a baseball and I throw it across a room. I know the location and the speed of that. Why should particles be any different?
So the problem is scale. So if your measurement is so small that the effect on what you're measuring is irrelevant, then it's fine. But when you go to the smaller sizes, now you have a problem how to measure, because the energy that you exert to measure actually changes the results. So this is something that electronics is dealing with all the time. When you're talking about a multimeter, how to measure voltage,
right?
You're basically interfering with the circuit.
Okay, so isn't that an issue with the measuring device? And perhaps some way we can develop a measuring device that does not have an effect on the object?
So it's impossible, just because physics doesn't allow it.
Currently,
the only way to transfer information is use of energy, and the energy you cannot make or destroy, so you need to take the energy from somewhere. So if you visually look at something, that thing has emitted photons, right? Plus energy that you consume. So there's a problem here, and it's, as far as I understand, it's unsolvable. Just like the stopping problem in computer science.
I've heard that as well from.
We know that it's unsolvable. Yeah.
Well, I've heard that as
and
well.
It was proven basically that it's unsolvable.
I don't think
the computer science, not the measuring problem.
Okay, so to my knowledge, just one moment, I should clarify. ZR, I'm asking large language model ChatGPT. Okay. Under current technology, it is impossible to know the velocity and position of an atom simultaneously. Why is this, and how might this challenge be overcome? All right, so this is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is one of the most fundamental results in quantum mechanics. Let's unpack it for you. Why can't we know both velocity and position simultaneously? In quantum mechanics, particles like atoms are described by wave functions, not precise points. The uncertainty principle, and then it gives an equation. Okay, why this happens? Think of it like waves. A perfectly localized particle, sharp position, would need an infinite spread of momentum values. A particle, sharp momentum, definite velocity, means the wave is spread infinitely in space, no definite position. So the trade-off is built in the mathematics of waves. Can this challenge be overcome? Not in the sense of defeating the uncertainty principle, it's considered fundamental. But we can work around it in some ways. Quantum state engineering. Using special states of matter called squeezed states, you can reduce uncertainty in one property, say position, at the expense of more in the other. This is used in gravitational wave detectors. Weak measurements. You can gather partial information about position and momentum without collapsing the wave function fully, but each measurement is fuzzy. Combining many weak measurements gives statistical insights. Quantum tomography. Instead of measuring both simultaneously, reconstruct the quantum state wave function through many repeated experiments. You don't know both for a single atom, but you learn the full probability distribution. And then there are speculative alternative theories. Some approaches like Bohmian mechanics, pilot wave theory, claim particles do have definite positions and velocities, but we can never measure both. Still, predictions end up matching standard quantum mechanics, so it doesn't really give us new power. Bottom line, it's not a technological limitation, it's a fundamental principle of quantum reality. We can't beat it, but we can use clever quantum methods to squeeze out as much precision as possible in one variable depending on what we need. Okay, so perhaps it's a fundamental,
Basically, it's what I said. Yeah.
but um, as I understand, at least with that squeeze principle, there is a way.
It's all workarounds and or weak or fuzzy. Like I said, there's a scaling problem here or scaling solution, and it's fuzzy. You don't get accurate, or you can measure only one at a time, but not the other, or measure independent. Like we repeated the experiment that it's identical, but it's not the same one. So it's unsolvable, if you will. Or we know that it's fundamental and it's impossible. For our day-to-day life, it's more than enough. When I keep digging deep, we hit some sort of a wall, fundamental wall.
Okay, I get what you're
Let
saying.
me give you another. Hold on. I had another example with your mind, but I forgot. So I'll interrupt when I remember, so I won't forget.
Please do. Okay, why is understanding the speed of an atom and its the speed or velocity of an atom
I remember.
and
Sorry.
position any different than measuring a baseball being thrown across a room, knowing its speed and velocity? Go ahead.
So, and this is not true, but it's a sort of hypothetical. But we don't know what the speed of light is exactly. Let me explain. We can measure the speed of light only in it's a return trip. So we cannot measure the speed of light in one direction, only going somewhere and coming back. And there's no way for us to know if it went one direction in one speed and came back in another speed. All we know is the sum of those two trips. And there's no way to prove it. It's impossible. That's also fundamental, we know that. We assume that the speed of light is constant because, but we cannot prove it in experimentally.
Let's talk about the first example you gave. I'm in agreement with what you said.
Sure.
Okay, so let's say I have a vacuum and light. Light basically needs to be emitted from somewhere in order to measure it. And so you're saying if it doesn't have a direct position of being emitted, then you can't measure it. Is that correct?
No. Let me try to illustrate.
Sure.
Or in the mental image. If you want to measure someone or car going a distance of 1 meter, then you can watch it cross one line and then cross the other, start the timer, stop the timer.
Agreed.
Right?
Yep.
But let's say the distance is from here to the moon. How do you synchronize those two timers? The two stoppers, sorry.
Oh, I understand what you're
There's
saying.
no way to synchronize them, right?
Well, because of the
So
distance.
the only way to measure, yeah. Right?
So, like as I understand, the moon is like.
There's a relativity, yeah.
So the moon is approximately, and it varies, but about 250,000 miles away. And so you have the speed of light, which generally takes about 4 seconds to get from Earth to the moon. So couldn't you just calculate whatever the distance is to the
Yeah,
exact?
but how do you synchronize the clocks? Make sure that they start at the same time. That you started measuring the same, like, how do you know when it's left?
I get what you're saying. How do you synchronize? Technically, how could you synchronize any two clocks?
Correct.
Yes, agreed.
So by that logic, there's no way for you to measure the speed of light going in one direction. It has to bounce off a mirror, and then you measure the round trip. That's the only way to measure it.
You're saying the only way to measure it is to get some kind of reflection. Reflection.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there are other methods, but you get to the same conclusion.
Yeah. So as I understand, I'm in agreement with you. So basically, if you took a flashlight and shot it in a black hole, you couldn't measure the speed of light because there's nothing reflecting.
Yes, because there's no way, there's nothing on the other side to measure. How do you know when it arrives?
I agree with you. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we know that the speed of light is constant, but like I said, experimentally we cannot prove it. Only mathematically, logically, whatever. But we cannot or by induction. Abduction? No, I don't know. I'm not
Deduction?
well versed in those terms. No, not deduction. One of the other two.
Okay. Well.
I'm not well versed with the terminology.
That's okay. So there'd be. Okay, you said induction, reduction, deduction. What else did you say?
So there's abduction and induction. Abduction, induction, and deduction.
Right. I think you could. Absolutely. I think you could solve it by all of them, but just one moment. In giving an example of measuring the speed of light, what is the correct term to use in understanding this principle? Would it be abduction, induction, deduction, reduction? What is it? So you're asking about the logic style, the terms. Deduction would be starting from the general laws and working out specific consequences from relativity, deducing that nothing with mass can reach the speed of light. Induction, making general laws from repeated observations, measuring the speed of light in many experiments, and concluding that it's always constant. Abduction, forming the best explanation for puzzling observations, seeing that the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to detect aether wind, and abducting that maybe light doesn't need aether at all. Reduction, explaining a complex phenomenon in terms of more basic principles, reducing the behavior of gases to statistical mechanics of molecules. So the uncertainty principle itself came from deduction, working out the consequences of wave mechanics, plus abduction. It explained why atoms don't collapse. The speed of light's constancy came first from induction, lots of experimental measurements, and was later treated with deduction in Einstein's relativity. So I think any of those could be used just depending on how you came to it.
Maybe ask it directly if we can measure the speed of light in one direction.
Can we measure the speed of light in one direction? You've just stumbled into one of the deepest questions in physics, the one-way speed of light problem, pardon me. The one-way speed of light problem. Two-way versus one-way speed of light. Two-way round-trip speed of light. Easy to measure. Example, send light to a mirror 10 meters away. Time how long it takes to return, divide by 20 meters. This has always been measured. This has been measured countless times and always comes out to about 300 meters per second. One-way speed of light. Much trickier. You'd want to measure how long it takes for light to go from point A to point B in one direction only. The problem to measure one way speed, you need synchronized clocks at both ends. But how do you synchronize them? Usually you'd send a light signal between the clocks. That already assumes something about the speed of light, which is exactly what you're trying to measure. So you fall into a circular logic trap. Conventionality of simultaneity. Einstein pointed this out. The one-way speed of light cannot be measured independently of the method you use to synchronize clocks. By convention, physics adopts Einstein's synchronization. Assume the speed of light is the same in all directions, and then the math and experiments work out beautifully. But in principle, you could choose an asymmetric convention, meaning light goes faster in one direction, slower in the other, but round trip is still c or constant, and no experiment would contradict it. So, can we measure it directly? No. The one-way speed of light is not independently measurable. It's a matter of convention. Practically, yes. In science and engineering, we define it to be isotropic, the same in every direction. That's built into how we synchronize GPS satellites, lab clocks, etc. So it seems to be.
You love it?
I love it. Yeah, it makes me feel warm inside to know that that paradox exists. It's beautiful.
Remember what I told you a while ago? That science is like mind blowing enough, like that we might not need science fiction. I love science fiction, but there's so much in science today that is fascinating and beautiful.
I agree with you. Okay, so then to that point, if given enough time, would we ever discover everything that there is to discover?
So everything that there is to discover, but there's things that are not there to discover, like what outside our physical universe we'll never discover. Since we cannot move faster than the speed of light, we'll never get there, ever.
We may disagree on that point, that we may not be able to travel faster than the speed of light. If those hypothetical routes or modes to travel faster than the speed of light become a reality someday, I'm not saying they can, but if they could, then we could potentially know what's outside the visible universe.
Well, we kind of know what's outside the visible universe now, but we know the things that are outside our visible universe are also old, right? Are older. It's old light that are now getting here.
Right.
So it's visible, but it's older. But there's things that will never reach, and the light from them will never reach us, ever.
That's correct.
They're so far away, and they keep accelerating. So unless we're talking about the big, contraction.
Yeah, the big crunch.
We don't know. Yeah, the big crunch. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. So if that is a reality, let's say, then couldn't we, if we recognize that the universe stops expanding and eventually begins retracting, then we could know what is in the non-visible universe. Maybe not for a long period of time. Yeah, hypothetically.
Yeah, exactly. And then it will crush us.
Exactly. But that's a very interesting point. So if the universe expands like a rubber band, Right now, we can't outpace it. But once it begins contracting, then potentially we could make measurements there. But then what we'd have to do it very quickly before we get crushed.
And to do that, we also need to look our solar system because that will be gone by then.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And, that's something that I discuss with people who think like, well, humans are never going to do any space tourism, or it's like, I have to explain to them that it's a necessity. We have to get off of this planet. This is essentially a ticking time bomb because of the expansion of the sun.
Yeah. We have to go.
Exactly. And so people who say like, well,
we have plenty of time to go.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. But it is an inevitability, which makes you think that, or makes me think that absolutely everything on Earth will get destroyed. It's a sad thought.
I mean, we know the Earth is going to be gone, but although there are there are ways around it. Just like we started experimenting with moving asteroids, like changing their course by hitting them or putting a satellite next to them or around them.
Agreed.
So there is a theory that we can do it to Earth and just push it out of,
Yes. Expand.
Out of orbit and just use it as a ship to keep moving, but we'll have to have our own energy, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of logistics around it, right?
Agreed. And if we at all...
But why not?
Right, I mean, exactly. Some people in the future may consider it a challenge that they want to undergo to preserve the Earth as long as possible. It would be very tricky, and you can't make any mistakes or very few mistakes, because if you do, you'll change the orbit of the Earth and eventually cause issues with it being pulled into the sun's orbit, depending, or if you move it too far away, you could freeze it, or too close, you can boil it. But that's
but we'll prepare it. Like we were talking about the Dyson sphere. Why not build a sphere around the Earth and then push it out of orbit?
Agreed. Yeah, that's a beautiful thought. To preserve it for as long as possible.
Yeah. Are you going to advocate for that? Add it to your list?
Added to the list. Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't we? It's basically
wonderful.
Yeah, it's basically like our nursery. Why would we want to destroy it or let it get destroyed? Why would we want to let it get destroyed? Why not try to preserve it as long as possible? So then the question arises.
Well, we need to start. We need to start with the smoking. We're destroying it right now.
That's true, 100%. But okay, so then the idea is this: the sun eventually fades and expands into a red giant, as I understand, and then a brown dwarf. It will.
Correct.
We will need to either move the Earth closer and further somehow, or perhaps there's a way to create enough power that I guess we would create almost like a secondary sun or other star system, or other star period, to be able to keep the Earth in its current state. Please do.
It's practical. What if we can get big enough asteroids that we can redirect, fly by the Earth several times and change the orbit? This is practical, right?
More practical than some options, yeah.
There you go. I mean, it's a viable option.
Yeah.
I mean, there might be better ones or whatever, but here's a viable one that we already have the technology to do right now.
Right. Solar sail is another one, to be able to change the velocity. Okay, so I'm trying to think if there's a way that we could preserve the Earth. As I understand, and these numbers change, but basically the universe is 13.8 billion years old, the Earth is like 4.2 or something like that, and the universe has a lifespan of like 60 billion years, though that can change. So basically, is there a way to preserve the Earth in some form, ideally with liquid oceans and an atmosphere and everything, until that eventual 60 billion year limit? And I've never seen anybody explore that.
No, all we need to do is jump to the next star.
No.
The closest star in the neighborhood.
Yes, I get that.
Do star hopping.
I get that. But so basically, as I understand, we would do it. We would get into some kind of spacecraft so that the human race continues, or whatever we're considered then, and then move the Earth to the next star. But it will lose temperature while it does that. So we'll need a way to preserve its almost like its current conditions. But if we were able to do that and then move it into the orbit of another star, we would just need to do that like several times, maybe like less, like a half a dozen or a dozen or so, and then eventually the universe is going to end or crush or whatever. But that would keep the Earth as active as or preserve it for the longest period of time. And I think that's a really nice sentiment. I like it.
So there's a beautiful video on YouTube a few years ago, probably a little bit outdated, but still beautiful. It's called the time lapse of space, I think.
I've seen this or similar.
What?
I've seen this or similar videos.
Okay, it's about half an hour with some physicists talking in the background, and it's all animation, and they take you kind of to the end of the universe. Like they take you to what we know, and then they take you to they hypothesize what will happen next. They take you, until the universe is dark. And now they're not talking about the big crunch then.
No, they don't.
Yet.
Right.
And
They talk
and
about
the
it.
big crunch just came back in conversation recently in the last few years.
Agreed. They talk about basically an ever expanding universe.
Yeah.
Right. I have seen this. It's from.
Now there's another hypothesis. What?
I've seen this. It's from 2018. Yes, it's quite interesting.
It's beautiful.
I agree.
Yeah. And I think Penrose has another hypothesis that is without a big crunch, but another big bang out of a dark universe. I haven't read into it. Apparently, it's relatively new, but he's got some explanation of how we can keep going through cycles of Big Bang and then, without big crunch, getting back to another Big Bang.
Right, and that's the big question.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know about this theory. It's new, and I just know it exists. I don't know the details, so I can't elaborate.
Right, and then essentially, perhaps a never-ending bang crunch cycle. Right? Yes, exactly. Is that what you think happened?
I don't know. I'm agnostic about it. I don't have enough information, and we're still like learning a lot, like from the new telescopes, and I mean, they keep having to change what we understand about galaxies forming back in the early days, and like every day we're discovering new stuff that's shaking astronomy a little bit.
Agreed.
So we're living in exciting times. I love it.
I love it too. The way that I justify it, whether this is true or not, that I am not an evolved enough being to be able to understand what happened before the Big Bang. Maybe there's some type of being out there that's more highly evolved that can understand that, but I cannot. Because whenever anybody says, well, there was a crunch before that, before the Big Bang, then I ask, what was before the crunch? I'm always going to keep asking, what was before the thing that you tell me?
So as far as I understand, the consensus about the physicists, but I heard it from another physicist that I don't know how. So take it with a huge grain of salt, but nobody is talking about any beginning. It's all endless chain to both directions of causality.
Okay,
That's it.
what happened before that?
Everything always existed. Whatever happened before that?
But then doesn't
I mean, just move the clock. The fact that we don't know what happened doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
I agree. And what I'm saying is that I'm not an evolved enough being to understand that. Perhaps someday I will be a different kind of being that can understand that. But as of right now, my knowledge of having any possibility outside of that, what you're saying that it has just always been, is limited. Like I can't think of anything.
Uh, that's a good question. I mean, when we started the conversation, we were very optimistic that we can solve almost everything, right?
Yes,
You're tracking back a little bit now.
that's exactly right. No, that's an excellent point.
But the optimist,
Wait. That's an excellent point. So perhaps I should say that as a human in my current state, I believe that anything can be solved. I still think that, but I may not be evolved enough to understand it at this point. Meaning, I need to give myself some leverage to increase my intelligence or become a different kind of being that might be able to have a different understanding of this topic.
I think you're smart enough to understand that your optimism is semi-rational and you're fine with it and you're happy being optimist and curious and that's just fine.
It's better than the alternative.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it.
Let me ask you a volatile question. Do you believe in God?
I believe God is energy.
Okay. So
There's a beauty in the smile of a child or a flower or the stars in the sky, and that energy is what I believe people reference when they reference Hashem. But do I believe in a corporeal God? No. How about you?
let me ask you this. I'm an atheist.
Hey, I understand that, but couldn't we agree that energy exists?
Oh, of course.
Excellent. Then
I
I
have no problem with your belief. Like, there's no contradiction with my
it
worldview.
exactly, yeah. I mean, I've been in your shoes as well, and I absolutely understand atheism and agnosticism. Truthfully, I think we're all
And also, there's no contradiction with Judaism either.
no, I agree with you on that. Um, and I think truthfully,
As a Jew,
yes, I think that we are, if we want to be truthfully honest with each other, we're all agnostic because we can't really know anything. Excellent. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, I love
I
that.
mean, which is why it's beautiful being a Jew, right?
Absolutely. Baruch Hashem.
Yeah.
Excellent. ZR. I want to end it at that. I've got to get some sleep. It's 3:21 where I am. I'm sure it is where you are as well. This has been one of the best conversations that I had. Absolutely. Please, you're always welcome here. Continue to learn. Teach me about what you learn. I'll teach you about what I learned. And I consider this the start of a beautiful friendship, my friend.
Me too. Happy to meet you, and I'll see you soon again.
Many blessings to you. Peace. Laila Tov. Laila Tov. Baruch Hashem. That was amazing.
Try to verify it, but we don't really have the tools to do that. But if you hold this idea that perhaps we're all interconnected and we're all at some level, then even if it is coming from, a deceased relative or an ET, it's still some aspect of yourself. And so, I really try to invite people to focus more on what the information is and if it can be helpful to you, rather than getting really fixated on, this person channeled this thing and using that as, kind of like the big deal of it all.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. This topic is like
What a beautiful conversation I just had with that ZR. That was phenomenal. I hope that it saves. Because of all the conversation, I've had so many good conversations tonight. Shout out to everybody with whom I spoke this evening. These were some of the best conversations I've ever had, and there was just one after another, after another, after another. Baruch Hashem. Look at this athleticism, though.
Archive, because that's an incredible, verifiable experience that you just have. And I'm curious because there's also something called an out-of-body experience. Remote viewing is usually done while waking, where, someone's getting this information, and yet some people have experiences where their consciousness is essentially leaving their body, and they're witnessing verifiable things completely far away from where their body actually is. And so, is that an out-of-body experience while you were asleep, or was that a remote viewing? Very, very, very interesting story. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, Dr. Wafe, I received a email from Aaron who said, doing a good job on the show. Feel free to share a studio picture on your X account if you wish. So I think the remote viewing into my studio has been unsuccessful so far. I don't know, listeners, which brings me a little bit of comfort replace those walls, and I don't know it yet. I'm enjoying the call strip. We have time for a couple more. Let's go to the wild card line. Peter is in North Carolina. Peter, you're on with Dr. Bobby. Go ahead.
Yes, that is very, very common, and you are not alone. I mean, if you're in a room of 10 people, probably 8 out of those 10 people have some type of experience like that. So maybe you can, I would invite you to try to trust them more, or start writing them down, or, set an intention around how you would like them to show up in your life to support you. In a way that can help you, help your family and community. We've also done formal studies on what's called telephone telepathy, which the caller just mentioned. And Rabbi Rothschild has done a bunch of these studies as well, and just published a paper that looked at all of the studies that have been done on telephone telepathy, showing that it's a thing, it's an actual thing, this idea that people know who is calling them before they do.
Right. Let's go back to the wild card line. And Aaron is in Tempe, Arizona. Aaron, you're on with Dr. Walby. Go ahead with your comment or question.
What up, Dawson Colburn?
There was a podcast they used to listen to called the Bed Star Connection, and the two hosts, the main host, I think her name is Vivian. She is an Arcturian guy, and the other host, we have the late Indian guy, I think. But related to what you said earlier, as far as
That was such an interesting conversation.
information of benevolence, of love,
Israel's gonna love that shit. He was saying that Ching Chong, and I knew what to respond. Where did you learn? Think about a shadow and light. And I think we can get past that Heisenberg thing.
I'm not. Can you say the name of it again? That sounds really interesting.
Whatever.
It's the Infinite Star Connection podcast that I found.
Great, thank you.
I think I can.
Thank you, Aaron. There's a lot of shows out there, and Dr. Walby, I know that you are a frequent guest. I did a search for you before the show, and I saw all the different podcasts you're on. I know there's a lot of great interest in this, and luckily we have another half hour for anyone that may have a question for Dr. Walby. And if you want to call in now, get that ready. We'll start taking that during the breakup. Ryan Renker at coasttocoastam.com. If you want to email a question, don't go anywhere.
The ultimate celebration of music. Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, continues tonight. Live in Las Vegas. $16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Streaming live only at Hulu. And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app. Tonight, it continues starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
NFL is off to a wild start. Touchdown pass number 508 for Aaron Rodgers.
New season lives
How do you think his fantasy football team's doing?
Fantasy advice and expert analysis with the official NFL podcast network.
Everything you love about football is on the iHeartRadio app.
Just search NFL to dive in.
Widespread racism against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out and put an end to this racism. Stop AAPI Hate is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or to learn more about what you can do to help, visit stopaapi.org.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little old ladies. One with a big blue phone, the other with a Hungarian accent. Helen and
Come on, you little bitch.
they look like very nice grandmothers, in a city named for angels. Helen and Olga made it their mission to help homeless men get off the street. Then one day, tragedy, one of their homeless men was killed by a drunk driver. And then another bad. Two sweet little old ladies. And why are we telling you this? Because this is Dateline Clinton's podcast, and as you might expect, this is a story about murder. Wow, we've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not alone. It's not as cold-blooded as anything I've seen. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never seen anything that involves this much fire. It's degrading, just evil. This is a story about pride, greed, envy, and other deadly sins. It's a story about
That
blood
shadow thing.
and, yes, murder. Follow the thing about Helen and Olga wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
To talk to Ryan Record, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. The international line is 800-893-0903. To talk to Ryan toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with guest host Ryan Renger.
Dr. Elena Wabe is our guest for another half hour. She'll be taking your calls and questions. Real fascinating stuff so far. I got an email from Jeff in Louisiana. His email said, "You have a photo of somebody with a red shirt in your studio, a relative. this remote viewing stuff. The listeners, you trying to zoom into my home studio. So I'm looking around and I have a photo of a relative in a red shirt. The closest thing I have is a plush toy of Al the Octopus wearing a Detroit Red Wings jersey. So I don't see a red t-shirt or a red shirt on a relative photo. So check your clothes, not quite, but that's not an open invitation for someone to spy on me here tonight. If you are online and you're looking for hours and hours and hours of content on YouTube, look up Coast to Coast AM. There's a link, coasttocoastam.com. The YouTube icon is right there. It's free. I like the old Art Bell stuff. You can find some great segments from Arts. George has fantastic interviews from recent years if you enjoy those. What's nice about the YouTube is you can type in exactly what you're looking for. Here's something fascinating topic. I want to have George talk to me about remote. Just go to YouTube.com, Coast to Coast. On the YouTube page, there's hours, endless hours of content there. And what's nice too is you can share and send it to your friends for something fascinating there. The Coast to Coast AM YouTube page. All right, we're going to take some more of your calls. We're talking about coming up after the break on Coast to Coast AM. Don't go. If you've been looking at credit card just to cover groceries, gas, and bills, you know those interest rates are good. So why keep paying 20% over our banks? Tell our friends at American Financing. They have mortgage rates in the fives. They're showing you everything else is more than hard-earned money in your pocket, not in the hands of a credit card company. Right now, American Financing is helping homeowners save an average of $800 a month by using their home equity to wipe out high-interest debt. No upfront fees, no obligation. Just a 10-minute note to a salary-based mortgage consult. Call American Financing now, 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. AmericanFinancing.net/hosting. NMLS 18233. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. APR for rates on 5-star at 6.327% for well-qualified lenders. Call 866-336-5030. Visit AmericanFinancing.net/coast-to-coast for details on credit costs and terms. This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flyer dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. Most investments today feel like second jobs. Real estate, you're a landlord. Stocks, you're a day trader. Crypto, you're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live it. That's why more Americans are choosing gold. Noble Gold has helped thousands protect their future with real physical gold. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com to get your free wealth protection kit. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. As performance may not be indicative of future results, investing in precious metals, including gold and gold risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. Because at the start of the show, you mentioned there could be people that have had these certain experiences, and you're looking at getting contact with them.
Welcome, Obi-Wan. How are you?
Hey, Rico, how's it going?
Oh, amazingly, thank God. I just had one of the best conversations I've ever had with someone from Israel, and it was on like really advanced physics, and we both learned a lot, and it was just unexpected. I've just had people one after another, people come into the Discord tonight with just really just amazing discussions. We had someone come in who wanted to talk about freedom of speech and race, and that was a really good conversation. And then somebody come in talking about traumatic brain injuries and Neuralink, and that was an amazing discussion. And then this last person who came in, and we talked about, the Big Bang and the Big Crunch and the um, like advanced physics and the speed of light, and just, it was just wonderful. How have you been, my friend?
Yeah, I've been good. I just got some new clothes delivered, so I needed some new clothes. I got them delivered today, so I've just been sorting through my new clothes.
Oh, that's always fun. Do they fit?
Yeah, they feel like a glove. That's lovely.
That is lovely. Excellent. Do you have any plans to wear them anywhere?
Yeah, I'll be going to visit my grandma tomorrow. She's in a nursing home, so I'll be going to visit her. So I'm going to wear my Sunday best.
That's wonderful to hear. Is grandma um, of good mind?
Yeah, her mind's still sound. She just has epilepsy and a few other conditions. I think she has the very first onset of dementia, but it's very, very early, so her mind's still intact.
Excellent. So she'll be able to see you in your nicest clothing. What'd you get?
I got like a biker jacket with lone wolf on it. I got some tracksuits for casual wear, and some new jackets, a few new pairs of trainers, and a few new hats.
Oh wow, you got a lot of clothes. Okay, love the biker jacket. Even though I haven't seen it, I'm sure it's cool. Sounds cool. Your tracksuits. What kind of? Pardon me. What kind of tracksuits? What colors?
I got one with a lion on it. It made me think of the Lion of Judah. So
Excellent. That's wonderful. And as I understand, that's also a symbol of England, is it not?
yeah, the football thing is three lions on the shirt, and it's one of the symbols. Yeah, so we share that in common, Israel and the United Kingdom.
Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps the Lost Tribe, one of them. Okay, so we have tracksuits that you got. You got some trainers as well.
Yeah,
Excellent. And those are they going to be for like athletic use, or those are just to look nice?
just to look nice. And I got a pair of boots as well that are like biker style, so I'm kind of changing my style a bit.
I've got you. Yeah, that's cool. Is your biker jacket and your boots, are they black?
Yeah,
Okay, very cool. And do you bike? Are you a biker yourself?
I'm not a biker. I just like the aesthetic. I've got an e-bike, and I think it's quite funny to ride an e-bike with a biker jacket on.
I think that's really cool though. That's like it may not be common now, but perhaps in the future you'll have e-bike, not necessarily gangs, but like e-bike clubs, and they'll take on the clothing of the traditional motorcycle. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's very futuristic thinking. That's great. And I mean, like the motorcycle, um, the biker clothing came into place because of its protective aspects, right? And so, even if you did get into, God forbid, an accident on your bike, you would probably get some of those benefits as well.
Yeah, leather's really good protection. It's like armor.
Exactly. And prevent road rash and all those other things. Okay, that's phenomenal. Do you wear a helmet when you ride your e-bike?
Not at the moment. I probably should do, but it only does 16 miles an hour. That's what we're limited to in the UK.
60 miles per hour?
16, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but nevertheless, might be a good idea to get something.
Yeah, probably be a good idea. I'll look at that next.
Yeah, if I were you and you had the ability to, I'd get a helmet, but I'd also put a 360 camera on it for my own protection in case anything ever happened to me. But also, that'd be cool to document your journeys.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Absolutely. We see people, or I at least see people all the time in real life, but also their video on the internet. And sometimes they can use that footage if something ever happens to them, but they also just use it, and it's just cool to see the town in which they are.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm sure, man, you could probably get heads up displays and all kinds of cool stuff, and depending on how advanced you want your helmet to be. And like you said, the fastest you're going to go is 16 miles an hour. But if you hit your head at 16 miles an hour on concrete, that's not going to feel good. and you want to protect yourself. If let me ask you this, Obi-Wan, if you had a child and they were riding at 16 miles an hour, would you want them to wear a helmet?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, there you
So I
go.
have to give myself the same consideration, I guess.
Exactly, 100%. And okay, so how long have you been riding e-bikes?
I've only had it for about a week.
Oh, so it's brand new.
Yeah, it's a foldable one.
Amazing.